Chapter 1394. However, Hai Miawu was thinking too much. The primordial spirit that flew out of his body was burned by a flame before he could send his will into it. His primordial spirit was gone. That was how domineering the god fire was. Once it locked onto you, you would either not die or be killed instantly. Once you were killed, you would not have any chance to escape. It was as though your time was up. The king of hell just had to draw a line, and you would come to report. Hai Miawu trembled. His face was pale, and he was scared to death. He hurriedly shouted, "I don't want to die! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! Save me! Junior brother, save me! Quick!" Hai Miawu then looked into the sky and shouted, Crown Prince, save me!" No one responded. No one came forward. Hai Miawu was like an old man in a lonely family, isolated and helpless. Finally, Hai Miawu knelt in front of Luo Tian and begged, "Spare me. Spare my dog life. I promise that no one will touch you in the future. Not even the Crown Prince. Luo Tian, save me. Didn't you want to kill Hai Tong Tian? I'll help you. I'll give you the entire Haijia. Please spare my life. Hai Tong Tian captured your woman. Brother, he wants to use her to blackmail you. As long as you spare my life, I'll make him kneel in front of you. I'll even kill him. Please save me." In front of death, everything was bullshit. Dignity? Bullshit. Status? Bullshit. After living for more than 14,000 years, Hai Miawu had seen countless deaths. He was afraid, very afraid of death. That was why he was like this. As long as he was alive, there would be hope. Just like how the Blood Demon King had been imprisoned in the reincarnation cage for millions of years. He had been waiting for the day he could see the light of day again. He had never thought of dying. If he died, there would be nothing left. Luo Tian laughed with interest. "Ha ha 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 ha, let me save you?" The high and mighty Mia was kneeling in front of him. What Luo Tian felt wasn't pleasure, but anger. He remembered everything that the Blood Demon King had just endured. He wanted to kill him thousands of times, but now he was kneeling in front of him like a dog. This feeling, awesome. Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, Hai Tong Tian anxiously said, "Luo Tian, kill him! Kill him!" He didn't know if Luo Tian could really take back the divine fire. However, he was really worried that once Taizu recovered, he would do something to Haijia. He was afraid. Therefore, he immediately shouted, "Great ancestor, do you have any shame? You've lived for more than 14,000 years. Haven't you lived enough? Hurry up and die. Don't implicate others. After you die, I will definitely avenge you. You can rest assured that I will use Luo Tian's head as a sacrifice to you." Not only him. The old ancestors of Haijia also said, "Great ancestor, hurry up and die. 14,000 years is enough. Go to hell. Hurry up and die. Luo Tian, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and kill him. Why are you still blabbering here? Luo Tian, are you still human? Hurry up and do it." Adding insult to injury. Everyone was adding insult to injury. Hai Tong Tian began to kneel and beg for mercy. Now it was the turn of Haijia's great ancestor. Haijia had lost all face. But so what? As long as Luo Tian died, Haijia still had more than a dozen venerable sovereigns who were invincible. So what if they had one less great ancestor? However, if what great ancestor said was true, then Haijia would suffer. At this time, Haijia couldn't wait for great ancestor to die. Hai Miawu was incomparably furious. The Hai family that he had single-handedly created was actually like this. They watched him, the old ancestor, die. Not only that, they were all kicking him while he was down. They couldn't wait to attack. "Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha!" Hai Miawu raised his head and laughed. Hai Miawu, your life's efforts were in vain. You wanted to make Haijia the #1 ancient family. How laughable, ha ha! How laughable, how laughable! Then Hai Tong Tian said, "Great ancestor, you were the one who was heartless first. In order to save your life, you actually said that you would destroy the Fair family. You might as well die earlier. As for your dream, I will definitely fulfill it for you. I will definitely make the Fair family the #1 ancient family. Hai Miaowu didn't look at the people of Haijia again. Instead, he looked at Luo Tian and said, "Come, I am very satisfied to die in your hands. Boy, you are the person with the most potential I have ever seen. You are also the craziest and most abnormal person. But you have to be careful. You are not the Crown Prince's match. At present, you are far from being his match." As he said that, he raised his head to look at the void and revealed a mysterious smile, saying, "I will wait for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Luo Tian, although I am going to die, you will not be able to escape death today. This is your fate." Ha ha ha! At this moment, Hai Miaowu's head cracked open as magma flowed out of his body. Finally, rumble, rumble, rumble. His body exploded and turned into dust. Not even a single bone was left behind. At the same time, a notification sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Hai Miaowu for obtaining 5 billion experience points, 350,000 essence chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Yen Huang divine power. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing current level Holy Spirit Stage 3. Ding! Sin value +1, current sin value 2,999. At the same time, the ancient tree in Luo Tian's mind trembled violently. After absorbing the soul of Hai Miaowu, the ancient tree emitted a strange fragrance, and at the same time, 60 million points of essence chi instantly dropped from Luo Tian's essence slot. They were all absorbed by the ancient tree. At this moment, the flower buds on the ancient tree, actually all of them bloomed. The power of the ancient tree increased by another level. Luo Tian was overwhelmed with shock, his heart filled with longing for the fantasy fairy, and he muttered in a low voice, "Fantasy girl, did you see that? The ancient tree has bloomed, it has bloomed. Did you see that? I miss you so much. I really want to." He wanted the fantasy fairy to share his joy. However, he couldn't do it anymore. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and then said, "Damn it, who else is there?" The entire arena was silent. A few seconds later, Hai Tongtian said gloomily, "As far as I know, Luo Tian, that flame of yours isn't limitless, right? Even if you release it limitlessly. But I want you to kneel down now." On the stage, Yi Yunmeng, Huang Fuya, and Lu Zhan were pressed to the ground by a few Haijia elders, kneeling there. Luo Tian's fury reached its peak all of a sudden. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. The old cow was still writing with all her might. There was still an update in the morning. Brothers, please support me. Chapter 1395. Luo Tian. I specially prepared this for you. How is it? I'm good to you, right? I even brought my daughter-in-law, ha ha ha. Hai Tongtian laughed. Originally, this was his trump card. He didn't want to use it until the end. But after Hai Miaowu said it, he didn't need to hide it anymore. The 3 were forced to kneel on the ground. When Lu Zhan saw Luo Tian, he immediately shouted, "Ha ha ha! I told you that boss would be fine." Huang Fuya also cried emotionally, "Damn, rogue, where did you run off to? Do you still want to be the vice captain of my pretty girls' squad?" Humph, humph, humph. Yi Yunmeng looked at Luo Tian and didn't say anything. As long as she saw that Luo Tian was fine, she would be satisfied. She was like this. Since Luo Tian came to Cloud Mist College, she had been silently watching Luo Tian from afar. She didn't go forward, didn't meet him, and just watched from afar. This was enough for her. Seeing Luo Tian become stronger day by day, while her own cultivation remained stagnant, she gradually felt that she wasn't worthy of Luo Tian. But she really fell in love. and she couldn't extricate herself. Today, if she hadn't been forcefully suppressed, she still wouldn't have met Luo Tian. Luo Tian's gaze fell on Yi Yunming's body. Seeing that her face was still covered with black spots, looking at her eyes, Luo Tian felt a sharp pain in his heart. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he said softly, "Silly queen, I miss you." Miss her? Yi Yunming instantly collapsed. She tried to hold it in, but she couldn't hold it in. Tears kept pouring out. She covered her mouth with one hand, not letting herself cry out. What a pair of dogman and bitch. Hai Tongtian walked up, his eyes fierce, and slapped her. Fortunately, my son didn't really want to marry you. Otherwise, I don't know how many times you've made him a cuckold. You're such an immoral woman. Today, I'll punish you for my son. Pa. A slap landed. Yi Yunming's body swayed, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, it was as if she couldn't feel the pain. She still had a smile on her face as she looked at Luo Tian. Hai Tongtian became even more furious. Luo Tian took a step forward. Boom! The earth shook violently. Hai Tongtian originally wanted to slap Yi Yunming a few more times, but when he heard Luo Tian's footsteps behind him, he immediately turned around and sneered, "Luo Tian, I'll advise you to stand there obediently. Otherwise, I'll make these 3 die in front of you." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold sword was placed on Yi Yunming's neck. Luo Tian's face sank as he gnashed his teeth. The distance was too far. With his speed, it was impossible for him to make a move before the sword fell. After leveling up, all of his cultivation techniques had finished cooling down, including the divine fire, but at this distance, the divine fire was not enough to instantly kill him before he killed Yi Yunming. Distance, speed, strength, none of them were enough. Luo Tian's heart became even more filled with hatred as he said solemnly, "Hai Tongtian, I will definitely make you regret everything you did just now. I will definitely pay you back 1,000 times over." "Oh, haha, is that so?" Hai Tongtian laughed out loud, and then slapped Huangfu Ye's face with the back of his hand, and said proudly, "Then come and hit me, come hit me 1,000 times over, ha ha ha! Do you dare?" Pa! Huangfu Ye almost fainted from the slap. Lu Zhan suddenly shouted, "Hai Tongtian, you dog, if you have the guts, come at me. You're nothing compared to hitting a woman." Bam! Kicking Lu Zhan's abdomen, Hai Tongtian snorted and said, "Trash like you, if it weren't for your relationship with Luo Tian, you would have died on the misty cloud mountain." The kick left Lu Zhan speechless. Even his breathing had stopped. His face was red, and his internal organs were all displaced. Luo Tian was angry, very angry, and the anger in his heart almost made him go berserk. But he desperately suppressed it. Once he lost control, he didn't know what he would do. Moreover, Yi Yunming and the other 2 might be killed by him. So far, Haijia had only lost a First Order Emperor Realm Master and a Peak Emperor Realm Master, Hai Miaowu. There were still more than a dozen Emperor Realm Masters present, and the most important point was that there was still a mysterious master who hadn't appeared. This master should be the strongest person in Haijia. Luo Tian didn't have the confidence to save the 3 of them. Uncomfortable. This feeling was very uncomfortable. The more he couldn't do anything, the happier Hai Tongtian was. He should have saved the 3 of them long ago. That way, there wouldn't be so many problems. Hai Tongtian was a little annoyed that he didn't do this earlier. "Luo Tian, if you don't want your brother and woman to die, kneel down now." Hai Tongtian said playfully, "Also, sing for me what it means to conquer. I really want to hear what it means to conquer." Ha ha ha! Hai Tongtian laughed. He laughed loudly and laughed proudly. Looking at Luo Tian's painful expression, he was very excited. Seeing that Luo Tian was still hesitating, Hai Tongtian kicked Lu Zhan, who was closest to him, and said, "Kneel for me." Jejij, Luo Tian's fists were clenched tightly as he walked forward step by step. Hai Tongtian frowned and said, Who told you to go forward? I told you to kneel, so kneel on the spot. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. If you still don't kneel, then this fatty's head will be moved. Ha ha ha! Everyone was looking at Luo Tian. It was as if they were looking at a monkey in the zoo. Their eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain. Kneel! Kneel! Haijia Master told you to kneel, didn't you hear? Kid, you also have a day like this. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Let's see how arrogant you are now, ha ha ha. Luo Tian didn't stop. He continued to walk forward step by step. Because of anger and pain, Hai Tongtian laughed loudly and proudly. At the same time he counted and said, 10, 9, 8, 3 more seconds. Little fatty, it seems like your boss doesn't take you seriously at all. You can't blame me for this. Die. 3, 2. The instant the number 1 was counted, Luo Tian suddenly sped up, directly reducing the distance of 300 meters to 50 meters. But even 50 meters wasn't enough. It must be understood that Hai Tongtian was a peak stage saint spirit. To him, killing someone didn't require even a tenth of a second. However, Luo Tian still charged forward at full speed. Was he going to give up on Lu Zhan? No. In that instant, as he suddenly exerted his strength, the space above the arena began to distort, and a figure charged out from within. Huangfu Ju had come. The 4 divine beasts clan, Boundless City, Little White, they had all come. Even the Blood Demon King, who had been buried in the rubble, stood up. They had all come. Chapter 4 has been delivered. Afternoon update. Up ahead, a chrysanthemum has been discovered. Brothers, give me another vote and beat him. Recommended girls' book, where peace and joy. Please support. Chapter 1396. Space moved. A shadow flashed. In the blink of an eye, Huangfu Ju swept Lu Zhan, Huangfuya, and Yi Yunming away, and in an instant he drilled into the space crack. He came without a shadow and left without a trace. The space-time bloodline was unleashed to the extreme. Even the unfettered heavenly sovereign, who was at the peak of the Emperor realm, did not react in time. Hai Tongtian still had a smug smile on his face as he stared at Luo Tian. He still wanted to say something, but the words that were about to come out of his mouth were forcefully swallowed back down. He glanced sideways. Where is he? Gone? What's going on? Red Eyebrow's ancestor said solemnly, Space-time bloodline, Huangfu Ju. Hai Tongtian's expression changed, and he snorted, I forgot about that dog. Suddenly, seeing that Huangfuya and the other 2 had been rescued, Luo Tian's thunderous anger rushed straight to his head as he roared, Hai Tongtian, give me your life! Boom! With a stomp of his right foot, the thick bluestone tiles were trampled into powder. Then, God Fury! Boom! Boom! Luo Tian's body emitted a thunderous sound caused by the collision of powers. Then he leaped into the air and landed like a furious Vajra. Without waiting for Hai Tongtian to react, he threw a punch down. Bang! Hai Tongtian fell to the ground. His face was pale, and he was so scared that he peed his pants. He rolled and crawled on the ground and shouted, Someone, quickly block him for me. Block Luo Tian for me. Are you all trash? Afraid. Too afraid. Luo Tian was like a god of death. However, without waiting for the Emperor Realm powerhouses to rush up, Luo Tian grabbed Hai Tongtian's thigh and threw him into the air, smashing him heavily onto the ground. Hai Tongtian, where do you think you're going? Bang! The ground cracked. Hai Tongtian's eyes glowed with golden light as blood gushed out of his nose. He angrily said, Luo Tian, if you dare to kill me, Haijia will not let you go. My son will not let you go either. Try to touch me again. Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Tian swung again, throwing Hai Tongtian into the air and smashing him down. I tried. What's wrong? Ah! Hai Tongtian let out a blood-curdling scream. Once again he turned to the guest elders of the Haijia Alliance and shouted, What are you looking at? Save me. Get that damn Luo Tian out of here. Are you all stupid? Everything happened too quickly. He couldn't react in time. Hai Jia called for help a second time, and the Haitian experts all rushed forward. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. The anger in his heart had not been vented at all. He sat down on Hai Tongtian's body and grabbed him tightly with one hand. His right hand clenched tightly as he punched down. Didn't you want to kill me? Didn't you ask your son to kill me? Come on, mother ****. Bang, bang, bang. Punches rained down on Hai Tongtian's face. In just a few punches, his face was bruised and swollen like a pig's head. He no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance, and only kept screaming, screaming, and screaming. Those who touch my woman die. Those who touch my brother die. Hai Tongtian, even if you have 10,000 lives, it won't be enough for you to die. Luo Tian roared, venting his anger. At the same time as he punched, the Emperor Realm experts also attacked, crazily bombarding Luo Tian's body. All kinds of powerful forces, all kinds of powerful divine abilities bombarded Luo Tian's body, one after another. However, in the face of Luo Tian's 8th grade physical body, these attacks were completely useless. Luo Tian did not care at all. He firmly held Hai Tongtian, not letting go for a moment. Be arrogant again, send people to kill me. Aren't you the master of Haijia? Aren't you high and mighty? Come again, like a madman. During this period of time, Luo Tian had accumulated too much. He was defeated by the Crown Prince in one move. The fantasy fairy disappeared forever in order to protect him. Cloud Mist College was destroyed. Those innocent students were tortured and killed. Many of his brothers died tragically. These scenes played out in Luo Tian's mind. The anger in his heart became more and more monstrous. The strength of his fists also became more and more ferocious. He punched Hai Tongtian's face again and again. His face was smashed. His nose, eyes, and mouth were all bloody. Even so, Luo Tian did not let go. He still continued to attack. The red eyebrows Grandmaster's eyes trembled as he said in fear, Crazy, he's crazy. Hit him hard. Unfettered Sky Sovereign, I beg you to save the Patriarch. When the Crown Prince comes back, if his father dies, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain it. Unfettered Sky Sovereign did not make a move. Moreover, he kept looking up at the sky as if he was waiting for something. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly, and his figure descended, instantly landing in front of Luo Tian. With a move of his palms, 2 streams of Yen Huang magic power rose from his palms, and with a deep shout he said, Enough! Both palms pushed fiercely. Rumble! 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 Luo Tian's purple gold holy body shattered, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. The moment he flew out, he still punched down heavily and roared out, I said that I would F***ck over your Haijia, and I will definitely do it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Luo Tian fell into the ruins. This time, he definitely couldn't give him another chance. At the beginning, it was also in the ruins. This time, he definitely couldn't let Luo Tian get up again. The 12 Emperor stage rankers on the stage moved together and directly landed beside Luo Tian's ruins. Everyone knew in their hearts that they had to kill Luo Tian, or else they would be like Hai Tongtian, killed one by one like Haijia. Hai Tongtian, who had been beaten to a pulp by Luo Tian, crawled up from the ground with difficulty. It was hard to imagine. He actually didn't die. However, he could no longer see what he looked like. Hai Tongtian spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a sob, Kill him! Kill him! You must kill him! He was still so arrogant after being beaten to such a state. Arrogant. You still dare to be arrogant? Go to hell for your father. A deep voice came out from the ruins, followed by a divine flame that shot straight up. In an instant, it fell and directly exploded above Hai Tongtian's head. Hai Tongtian was immediately dumbfounded. His eyes were dull as he stared blankly into the distance. Urine dripped from his crotch as he muttered, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The divine flame exploded. Rumble. Hai Tongtian's eyes became dizzy, and he fainted. What a pity. It didn't cause an instant kill. This was something that Luo Tian didn't expect. There were two possibilities for the divine flame. One was an instant kill, and the other was fainting. There was no third possibility. Without an instant kill, the divine flame only fainted and didn't cause any substantial damage. Everyone glanced at the unconscious Hai Tongtian on the stage. His body didn't burn. Immediately after, 12 pairs of eyes stared at Luo Tian with killing intent. It was also at this moment. Whoever dares to touch my boss, I'll kill him. Whoever dares to touch our old ancestor, I'll kill him. Who? The 5th chapter has been delivered. There are more updates today. It will be delivered tonight. Subscribe more, vote more. Old Bull needs it very much, brothers. Chapter 1397. They're here. They're all here. Haijia. They were completely surrounded. Patriarch, it's not good. The north gate has fallen. The south gate has also fallen. The east gate can't hold on any longer. They're all Azure Dragon Warriors. We can't hold them off at all. The west gate is gone. At this moment, the entire Haijia was left with only the martial arts practice field. There were also several thousand allied troops. Hearing this, they all fell into chaos. It wasn't because they were surrounded, but because the people surrounding them were actually from the 4 Divine Beasts clan. How could they appear here? The 4 Divine Beasts continent was tens of millions of kilometers away from here. How could they have arrived in such a short time? Hai Tongtian's face was still a bloody mess. There was no expression on his face. His voice was trembling. Rolling his eyes, he stared at Luo Tian, who was slowly crawling up from the ruins, and said fiercely, "Don't worry about anything else. Kill him first." These people were all here to protect Luo Tian. As long as he died, they definitely wouldn't do anything. The expressions of the 12 Emperor Realm powerhouses surrounding Luo Tian changed slightly. That's right. If they killed Luo Tian, they really wanted to curse Hai Tongtian. That was easy for him to say. Could they kill him? The Blood Demon King stood behind them, glaring like a tiger watching its prey. A little white dog that was even taller than a human. The power coming from its body made them tremble. A group of peak Holy Spirit Realm Saint Knights pointed their spears at their heads. For different directions, the 4 Divine Beast clans each had 10 experts, and they were all in beast form. Would they be able to do anything? Not to mention attack. Now, even if they were asked to move, they wouldn't dare. How could they attack? One by one, they all arrived. Seeing Luo Tian surrounded by a dozen Emperor Realm powerhouses, Little White revealed its 2 fangs and said in a deep voice, "Boss, say the word and I'll eat all of them." "How dare you bully my boss?" Little White was furious. Kai Lin also said, "City Lord, the Paladin Regiment can instantly kill 2 Emperor Realm Masters, as long as you say the word." The Blood Demon King grinned and said, "Master, I've already mostly recovered. I can send these people to heaven by myself." Silly Zhu said, "Young Master, the 4 Divine Beasts clan awaits your orders at all times." Ha! Ha! Boom! The Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger clans had 40 people, and each of them was an incomparably powerful existence. This was the first time they had seen Luo Tian. At first, they didn't believe it, but now they did. Furthermore, he firmly believed it without a doubt. Only a reincarnated ancestor could face 12 Emperor Realm Masters without fear and even smile. An Emperor Realm Master, the strongest realm. How strong was Luo Tian to face 12 people at once? Was it necessary to mobilize so many experts to kill it? It was too unbelievable. The reincarnation of the ancestor is indeed different. Just now, the ancestor of Haijia was killed by him. Isn't that too valiant? The two of them dared to barge into Haijia and even caused two Haijia Emperor Realm Masters to die. The reincarnation of the ancestor is truly formidable. The four divine beasts clan members were all discussing. Hai Tongtian's eyes darkened, and he couldn't help but feel somewhat anxious. Begin. Their Haijia clan still had the absolute advantage, but when facing Luo Tian and the Blood Demon King, they actually couldn't grasp the situation. Now, the four divine beasts clan, the demigod Little White, the Blood Demon King, and the Paladin Regiment from Immeasurable City, the Haijia clan was no match at all. Unless, at this moment, Hai Tongtian couldn't help but raise his head to look at the sky, and then at the unfettered, exalted Celestial. The unfettered, exalted Celestial was the strongest here. With the death of Haimiwu, only he was a peak Emperor Realm Master. He had become the backbone of Haijia. Hai Tongtian asked in a low voice, "Did he say anything?" The unfettered, exalted Celestial didn't say anything. Hai Tongtian's eyes trembled, and then he stepped forward. His teeth were leaking, and his words were rather unclear. For Divine Beasts clan, our Haijia clan doesn't seem to have any enmity with you. There's no need to start a war with our Haijia clan over a piece of trash, right? Why not? When you return, our Haijia clan will gift you with an elemental energy mine, as well as 10 divine artifacts. What do you think? My son is the Haijia Dragon Emperor. He is the son of the heavens. Offending the Haijia clan isn't a very wise thing to do. In addition, my son is currently heading towards Cloud Mist City. When he returns, haha, his tone carried a hint of toughness, using both soft and hard methods. He wanted to use the Crown Prince and the Heavens Tao to intimidate the four Divine Beast clan. However, an old man covered in azure scales walked out from within the Azure Dragon clan. His eyes were slightly savage as he said, "You are the current leader of the Haijia clan, right? From the looks of it, you should have been beaten up by our young clan master, right? All I want to say is, you really did F*** King well. Forget about the Crown Prince. Even if the Heavens Tao descended, our four Divine Beasts clan wouldn't take half a step back." As soon as his words came out, the other 3 clans immediately responded as well. "We definitely won't back down. Anyone who dares to touch our young clan master will be making an enemy out of our 4 Divine Beasts clan. None of the enemies of the 4 Divine Beasts clan have been able to survive in this world. You don't understand our 4 Divine Beasts clan at all." His tone was incomparably tough. He didn't feel any fear at all. A threat? It was completely useless. Hai Tongtian's bloody face twitched slightly. He asked once more, "Exalted Celestial Carefree, what did he say?" "These people are already bullying us. If we don't teach these bumpkins a lesson, they'll really think we're pushovers." Before the Crown Prince left, he said that he was to protect the Haijia clan. But now, when I need him, Hai Tongtian's face was incomparably frantic. The exalted Celestial Carefree frowned slightly. He said in a low voice he didn't say anything. "What do you want me to say? Look at the situation now." The flesh on Hai Tongtian's face twitched once more. He couldn't hold on any longer. If they were to act, the Haijia clan might be completely uprooted. By then, what #1 ancient clan? What hegemon of the Central Plains? They would be nothing more than a joke. A colossal joke. No. Hai Tongtian immediately made his decision. He knelt down, kowtowing heavily, then said, "Tian Lingzi, can you help me? Help the Haijia clan. Help the Crown Prince as well. If you still don't act, then the Haijia clan really will be gone. I beg you." Bang! Hai Tongtian kowtowed heavily once more. The sky was still the same sky. Nothing had changed. There was no sound at all. Luo Tian's heart sank as he looked at the sky. By the looks of it, the hidden powerhouse is none other than Tian Lingzi. I'm afraid this person is the strongest boss here. Is he also the final boss? He's not coming out. Luo Tian grinned slightly. He stood up, patted the dirt off his body, and said, "They're all here. Then let's fight. Kill them all. F***CK, the Haijia clan. The 6th chapter has been delivered. 6 chapters today. I'm a little tired. Let old Bull rest for a few more hours. We'll continue tomorrow. It's going to be a new week soon. Don't forget the tickets." Chapter 1398. Tian Lingzi, Haijia's strongest boss? Why didn't he come out? Luo Tian didn't know, but his purpose today was to defeat the Haijia. Even if the crown prince came, he would defeat the Haijia. Revenge for the innocent people who died in Cloud Mist College. Now, the 4 divine beasts' army came. Xiao Bai also came with Kai Lin and the others. This was Luo Tian's strongest period. If he didn't do something at this time, he would be letting himself down. Immediately, Luo Tian had an arrogant smile on his face as he shouted in a deep voice, "Kill!" Boom! The Blood Demon King took the lead. A huge blood shadow rushed up in an instant and landed directly beside Luo Tian. He glanced around and said in a deep voice, "You were the ones who attacked my boss just now, right?" Before he could finish his words, the Blood Demon King suddenly attacked, and the blood shadow that filled the sky fell heavily. Red Eyebrow's old ancestor and the other 11 Emperor Realm Masters covered their heads and fled. At this time, they didn't dare to resist at all. In front of the Peak Emperor Realm Blood Demon King, they had no room to resist. Luo Tian shouted in a deep voice, "Xiao Bai, don't let any of them escape." Xiao Bai smiled excitedly. "Understood, leave the sky to me." Since they came, none of them should think about leaving. One by one, these people had to pay the price for what they had done. Pum, pum, pum. In 3 directions, 3 bodies fell from the sky and landed at the feet of Luo Tian. One of them was the old ancestor of the royal family. His face was weak, and he looked at Luo Tian and said in a trembling voice, Don't kill me. This was all ordered by Haijia. We were also forced. If we didn't listen to Haijia, our family would be destroyed. I had no choice. Luo Tian, not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian stepped on his head and said gloomily, Haijia ordered you? Now you're lying on the ground and saying that Haijia ordered you to do this? Imperial ancestor, when you killed those innocent students of Cloud Mist College, did you ever think that this day would come? Now you're telling me that you've been forced into a corner? I'll force your ancestors. With a thought, he released the pure strength of his level 8 physical body and punched out. Boom! The ground sunk. Half of the royal family old ancestor's body was blasted inside. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Imperial Family Patriarch for gaining 130,000 experience points, 1 million vitality points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. Congratulations player Ding! Sin points +1, currently 3,000 points. A notification sounded. At the same time, Luo Tian said to Silly Zhu and Karen, Crush all the Alliance army. These people should not live in this world. Luo Tian said to Silly Zhu and Karen, Crush all the Alliance army. These people should not live in this world. Agree. Understood. The 4 divine beasts clan moved. Karen pointed her spear, and the paladin squad immediately summoned the werewolf war horse. Charge! This time the charge wasn't on the ground. It was in the sky. It was a dive. Luo Tian was slightly startled. He thought that after not seeing her for the past few days, Karen had actually displayed the strongest advantage of the werewolf war horse. The force of the dive and the impact on the ground had at least doubled, and he thought to himself, it was a wise choice to bring you back. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, the warriors of the 4 divine beasts clan felt even more stifled. They were all in beast form and were also pure strength. 40 to 50 people rushed into the Alliance army of thousands of people, like tigers entering a sheep pen. In an instant, the Alliance army was scattered. All of a sudden, howls that sounded like pigs being slaughtered rose and fell one after another, constantly sounding out. Death was also constantly happening. Haija, utterly defeated, the situation had taken a huge turn. Of the 15 emperors, only 10 remained. All of them had been killed by Luo Tian, and their experience had almost reached the 4th level of the Holy Spirit level. Of the thousands of Alliance army soldiers, only 1,000 or so remained. These people were surrounded by less than 100 people and had been forced into a corner. They all began to cry and scream for mercy, and some even began to curse Haija. Hai Tong Tian, you old bastard, you've screwed us over. It's all because of you, Haija. All of this is because of you, Haija. Our old ancestor was killed. Hai Tong Tian, you mother of *her, call your son back. The Crown Prince, where is the Crown Prince? Hurry up and call him back. All sorts of curses, all sorts of complaints could be heard. They had thought that they had stood on the right side, that by following Haija they would have meat to eat. But before the meat had even reached their mouths, in less than 10 days they had tasted the consequences of their actions and fallen into a state of death. This was something that they hadn't imagined 10 days ago when they had killed those students of Cloud Mist College. Luo Tian had come too quickly. Moreover, this perverted fellow was simply not human. Hai Tong Tian was still kneeling on the stage, still kowtowing, constantly begging the expert in the void. He was very clear. His son was not in this plane and had entered the cultivation space that the heavenly Tao ancestor had prepared for him. He was unable to contact the Crown Prince, so he could only beg Tian Lingzi. At present, only Tian Lingzi could save Haija, and was also the last straw in his heart. As long as Tian Lingzi made a move, Luo Tian and the others would all die. But Hai Tong Tian could not understand why Tian Lingzi did not make a move. Did he want to see Haija destroyed? Hai Tong Tian begged, Lord Tian Lingzi, I beg you, please save Haija. I beg you to make a move. These people are just ants to you. Please help Haija. The Crown Prince will definitely thank you. At this point, Hai Tong Tian could not care less. As long as Tian Lingzi made a move, the situation would be reversed. The unfettered Sky Sovereign also knelt down heavily and kowtowed. Lord Tian Lingzi, please make a move. Even the unfettered Sky Sovereign, who was at the peak of the Emperor realm, knelt down. The surrounding voices fell silent. They did not know who Tian Lingzi was. They only knew that Haija still had a super expert who had not come out. If this expert could save them, at this moment, those people all knelt down. They said in unison, save us. Luo Tian could not help but look at the void, then at Hai Tong Tian on the stage, and gave Xiao Bai a look. Xiao Bai grinned and said, understood. Then, Xiao Bai released his demigod cultivation and instantly landed on the stage. His sharp claws were like blades as he ruthlessly slapped the back of Hai Tong Tian's head. He shouted, you're the one who bullied my boss, right? Go to hell. As soon as he finished, without waiting for his sharp claws to land, a loud sound suddenly came from the sky. The incomparably dense heavenly energy directly crushed down with the force of thunder. He shouted angrily, enough! The boss was here. The first chapter had been delivered. Brothers, push up the recommendation tickets. The old cow had entered the mad cow mode. He would write with all his might in the morning. Chapter 1399. An angry roar. The power of the Tao of Heaven came crashing down like thunder. Little White. He was instantly sent flying. Boom! He was sent flying thousands of meters away, smashing through more than 10 buildings. Little White was instantly buried in the ruins. Boom! Dust filled the air from the ruins. Whitey shook its head and shook off the dust on its body. It was extremely unhappy and cursed. F***CK. Then, a white figure charged forward. The power of the demigod realm was released, and he charged forward once more. The Blood Demon King's face was filled with shock. He clenched his fists and said, "Demigod realm. This is the power of the demigod realm. Too fierce." The people of the Four Divine Beasts clan were also shocked. They admired Luo Tian even more. The reincarnation of the ancestor was indeed the reincarnation of the ancestor. He was indeed different. Even a demigod realm, otherworldly demon, beast was following him. This was enough to show how awesome the reincarnation of the ancestor was. "Let's see if you can still send me flying this time." Little White shouted in his heart. Being sent flying by a force made him very unhappy. Moreover, he didn't even see a shadow of a person. This made him even more unhappy. As soon as he landed on the stage, he wanted to ruthlessly slap Hai Tong Tian down. "Send me flying again." An angry roar. The full power of the demigod realm was released. Even the unfettered exalted celestial was suppressed to the point where his face turned pale. He couldn't even breathe. Hai Tong Tian was so scared that he wet his pants once more. He cursed all 18 generations of Luo Tian's ancestors in his heart. There was actually such a perverted demon beast. It seemed like Luo Tian was really going to uproot him. However, the sky darkened once more. An angry voice rang out. "I said enough!" Kacha! An incomparably thick bolt of lightning descended. An incomparably thick power of the Tao of heaven descended. Rumble, rumble, rumble. That kind of power caused everyone within 1,000,000 kilometers to feel fear. Countless people even knelt on the ground, as if bowing to the heavens. Luo Tian's mind was shaken as well. He also had the urge to kneel down. If it wasn't for the power of the ancient tree, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. Catherine's paladins. Every single warrior of the Four Divine Beasts clan had ugly looks on their faces. Their bodies were constantly pressed down, and their knees were constantly trembling. Just like Luo Tian, their minds were being suppressed by the power of the heavens, a power that could crush all living beings. However, Demigod Whitey, once again, he was sent flying. This time, no, he was directly blasted out of Misty Cloud City, transforming into a straight line and disappearing into the distance. Half a minute later, a large mountain southeast of Misty Cloud City collapsed with a loud rumble, sending a cloud of dust into the air. It was unknown whether Little White was dead or alive. Strong, too powerful. His strength was boundless. At this moment, a divine light fell from the sky, and a young man in a white robe slowly descended. He didn't stand on the ground, but floated in the air, giving off a feeling of superiority. He disdained to be contaminated by the secular world. He disdained to be on the same ground as Luo Tian and the others. He disdained to give them a single glance. He disdained to be icily arrogant, insufferably arrogant. He didn't have any of these expressions, only coldness. Because in his eyes, Luo Tian and the others couldn't be considered humans at all. They were a bunch of low-level creatures, not even ants. Because, in the eyes of a god, humans were nothing more than sacrifices or low-level creatures. He was a god who didn't belong to the primordial continent. He was someone who truly came from the realm of the gods. A disciple of the Tao of the heavens, Tian Lingzi. He was also the crown prince's senior apprentice brother and his divine envoy. A demigod and a god were two completely different powers. His appearance caused everyone to feel an incomparably powerful pressure. Thud, thud, thud. Quite a few members of the allied army began to stand up. They couldn't help but kneel on the ground, their hearts filled with incomparable sincerity. They constantly kowtowed to Tian Lingzi, to the point where their heads began to bleed, but they continued to kowtow, completely unable to control themselves. Luo Tian and the others were bitterly holding on as well. Their expressions were incomparably unbearable. He had thought that the expert in the void was very strong, but he had never thought that he was a god-rank expert. Moreover, The aura on his body was completely different from the aura on Phoenix Sky Mountain's Holy Maiden. They were both God rank experts, but the aura on Tian Lingzi's body was much stronger than the Holy Maiden's. Because he wasn't someone from the primordial world. He came from the realm of the gods and wasn't restricted by the laws of the primordial world. There was also a powerful reason. He was a disciple of the heavenly Tao. Just based on this point, the restrictions of the primordial world's laws would be much weaker. In front of the heavenly Tao, even the ruler of the laws would have to give way. Tian Lingzi faintly said, "Hai Tong Tian, a small haijia like you has caused so much trouble. If the crown prince wasn't tied down by worldly affairs, he would have already broken through and ascended. I originally didn't want to save your haijia. Your haijia's destruction would instead have a stimulating effect on the crown prince, allowing him to cultivate faster and enter the realm of the gods. If not for the fact that you're the crown prince's father, I wouldn't have bothered at all." Even Tian Lingzi addressed the Sea Emperor Dragon as the crown prince. This was enough to show that the crown prince's position in the heavenly Tao was very high. It was just as he said. He didn't want the crown prince to care too much about the primordial world. He hoped that the crown prince could quickly break through, then leave this low-level world and enter the realm of the gods. Then his mission would be completed. Hai Tong Tian knelt on the ground and said with incomparable humility, "Lord Tian Lingzi is right. After today's matter in Haijia is settled, I will definitely affect the crown prince's cultivation." Tian Lingzi nodded slightly and said, "Before the crown prince left, he asked me to protect Haijia. Since the crown prince asked me to do so, then I will protect him a little." As soon as his voice fell, Tian Lingzi said coldly, "Which one of you is called Luo Tian?" Luo Tian's heart shook. Before he could say anything, Hai Tong Tian suddenly pointed at Luo Tian and said, "Lord Tian Lingzi, he is Luo Tian. He is the one who made Haijia like this." It was as if he was worried that Luo Tian wouldn't admit that he was Luo Tian. It was as if he was afraid that someone would impersonate Luo Tian. As Hai Tong Tian spoke, a smug sneer appeared on his mangled face. He was secretly excited. "Luo Tian, let's see if you can die or not. Let's see what else you can rely on." He was very smug and very excited, in the face of an expert from the realm of the gods. Everyone in the primordial world was an ant. Luo Tian couldn't possibly be Tian Lingzi's opponent. Tian Lingzi looked at Luo Tian and said indifferently, "You stay? Also, a woman called Yi Yunmeng stay. The rest of you can leave." He said indifferently, with an endless crushing divine might, incomparably powerful. At the same time, his body flashed not with the purple golden light of a superboss, but with a kind of holy light. This was a boss halo that Luo Tian had never seen before. If he died, it would definitely... Wah 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 wah. The second chapter has been delivered. Old Bull didn't have a stockpile of manuscripts, so he couldn't update it all at once like other authors. The only thing Old Bull could do was to write a chapter and update it immediately. Brothers, in the new week, Old Bull really needs your support. Requesting firepower. Chapter 1400. Holy Light Boss? This was the first time he had seen it. However, if he wanted to kill this kind of boss, it would definitely be extremely difficult. At the very least, Luo Tian still couldn't think of any way to defeat Tian Lingzi. As soon as Tian Lingzi's voice fell, the space between his brows suddenly moved. "A mere time and space bloodline dares to show off in front of me?" His index finger moved. A ray of divine power burst out, forming a net of power that directly rushed into the space crack, following which Tian Lingzi's index finger gently hooked. Walala, walala, walala. Space was torn apart like a large piece of cloth. In front of him, the ancient continent's spatial laws were like decorations, completely useless. In an instant, Yunmeng was pulled out. Huang Fuye was also pulled out. Lu Zhan was also pulled out. The last one to come out was Huang Fuju. He tried his best, but in front of a divine realm ranker, he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Bam! Bam! With a few explosive sounds, the three of them fell from the sky. Tian Lingzi moved slightly again, and with a hook of his index finger, he lifted Yi Yunmeng into the air. Luo Tian frowned. He could not let Yi Yunmeng fall into the hands of the Haijia people again. He moved his feet, moonlit step. However, not waiting for him to jump up, a burst of divine might instantly came crashing down. Just stay at the side obediently. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian was directly crushed to the ground. The speed was too fast, too fierce. Luo Tian didn't even have time to react. His face turned gloomy. This power, too fierce. With my current cultivation, I'm not his opponent at all. The Fair family actually has such an abnormal person. A divine realm ranker can directly sweep through the entire continent. Tian Lingzi swung his right hand, and Yi Yunmeng, who was in midair, was thrown onto the stage. He said to Hai Tong Tian, "She is the crown prince's woman. If you dare to touch her again, don't blame me for being impolite. Even if you are his father, I will still kill you." His voice was filled with cold killing intent. Hai Tong Tian was so scared that his body trembled. He immediately said, "Sir, please don't worry. I will definitely not touch her again." Was a woman that important? A matter of face? Or was there some other reason? Hai Tong Tian didn't know, but Tian Lingzi did. Luo Tian got up from the ground. "Did I ask you to get up? Keep lying down." Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and an extremely powerful pressure descended once more. The pressure of the heavenly Tao was as strong as the heavens and as deep as the earth. No matter how powerful Luo Tian was, he was no match for it. However, Luo Tian was unhappy. Very unhappy. He was unhappy. But Hai Tong Tian laughed complacently. "Luo Tian, now you have become a dead dog, right? In front of a divine stage ranker. You are just an ant, ha ha ha. Just wait to be crushed, ha ha ha." Tian Lingzi said, slightly, "If you can live, you should cherish your life. The crown prince is an existence that you will never be able to shake in your entire life. Originally, your life was left for the crown prince, but in order to give him more time to cultivate, I will do it for him." It was an understatement. He did not take Luo Tian seriously at all. Then, Tian Lingzi's palm moved, and with a flip of his right hand, a powerful divine might soared into the sky, forming a huge vortex in the sky. In the center of the vortex, an incomparably huge palm print descended. Heaven palm. Hula! Hula! The wind howled and the world was dark. Luo Tian was crushed to the point that he was unable to move. His eyes slightly raised, and facing the palm print descending from the sky, he gritted his teeth. "Azure dragon, come out! White tiger, come out! Vermilion bird, black tortoise, come out!" Roar! Roar, roar, for divine beasts broke out from his body, and on Luo Tian's left and right, the powerful four divine beasts roared towards the heavens, then merged together, forming a single four divine beasts. Without waiting for Luo Tian's orders, they flew into the sky, charging towards that palm print. The faces of the warriors of the four divine beasts clan shook. For divine beasts, azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise, they had merged into one, the reincarnation of the old ancestor. It had to be the reincarnation of the old ancestor. At this moment, the Blood Demon King was startled, then charged forward as well. "Anyone who dares to touch my master shall be killed without mercy." Silly Zhu roared loudly, "Protect the old ancestor!" Kill! Everyone charged forward, all for the sake of protecting Luo Tian. Divine explosion. Ah! With a furious roar, Luo Tian crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. His body was trembling, and the powerful pressure of the Tao of the heavens was like a peerless force crushing down on his heart. It was abnormally uncomfortable. His knees repeatedly bent, then repeatedly straightened. His eyes stared at the high and mighty Tianlingzi, and he let out a deep roar. "I will definitely kill you!" His mind was frantically spinning. He was frantically pondering. At this moment, a deity-level expert had appeared. There had to be a way to kill him. There had to be a way. What was it? What was it? Luo Tian frantically pondered. He frantically checked the system, checked his spiritual treasures. There had to be a way to kill Tianlingzi. He definitely couldn't fall here. He still had to uproot the Haijia and get revenge on the Crown Prince. He definitely couldn't fall here. What was it? Bang, 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 under the heavenly palm. The warriors of the 4 divine beasts clan fell one after another. One after another they fell from the sky. However, one after another they went up. In order to protect Luo Tian, in order to block a trace of the power of the heavenly palm. Rumble! Rumble! The Blood Demon King's enormous body also fell. The wounds on his body split open again, and blood gushed out like a fountain. His face was incomparably pale, and he roared, "Ah!" He propped himself up with his feet. He went up again. He couldn't hold on for long. Tianlingzi's cultivation was too strong. They couldn't shake him. Peak Emperor Realm experts couldn't even hold on for a second. What kind of power could kill him? Suddenly, Luo Tian saw a divine spark in the interspatial ring. He took it out, and his heart tightened. As long as he swallowed the divine spark, he would immediately become a first-rank deity and obtain the power of divinity. However, his cultivation would remain as a first-rank deity for the rest of his life. He would never be able to break through again. Should he swallow the divine spark? Huang Fuju's eyebrows twitched, and he suddenly said, "Divine spark!" Lu Zhan glanced at Luo Tian and said heavily, "Boss, let me do it!" As he spoke, regardless of whether Luo Tian agreed or not, he directly snatched the divine spark and swallowed it. Crack! There was an explosion in the sky, and a bolt of lightning directly descended, exploding above Lu Zhan's head. Tianlingzi was slightly shocked. He actually swallowed the divine spark. At this moment, an explosion sounded from the mountain ruins southeast of Misty Cloud City. F*CK, your grandmother's leg. I don't believe that I can't kill you. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. I will continue to update in the afternoon. I don't know if I can see it, but I still want to thank and read Rich I'm Willful for his tips and monthly votes. Similarly, I want to thank QQ Read, Chijian's readers, for their tips and monthly votes. With you brothers, why would I worry about not being able to explode my chrysanthemum? Let's explode even more fiercely. Chapter 1401. The sky changed color. Elemental energy exploded. All of the energy in the world seemed to be attacking Lu Zhan's body. Chi, chi, chi. Lu Zhan's body emitted the sound of cold water dripping onto a piece of red-hot metal. White smoke came out from his nose, and white smoke came out from his ears as well. His entire body was emitting white smoke from burning energy, and the aura he released gradually increased. Kacha! Lu Zhan took a step forward, and the ground shook. He clenched his fists, and a burst of energy shot out from the gaps in his fists, directly shattering the space around him. Right now, he was like a valiant general. That appearance, that expression, that body emitting white smoke from burning energy. He was simply too handsome. If there were many infatuated girls present, they would definitely be screaming. If there was ever a time in this fatty's life when he was the most handsome, it would be right now. Only his head buzzed. A powerful divine power exploded out from that divine spark, causing him to wildly grow stronger. He couldn't feel how valiant he was at all. The only thing he could feel was power, as though he could control a tangible power. He raised his eyes. Lu Zhan let out a deep roar. "Move aside, let me do it." Bang! His right foot stepped forward. A deep hole appeared beneath his feet, and a ripple of energy shot out from the surroundings. Even Luo Tian was unable to stand steadily. feeling a bit uncomfortable from the impact of this energy. He was shocked as well. He had seen Little White devour a divine spark before, but Little White didn't react at all, only burping. However, Lu Zhan devouring a divine spark was completely different. That valiance, it was enough to make others drool in envy. In the primordial continent, in the past 10,000 years, no one had broken through and ascended. In terms of becoming a deity-level expert, this fatty was the first to do so. Swish, swish, swish! The sound of space shattering could be heard. One circle, one circle, one circle. It was as though Lu Zhan wasn't flying up, but rather smashing through space and passing through it, landing in front of Tian Lingzi's heavenly palm. Fatty Lu said in an incomparably cool manner, "Brothers, leave the rest to me." The warriors of the 4 divine beasts clan retreated. The Blood Demon King retreated as well. And the 4 divine beasts retreated as well. The speed at which the heavenly palm descended suddenly increased, arriving in front of Fatty Lu in the blink of an eye. Phew! Fatty Lu moved in the air and grabbed with his right hand. God's might staff. Boom, boom, boom! In the blink of an eye, it turned into an incomparably thick staff made of divine power. Then, a divine light was released from his chest. He gripped the staff tightly with both hands and leaped into the air above the heaven palm. Break! Boom! The club smashed down. The scene was just like Sun Wukong. A single staff split the mountain, the river. The sky was split open. The sky was split open. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The sky was split open. 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 The sky emitted a painful groan, and the people of the Fair family were trembling nonstop. Kacha! 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 The dense power of the heaven palm shattered violently. But it did not shatter instantly. Fatty Lu was incomparably domineering. He put away the divine might staff and smashed it down once again. Break! 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 Bang, bang, bang! Dozens of cudgels smashed down in a row. The might of the heavenly palm was like a stray dog that had lost its master. Strands of energy were frantically leaking like a leaking balloon. It was forcibly shattered into pieces by Lu Zhan. Luo Tian's mind was no longer under the pressure of the heavenly palm. Powerful, domineering to the point of being a mess, Fatty Lu fiercely erupted once again. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Luo Tian. Luo Tian grinned excitedly and said, "This Fatty, too powerful. This is the power of the divine spark, an existence that can definitely sweep through. It's too powerful. I've never seen such violent power. Ha ha ha. Brother Fatty, you're mighty and domineering." Hai Tongtian's expression was very ugly. He really couldn't understand. He hadn't seen Luo Tian for just 10 days. Where did he get the divine spark from? Putting aside the fact that there was a demigod, there was also a god-level expert now. Was he really going to overturn the 18 generations of Haijia's ancestors? Hai Tongtian looked at the calm and composed Tian Lingzi floating in the air. Right now, he was Haijia's only hope. He prayed in his heart, "Please don't abandon Haijia. Please don't abandon Haijia. Haijia can't be destroyed in my hands. I can't become the sinner of Haijia." Immediately after, Hai Tongtian knelt and said, "Lord Tian Lingzi," not waiting for him to finish. Lu Zhan's mighty cudgel swept out and pointed at Tian Lingzi in the air. He said arrogantly, "You dare to touch my boss? Have you asked me?" With a sweep of his divine power, he directly attacked Tian Lingzi. Tian Lingzi sneered in disdain. Looking at the incoming divine power, he gently flicked his index finger. The divine power released by Fatty Lu was like dust in front of him. With a light flick, it was formless and completely crushed. "You dare to be so arrogant with the power of a mere rank 1 god? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Tian Lingzi was calm and indifferent, but his tone was filled with contempt. He didn't put Lu Zhan in his eyes at all. He continued, "It's just a rank 1 godhead. In the divine domain, no one would devour this kind of godhead. Devouring a godhead will cause one to remain in the same realm forever, unable to advance. Moreover, the godhead you devoured didn't completely absorb the power within. In front of me, you are no different from them. Ant. An indifferent sentence. Tian Lingzi's aura was simply too strong. Luo Tian was also shocked. Fatty Lu was indeed powerful and possessed divine power. However, just as Tian Lingzi said, devouring godhead would cause one's cultivation to stagnate forever. Moreover, after devouring a godhead, one wouldn't be able to fully absorb the power within. At most, one would only be able to absorb 80% of the godhead's power. However, in the ancient continent, a godhead's value was priceless. A single godhead could cause an incomparably huge war. Devouring a godhead was the dream of any martial artist because it meant eternal life, an undying lifespan. And Fatty Lu's entire body was filled with an inexhaustible amount of power. He was immediately annoyed by Tian Lingzi's words. He waved his staff and roared, "Then I will show you what is called the power of an ant. Divine might like the sea, explode for me." Rumble. A burst of divine power erupted, forming a sea. Fatty Lu moved, his staff smashing down on Tian Lingzi's head. At this time, a white figure flew over from the distance. His entire body was like purple crystal, and he fiercely roared, "This daddy will kill you!" The 4th chapter has been delivered. The afternoon update will begin. Brothers, if you have tickets, please support it. Chapter 1402. Demigod Realm. First Stage Deity Realm. Fatty's and Whitey's attacks were imbued with immense divine power, almost at the same time. Both of them attacked Tian Lingzi at the same time. Tian Lingzi did not panic at all. His face was still calm, without the slightest ripple. Facing the two of them, he placed one hand on his back and moved his right hand, saying indifferently, "Dealing with 2 ants, one hand is a bit redundant." Boom! Heavenly shield. Opening his 5 fingers, a stream of heavenly Tao power surged out, instantly condensing into a light shield. The light shield quickly expanded, and in the blink of an eye it was like a huge wall. Boom! Clang! Whitey and Fatty Lu's attacks smashed onto the heavenly shield. It made a deafening sound. However, the heavenly shield did not have a trace of damage, completely blocking the attacks of the two. Their eyes sank, and their hearts were secretly shocked. Tian Lingzi's power is really too strong. Heavenly Tao, is this the power of Heavenly Tao? In a flash, Tian Lingzi's 5 fingers moved again. Keep! The heavenly shield disappeared. Lifting his foot slightly, a thought attack directly landed on Fatty's head. Fatty Lu's heart trembled as he raised his head slightly. Without waiting for him to speak, Tian Lingzi smiled coldly. "Too slow!" Boom! Yi Futian stomped down on Lu Zhan's head. The power of the heavenly path directly penetrated Lu Zhan's physical body. Lu Zhan was like a cannonball that fell from the sky, heavily bombarding the ground. A huge crater appeared in the ground. The bottom of the pit could not be seen at all. Lu Zhan's life or death was unknown. Whitey opened its mouth and roared, its entire body glowing with purple crystal light. It opened its mouth and released a powerful suction force. However, Tian Lingzi's feet moved again, too weak. Another kick. Boom! Before Whitey could release its ability, it was sent flying again. This time, it rolled crazily on the ground in a straight line. All the buildings in the straight line were destroyed, and it flew tens of thousands of meters away before finally crashing into the city wall of misty Cloud City. The city wall also collapsed, burying it in the ruins once again. 2 moves, defeated in 1 move, and it was with only 1 hand. He did not use his full strength at all. Tian Lingzi's cultivation was no longer something that the primordial continent could withstand. After he sent Little White flying, his eyes turned cold. He stared at Luo Tian and said coldly, "Do you think you can stop me with this power? You're overestimating yourselves. In front of God, you're nothing more than a speck of dust. You're just ants. Do you understand?" His voice was like a thunderclap, crazily crushing Luo Tian's mind. His mind was trembling, and even the ancient tree was greatly affected. It could not withstand the trembling and began to sway. Valiant, Tian Lingzi's power was too strong. The whole of Haijia suddenly fell silent. Everyone was shocked by Tian Lingzi's divine power. After listening for a while, Hai Tong Tian laughed excitedly. At first he was worried that Tian Lingzi would not be a match for him, but now it seemed that there was no need to worry at all. This guy was too abnormal and too awesome. What fatty who devoured godheads? What demigod realm demonic beast? They were all trash in front of him. Tian Lingzi looked at Luo Tian with contempt and said, "The crown prince is the son of the heavens. What qualifications do a mortal like you have to compete with him for a woman? What qualifications do you have to compare with him? Luo Tian, you're too weak. If it weren't for the crown prince, I wouldn't even bother to kill you, because you don't even have the qualifications to be killed by me. Do you understand?" Pure, undisguised disdain. It was a kind of crushing. He didn't even have the qualifications to die in his hands. How much contempt did he have for Luo Tian? Luo Tian clenched his fists, clenched them, and clenched them again. He gritted his teeth, and his heart was filled with rage, but he could not say a word. His cultivation was far from Tian Lingzi's. He was an existence that could not be shaken. He was crushed in all ways. He was bullied in all ways. Yun Meng was snatched away in front of him. Who could endure this kind of anger? Boom! Luo Tian's fist shook. God burst. Boom! Azure dragon, black tortoise, white tiger, vermilion bird come out together. Boom! The four divine beasts wrapped around his body and let out a heavy roar. Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "Ancient tree, release all your power for me!" Boom, boom, boom. There was another explosion in his body. Luo Tian's body turned red as if he was burning in flames. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression became incomparably ferocious. He said word by word, "No qualifications? Then I'll let you know what qualifications are." Boom! The power immediately exploded, and Luo Tian took a heavy step forward, causing the earth to shake. The expressions of the Emperor Realm rankers changed drastically. Even the unfettered Sky Sovereign, who was at the peak of the Emperor Realm, could not help but be secretly shocked. What a strong, explosive power! This Luo Tian is truly a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. What a pity! It's a pity that he offended the crown prince. Tian Lingzi snorted disdainfully and said, "Trash is trash. This little bit of strength is simply too weak." Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of a thunderous collision suddenly rang out from the depths of the ground. Next, F*CK, your ancestor. You can talk about anyone, but you can't talk about my boss. The ground cracked open, and Fatty Lu rushed out, his entire body covered in green divine power. He held the rainbow bow in his right hand and moved his left hand. Hao Yan's divine power, binding arrow. An arrow shot out. It was also at this moment. Xiao Bai burst out at the same time, instantly landing beside Tian Lingzi. He opened his mouth and moved. "Endless devour, absorb for me!" Rumble, rumble. The binding arrow turned into a divine power that wrapped around Tian Lingzi, while Xiao Bai's endless devour firmly sucked Tian Lingzi in. For a moment, Tian Lingzi frowned and roared out, "You reckless thing!" Lu Zhan shouted, "Boss!" Xiao Bai also followed and said, "Boss!" Tian Lingzi was unable to move for a moment. However, there was only a little bit of time. At this moment, without needing them to shout, Luo Tian knew what to do. With a move of his hands, he directly summoned the black dragon divine sword, and with the sword soaring into the sky, he drew the power of the 9 heavens. The azure dragon soared into the sky, and with a dragon's roar, it rushed into the black dragon divine sword. The vermilion bird soared, crying blood as it flew into the divine sword. White tiger, black tortoise, the 4 divine beasts all rushed into the black dragon divine sword. The ancient tree shook violently. 18,000 leaves fell down and exploded on Luo Tian's mind. The arrogant ancient power flowed through Luo Tian's arms like a tide and continuously poured into the black dragon divine sword. 8th level, fleshly body. The power of the purple gold sacred body erupted. Luo Tian was trembling. The power was trembling. The sky above Haijiao was also trembling, and the power was like an ocean in a hurricane that was churning endlessly. Luo Tian aimed at the center of Tian Lingzi's brows and slashed down. "I will let you know what qualifications are." The 5th chapter was delivered. Before 7 o'clock, there was still the 6th chapter. Brothers, can you give me a little more support, a little more firepower, so that the old cow will be more motivated to write? Chapter 1403. The sword chopped down. It was as though it could destroy the heavens and the earth. This was Luo Tian's most powerful sword attack. He had unleashed all of his power. This was his only chance. Lu Zhan began to laugh excitedly. Little White was the same. This sword attack was simply too powerful. It would definitely kill Tian Lingzi. The warriors of the 4 divine beasts clan all began to seethe with excitement. To be able to utilize the bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts to such a level, he truly is the reincarnation of the old ancestor. Too powerful. Can he even be considered human? Huang Fuju revealed a smile as well. "Luo Tian, you've truly grown." Huang Fuyi giggled. "I can now make you the vice captain of the pretty girls' squad, hee." Some people were happy, while others were worried. Haijiao was deathly silent. The power of this sword attack had destroyed all of their confidence. In their hearts, Luo Tian was no longer human. He was a complete monster. A monster that they had no way of knowing exactly how powerful he was. A 3rd level Holy Spirit was actually able to unleash such terrifying power. Was he even human? Hai Tong Tian gulped, his body beginning to tremble slightly. If Tian Lingzi died, then what would happen to him? He didn't dare to think about it. In his heart, he prayed, "Please don't let anything happen to him. Heavens, please protect me." Rumble, a deep, heavy sound of a bell rang out. Rumble. Immediately after, another one rang out. That sword slashed through the void, shattering the surrounding space into pieces. However, it was quickly repairing itself. And Tian Lingzi had been knocked into the void by that sword attack as well. Dead. Or not dead. Little White didn't know. Lu Zhan didn't know either. But Luo Tian knew. The system didn't sound out any notifications. This meant that Tian Lingzi hadn't died yet. At this moment, hearing the ear-piercing sound of a bell, Luo Tian's heart tightened. He secretly cried out, "Not good!" "Run!" With a loud roar, Luo Tian roared towards Lu Zhan and Lu Zhan. "Quick, run!" Rumble, buzz. The ringing of the bell became louder and louder, and it also became more and more ear-piercing. While Lu Zhan and Little White were still laughing excitedly, the space was suddenly torn apart, and a huge heavenly Tao bell appeared on Tian Lingzi's body. However, his forehead was dripping with blood, his hair was messy, and his clothes were tattered. He looked very miserable. At this moment, Tian Lingzi was thoroughly enraged. His eyes widened in anger. "Wanna run? All of you die." Boom! The bell of heavenly Tao descended and instantly bound Lu Zhan. Tian Lingzi frowned and muttered a series of incomprehensible words. Then he shouted, "Refine!" The bell of heavenly Tao began to spin rapidly under the giant bell. There were no wounds on Lu Zhan's body, but blood kept gushing out from his veins. His body was cracking, and his sea of consciousness was exploding. Lu Zhan couldn't use any of his strength and was completely suppressed. Everything in his body was rapidly draining away. He was about to be refined. Buzz! Tian Lingzi opened his left hand and unleashed another bell of heavenly Tao. Luo Tian shouted at Little White, "Run, run!" Little White smiled at Luo Tian and didn't run, because he knew that he couldn't escape at all. His heart was also deathly silent. Tian Lingzi's cultivation was too strong. Even if they gave it their all, they wouldn't be a match for him. He tried his best. He really tried his best. It was still not enough. It really wasn't enough. The difference was too great. Little White grinned and said, "Boss, thank you for bringing me through such an exciting period of time. Thank you, this life is enough." Ha ha ha. Tian Lingzi come ha ha. Buzz! Little White was covered by the bell of heavenly Tao. Just like Lu Zhan, blood essence was constantly flying out from his body. All the energy in his body was constantly being refined by a powerful force. It was as if they were in a pill furnace. The torturous pain could not be described with words. Buzz! Buzz! The two bells of heavenly Tao were spinning crazily. In less than a moment, Lu Zhan's face was pale, and he had already fainted. His body was shrinking rapidly. Little White was about the same. The bell of heavenly Tao could refine everything. To the warriors of the ancient continent, they simply couldn't escape from the bell of heavenly Tao. If he wasn't angered, if he wasn't blasted into the void by Luo Tian's sword, he wouldn't have taken out the bell of heavenly Tao. Now, he was enraged. Then everyone had to die. Tian Lingzi's long hair fluttered in the wind. His body was filled with endless killing intent. He took a step forward and instantly landed in front of Luo Tian. The two of them were less than half a meter apart. Tian Lingzi said gloomily, "You have made me very angry, so I will not use the bell of heavenly Tao to refine you. I will slowly ravage you, slowly torture you. I will let you taste the most painful way to die in the world." Then, as soon as he finished speaking, Tian Lingzi's fingernails moved and a force directly bound Luo Tian. Then, another force, like a sharp dagger, appeared in front of Luo Tian's eyes. Tian Lingzi said with a gloomy smile, "I will first dig out your eyes and let you know that there are some people you can't afford to offend in this lifetime." Luo Tian's mind trembled. His body didn't move as he watched Lu Zhan and Little White's bodies crazily shrink. Seeing his two brothers fall in front of him and him not being able to save them, the feeling of powerlessness in his heart made him feel incomparably uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. So tired, I am really too tired. I am also not his opponent. Tian Lingzi is really too strong. I am not his opponent at the same level as him. So tired. Luo Tian's inner battle intent was fading. He was really tired, not just a little tired. Ever since he transmigrated to the profound sky continent, his nerves had been tense and he had been desperately cultivating. Who could soar from a warrior realm to the saint spirit realm in less than 10 years? Not even the crown prince could do it. He had constantly worked hard, constantly risked his life, risking his life to protect everyone by his side. However, this time he truly was unable to do it. It was too hard. He really wanted to have a good sleep. The Blood Demon King took a step forward, roaring, "Release my master! You are seeking death." Tian Lingzi's right hand moved, and a surge of divine power came crashing down, directly crushing the Blood Demon King to the ground, who spat out a large mouthful of blood. Huang Fuju activated his bloodline. Space-time teleportation. Huang Fuju suddenly moved, disappearing into the spatial rift. In an instant, he appeared by Luo Tian's side, calling out loudly, "Luo Tian," before he had even appeared. Tian Lingzi stretched his hand into the spatial rift. F*CK off to the side. The warriors of the Four Divine Beasts clan charged forward as well. They charged forward with no regard for their lives. One by one, they fell down, shouting and yelling. Huang Fuye's voice was hoarse from crying, but she was still frantically shouting, Luo Tian, wake up! Wake up! Hurry up and think of something. Otherwise you'll die. Hurry up and run. Hurry up and run. Yunmeng was the same. She cried loudly as well. Luo Tian, you definitely have a way. You definitely have a way. In the distance, suddenly a white figure descended. Seeing Luo Tian, who had completely lost his will to battle, Chan suddenly shouted loudly, Luo Tian, you still want to go save my big sister? Hurry up and get yourself together. Beat this fellow so badly that even his mother won't recognize him. Luo Tian's eyes suddenly flickered. When he thought of Li Shuer, his will to battle surged. He glanced at the system, staring at the 3,000 sin points, and a grim, death-like smile appeared on his face. Chapter 6, Delivery. His arm was sore, and the skin on his index finger felt like it was about to break. It hurt. It was very uncomfortable, and just like Luo Tian, very tired. However, what Old Bull wanted to say was that there would be an update tonight. Please support. Powerful support. Chapter 1404. No one can save you. As long as I want to kill someone, no one can save them. Luo Tian. It's your honor to die in my hands. Tian Lingzi sent one person after another flying, and in the end, only Luo Tian was left. The divine power on his finger turned into a sharp dagger, and gently waved it in front of Luo Tian's eyes and said with a smile, No matter how many people come, Luo Tian, take a good look at this world. You'll never see it again. Is that so? Suddenly, Luo Tian said in a gloomy voice. The corners of his mouth curled up into a grim smile. Tian Lingzi's heart trembled. With a move of his finger, the sharp divine power directly pierced into Luo Tian's eyes at this moment. Luo Tian suddenly roared, Come out! What came out? He didn't know, because there was no system prompt. However, last time it was 100 sin points that summoned the underworld god Lucifer. This time it was 3,000 points. What did he summon? I don't know. The only thing Luo Tian knew was that this time he would not hold back at all. He wanted to settle the old score together with the new one. He wanted to completely expose all of Tian Lingzi's shit. That was what he wanted to do now. Tian Lingzi sneered and said, It's useless, no power is a match for me. Luo Tian, just accept your fate. You brought all of this upon yourself. Thinking about how he was blasted into the void by Luo Tian's sword just now, and how he was in an extremely sorry state, he felt extremely unhappy in his heart. His fingertips moved. Crack, bam! The binding divine power on Luo Tian's body shattered. Tian Lingzi's eyes turned sinister. Although this divine power wasn't strong, it was still a divine power. With Luo Tian's cultivation, it was impossible for him to break free, let alone shatter the divine power, without waiting for him to react. Luo Tian's body crazily changed. Kacha kacha! Kacha kacha! Kacha kacha! Circles appeared on top of his head. His body continued to grow bigger and bigger until it reached the clouds. His body began to glow with boundless Buddha light. The light of the sacred Buddha lit up the entire ancient continent. He moved his index finger. He pinched it lightly. His earlobes reached his shoulders, and his face was filled with a peaceful aura. Its appearance was extremely domineering. No one knew what this was. How did Luo Tian become like this? This was not the transformation technique that he used. They didn't know. However, the powerhouses of Shini continent that was tens of millions of kilometers away knew. Furthermore, at this moment, all the martial artists in Shini continent knelt down and worshipped. They were incomparably pious because this was their divine ancestor. Tathagata Buddha, Luo Tian was in an uproar. He had never imagined that his 3,000 sin points would summon Buddha. One was a Buddhist sage, while the other had 3,000 sin points. One had to know that he had to kill 3,000 sin points to accumulate that amount. Now the two were complete opposites. This Luo Tian couldn't figure it out. However, He didn't have the time to think too much about it. I'm going to send all these people to hell. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Tathagata Buddha's light breathing attracted tens of thousands of thunder, exploding in midair. His eyes moved slightly as he stared at Tian Lingzi. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Tian Lingzi's body sank, and he was directly crushed to the ground. He couldn't move. He really couldn't move at all. What is this? What exactly is this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In a lower plane like the ancient continent, no one can stop me. No one, absolutely no one is my opponent. Tian Lingzi was crushed to the ground, his face pressed against the ground, constantly releasing the power of the heavenly Tao. He wanted to stand up, but he couldn't. The pressure of the Buddha was too strong, and he couldn't even withstand a glance. Fear rose from the depths of his heart. Facing this incomparably powerful force, facing this force that he had never seen before, Tian Lingzi's face turned pale. What exactly was it? Buddha light fills the sky. Could it be the Buddha of Shini continent? Good heavens! How can there be so much power? Tian Lingzi's shit is about to be crushed out of him. Too powerful. The young master is mighty. The warriors of the 4 Divine Beast clan were all in an uproar. The Blood Demon King, Huang Fuju, and the others crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. Staring at the enormous Buddha in the sky, their hearts grew excited, and their faces grew excited as well. Master, too powerful. He really was too powerful. Huang Fuju said excitedly as well, Luo Tian, you are an absolute mystery. You're actually able to release such a powerful force. Even deities have been crushed to a pulp. This is too awesome. Ha ha ha. Tian Lingzi tilted his head, staring at the sky. He roared loudly, Luo Tian, this isn't your power at all. I don't believe you can kill me, nor do I believe you dare to kill me. I am a disciple of the heavenly Tao. Even the chief sovereigns of the deities are nothing more than ants in front of the heavenly Tao. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, the heavenly Tao won't spare you. Ha ha ha! He began to laugh wildly. However, without waiting for him to speak, Luo Tian said angrily, I like it when you're arrogant. The more arrogant you are, the more fun it will be for me to step on you. As soon as he finished, with a sudden movement of his thick palm, Luo Tian continued, Shout, continue shouting. Rumble. A palm struck down. A 5-finger, deep pit appeared on the ground. The clothes on Tian Lingzi's body were directly crushed into powder. His entire body was drenched in blood, and his hair had fallen off. He looked extremely miserable. What deities? He was now even worse than a beggar on the streets. He was crushed like this with a single palm. Moreover, Tian Lingzi was completely unable to release any power to resist. The disparity was too great. Being crushed to death, Tian Lingzi screamed in pain and also roared loudly, You dare! You dare! My master will your sister? Another palm came crashing down. Luo Tian's voice was ice cold and said, Didn't you want to dig out my eyes? Now let me take another look at this world, because you won't be able to see what this world looks like soon. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A sharp force streaked across the palm of his hand. It directly dug out Tian Lingzi's eyeballs. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. Tian Lingzi screamed in pain. He no longer had any of the contempt, indifference, and arrogance he had at the beginning. There was only fear, incomparable fear. Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of phlegm and said, Deities? All right. His heart was also secretly excited, and he thought to himself, 3,000 sin points to summon the Buddha Lord. This is too awesome. I'm not playing with you anymore. Now it's time to send you to see your heavenly Tao master. Luo Tian's voice sank, and then the 2 palms joined together. An array of holy light burst out from his body. Die! The 7th chapter has been delivered. Brothers, in front of us is the potato's chrysanthemum. That's right. It's the heavenly silkworm potato that wrote battle through the heavens, Marshal Inyang. This is a great god. Can you kill him for me? Old Cow will have no regrets in this life. There are only 35 votes left. Brothers, let's charge. Chapter 1405. Explode. Buddha's palm. A palm pressed down. Heaven and earth cracked, and the winds and clouds changed. A powerful force poured down, and before it landed, it had already entered Tianlingzi's sea of consciousness. The powerful pressure crushed him, making him unable to move, and he was in extreme pain. However, it was Luo Tian who had to bear the pain of being crushed. Now it was himself. Tianlingzi's body and voice were trembling. He hysterically roared, "Luo Tian, the heavenly Tao will not let you go. The crown prince will not let you go either. Just you wait, just you wait." Ah! Screams of pain could be heard everywhere. Tianlingzi couldn't bear it. He was a god-ranked expert from the god's domain. He had thought that he would be the strongest existence in the primordial continent. However, he had never imagined that a powerhouse from an unknown plane would appear out of nowhere. Just a single aura was enough to make him lie on the ground, unable to get up. This feeling was really unbearable. However, he could already feel his life draining away, his sea of consciousness collapsing, and a chill began to rise up in his heart. He looked at Luo Tian with an unconvinced look in his eyes, his teeth clenched, but there was nothing he could do. He could only shout, "I'll be waiting for you on the road to the underworld. It won't be long before you come down to accompany me. Ha ha ha! Luo Tian, no matter how powerful you are still no match for the crown prince. He will ruthlessly trample on you. Just you wait. The crown prince's bloodline and his status will crush you 10,000 times. Ha ha ha, just you wait." How strong was the crown prince? Luo Tian didn't know. He didn't want to know now. There was only one thought in Luo Tian's mind. "You're still shooting your mouth off here. Just shut up for a bit." Explode. The Buddha's palm fell. Crack. Rumble. Rumble. Tianlingzi's body was torn apart, and his sea of consciousness collapsed. His mind was dead, and his aura was gone. Death. Dead. He was killed by a single palm strike. The system beeped. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Tianlingzi, for obtaining 25 billion experience points and 100,000 vitality points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the rank 1 deity divinity. Will you devour it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Bell of Heaven. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Heavenly Energy. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Skywheel Shuttle. The system beeped non-stop. Ding. Sin +1. Currently at 1 point. His sin value was reset to 0. Ding, ding, ding. The system beeped continuously. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Holy Level 4. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Holy Level 5. Congratulations! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Holy Level 8. 25 billion experience points. Leveling up 5 times in a row. This amount of experience points was simply too awesome. Luo Tian looked at the long string of zeros and counted them wrong several times. Only when the system beeped that he had leveled up 5 times did he realize that he had 25 billion experience points. He was now only 2 levels away from the Emperor Realm. That was 100 million primordial energy points. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of Yuan Qi. His Yuan Qi was like a vast ocean that could never be used up. At the same time, the ancient tree shook violently and suddenly exerted its strength. Before Tianlingzi's soul could disappear, it directly swallowed his soul. In an instant, the towering tree shook violently and emitted waves of whistling sounds. The small, white flowers that bloomed rapidly grew larger and then withered rapidly. During this process, they quickly formed fruits. Young fruits. The ancient tree bore fruit. The cyan fruits were covered with various strange lines, like runes, but also like something else. Looking at these small cyan fruits, Luo Tian couldn't help but think of the devil fruit of One Piece, and he couldn't help but say in his heart, "My God, these fruits aren't all devil fruits, right? Eating just one pill would give one a supernatural ability or special ability. If that's the case, then isn't this too awesome?" Shortly after, Luo Tian opened the system to check the items that had just dropped. Item: Bell of Heavenly Tao Grade. Description: Condensed from the power of the Heavenly Tao, it is divided into two parts. To be able to use them at the same time requires supreme power. The user will need to consume a large amount of Yuan Qi. The longer it is used, the more Yuan Qi it will consume. This divine item can chase and refine everything in the ancient continent for thousands of miles. Good stuff. Luo Tian was secretly excited. After Tian Lingzi's Bell of Heavenly Tao was dropped by him, the Bell of Heavenly Tao on Xiao, Bai, and Fatty Lu's body disappeared. Their bodies were extremely weak, but their lives were not in danger. Luo Tian also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If he delayed for another half a minute, the two of them would have been refined. Item: Power of the Heavenly Tao Grade. Description: One-time use can save one's life, can also be used to attack. A faint ball of light floated in his mind. Luo Tian secretly said, "This is the power of the Heavenly Tao." The idea moved. He wanted to merge with the power of the Heavenly Tao to see how strong it was. However, before his idea could even get close, it was crushed into powder. He secretly clicked his tongue. What a strong power! Item: Heavenly Wheel Shuttle Grade. Description: A flying item that can carry one person and travel through the void. With a thought, it can travel 1,000 miles. This is a good thing. In the future, it won't be so troublesome to go to Phoenix, Sky Mountain. Sigh, I'm starting to miss the ferry. Luo Tian laughed excitedly in his heart. With this thing, he would be able to go anywhere without the help of Huangfu Ju's space-time bloodline. Furthermore, there are some things that only he knew. If more people knew, he would lose his right to privacy. I'll find a chance to try this Heavenly Wheel shuttle and also find a chance to see the fairy. The fairy was coquettish to the bone. That kind of mature charm was something that other girls did not have. Moreover, she was a god-tier expert, and he could gain a large amount of experience by having sex with her. It was too much of a blabbermouth. Luo Tian was excited. At the same time, Luo Tian's Buddha body also recovered, turning back into his original body. His body landed on the stage, standing in front of Hai Tongtian, who was still kneeling on the ground and coldly staring at him. Hai Tongtian was also looking at Luo Tian. The two of them looked at each other. Dead. Tian Lingzi is actually dead. Just what kind of expert is that huge Buddha from? To be able to crush Tian Lingzi to such a state. Boss is too mighty. Domineering. Ha ha ha. Now it's Haijia's turn. The surroundings were filled with discussions. The people of the Fair family didn't say anything. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were extremely puzzled and scared. They began to wonder whether it was the Haijia or Luo Tian that could not be provoked. Ever since Hyosaurus offended Luo Tian, Haijia had not stopped. The first chapter has been delivered. Brothers, we did it. We burst potatoes, chrysanthemum. Ha ha ha! Our ranking went from around 100 to 50. Along the way, how many chrysanthemums have we burst? Old Bull can't count anymore. Brothers, please continue to explode in a flashy manner. Begging for votes. The second chapter has been delivered around 9 p.m. Chapter 1406. One by one, the elders were killed. Now even the old ancestor, the great ancestor, had been killed. Haijia had been crippled. What kind of person was this Luo Tian? If they were given another chance to choose, even if they died, they would not choose to provoke Luo Tian again, because this monster could not be provoked at all. He was simply a god of death. Whoever offended him would die. Hai Tongtian's body trembled more and more violently. His Adam's apple rolled. Looking at Luo Tian, it was as if he was looking at the god of death waving his scythe. It was as if he could see his own death. A few seconds later, Hai Tongtian's trembling voice sounded, "You can't kill me. I'm the crown prince's father. If you kill me, the crown prince will never let you go. Luo Tian, as long as you spare my life, I swear I will never find trouble with you again in the future." At this moment, the disciples of Haijia all knelt in front of Luo Tian. "We lost, Luo Tian, we lost. Please spare our lives." Among these people, there were several Emperor Realm experts. Usually they were extremely noble, but now, they just wanted to live. They just wanted to live. Several Emperor Realm experts in the Alliance army also knelt down and said, "Lord Luo Tian, this really has nothing to do with us. We were all forced by Haijia. If we don't agree to their request, they will destroy us. Your Excellency is magnanimous. Please spare us. We swear that from now on, we will be loyal to you. We will never be disloyal. Luo Tian, please spare our lives." Everyone in Haijia knelt on the ground. Luo Tian looked at them, suddenly sneered, and said slightly, "Spare your lives? When I was crushed, did you think about sparing my life? I came to Misty Cloud City and entered Cloud Mist College. Did you think about sparing my life along the way? 10 days ago, those innocent students of Cloud Mist College, did you think about sparing their lives? Did you think about it? No. You only know how to think about yourselves and how to survive. With people like you who are afraid of death, how can the martial arts of the ancient continent continue? In the past 10,000 years, no one has dared to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Everyone is struggling at death's door in order to live for one more day. You are nothing but the vermin of the ancient continent. Trash, trash. Leaving you alive will only waste more resources." So, Luo Tian grinned and said, "Do you think I will spare your lives?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Several Saint Spirit Realm elders suddenly flew up and fled in all directions. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched as he said in a deep voice, "Let none of them go!" Catherine's paladins instantly rushed out. The warriors of the 4 Divine Beasts clan surrounded him as well. The sky and the ground were all Luo Tian's men. Those martial artists who were flying in the air were directly blown back by the staff. Luo Tian said in a deep voice, "When you killed those innocent students, you should have thought of today's scene. All of you die." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian grabbed Hai Tongtian's head. His 5 fingers moved as he coldly stared at him. "Your youngest son is waiting for you below. Your eldest son will soon come to accompany you. Hai Tongtian, I hope that after you become a ghost, you can send a dream to the Crown Prince. Tell him that I, Luo Tian, will definitely avenge that attack." His 5 fingers tightened. Boom! His head exploded. He died. Ding! The system sounded out. Luo Tian continued his slaughter. He didn't let a single martial artist go. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. He didn't want these people to turn around and bite him. He wasn't afraid of being bitten. However, he was afraid of being bitten by the people by his side. Lu Zhan, Little White, and Yi Yunmeng had all nearly died. If any of them had died, Luo Tian wouldn't have been able to forgive himself. Brothers were to be cherished, not sacrificed for him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Blood flowed like a river in Haijia. Those Emperor Realm experts were all crushed to the ground by the Blood Demon King, waiting for Luo Tian to kill them. The Emperor Realm Master, unfettered Heavenly Venerable, had also lost his ability to fight. Even Tian Lingzi was no match for the Blood Demon King, so what could he do? Every time he tried to escape, the Blood Demon King would slap him back. "Weren't you very arrogant in the beginning? Didn't you have the Yen Huang divine power? Come on, come and get me again. You asterisk her. Just lie down properly for me. Rumble. Ding. 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 The system kept ringing out notifications. It was like the climax of a symphony. The impact on the soul was too strong. 2 hours later. Haija. No one survived. Now, except for the crown prince, whose whereabouts were unknown, Haija was completely destroyed. Luo Tian stood on the top of a building, looking coldly at Haija, and said in a low voice, "In Lingyun City, I swore to myself that sooner or later I would kill all 18 generations of your Haija ancestors. Crown Prince, just you wait, you're next." As for the Crown Prince, Luo Tian was still not confident that he could defeat him. For a powerhouse of the realm of the gods like Tian Lingzi to respectfully address him as Crown Prince, this showed that his status was very special. Moreover, when Tian Lingzi died and spoke those words, Luo Tian was even more certain that the Crown Prince wasn't as simple as Hai Tongtian's son, the son of the heavenly Tao, the son of the heavenly Tao. Could he really be the son of the heavenly Tao? Luo Tian did not know. He would not think about how powerful the Crown Prince's background was. He only thought of one thing. No matter how strong the Crown Prince was, he would definitely trample him to death. Moreover, he warned himself that he would never lose his will to fight in the face of a predicament again. No matter what, he could not give up. In the distance, a figure came over and stood behind Luo Tian, saying faintly, "Luo Tian, Dean Huangfu wants you to go back and discuss the matter of going to the Abyss College exchange." Luo Tian nodded and said, "Anne, I'll go back now." Raising his head to look at the sky, he secretly clenched his fists. "Crown Prince, wash your butt and wait for me." Another time and space. A very strange plane. This plane had no continents, no trees, and nothing else. It was as if it was a plane made up of gas. However, these gases were all the power of the heavenly Tao. It was incomparably thick. A figure sat cross-legged, his body crazily absorbing. Suddenly, his brows faintly sank, his eyes suddenly widened, and a vicious aura burst out from his entire body. A cold killing intent swept out, and with a cold voice he roared, "Luo Tian, I want you to be consigned to eternal damnation." Suddenly, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and the gas crazily poured into the Crown Prince's body, causing his cultivation to rapidly increase. The second chapter has been delivered. Brothers, Old Cow needs firepower support. Requesting firepower. Chapter 1407. Cloud Mist College. Temporary Meeting Hall. The heavenly dragon Dean did not attend. The dragon binding chains on his body had been released, but his body was still extremely weak and needed a long time to recover. Huangfu Ju was temporarily in charge. Huangfu Ju said, "Cloud Mist College has suffered a heavy blow, and its vitality has been greatly damaged. Now, if we want to restore the former glory of Cloud Mist College, then this exchange meeting with Abyss College must cause a sensation in the world. We must also obtain the initiative of this exorcism conference." Cloud Mist College was not a heavy blow, but a devastating one. Right now, Cloud Mist College had less than 100 people except for those super talented warriors who were still cultivating in the secret realm. And this was because many disciples from Boundless City had joined. Now it was a bit difficult to even gather 8 people. However, this exchange meeting was a great opportunity. As long as they grasped it, Cloud Mist College would be able to revive, and if they used it well, they could even expand their influence. One had to know that this time, under the leadership of Cloud Mist College, if these resurrected demons were eliminated, the influence of Cloud Mist College would expand to the entire continent. At that time, why would they worry about not being strong? Luo Tian could not help but say, "We must participate, but we don't have enough people right now." He had to participate. Even if there was no exchange meeting this time, he had to rush to Abyss College on August 15th. He had to find the shadow, and use it to forge a super dark weapon. This was also a way to make himself stronger. Relying on experience to level up was already very difficult for Luo Tian. 5 billion experience. Even if he killed all the monsters in a mountain range, he probably wouldn't have 5 billion experience. The problem of manpower, Huang Fuju frowned, looked at Luo Tian and said, "You Lu Zhan Xiao Bai Yun Meng Huang Fuya Kai Lin, there are already 6 people here. If we include the Blood Demon King, there will be 7 people. We're still missing 1 person." No matter how he looked at it, there were only so many people. Furthermore, Luo Tian said faintly, "Little White still has the body of a demon beast. He is also in the demigod realm. This time, we are competing with the Abyss College's Devil Sect. It's inappropriate for him and the Blood Demon King to appear in the arena. Otherwise, our Cloud Mist College will be criticized by others. They will say that we are looking for demons and demon beasts to help us. It was a matter of identity." Although Luo Tian did not mind, but Little White and Blood Demon King could not appear in the competition, let alone participate in the competition. Huang Fuju frowned and said indifferently, "Yes, their identities are indeed a little special. If they participate in the competition, the Abyss Academy will definitely have something to say. If they win, they will be even more dissatisfied. At that time, there will be even more trouble in this exchange. The current Cloud Mist College can't afford it." Wind and rain swayed. It could collapse at any time. This was the current Cloud Mist College. Chan said indifferently, "Phoenix Sky Mountain's ancestral teachings do not allow disciples to participate in anything in the secular world, nor can they interfere, but I am no longer a disciple of Phoenix Sky Mountain. I can participate." "Huh." Luo Tian was shocked. He looked at Chan in shock and said, "What did the Heavenly Maiden do to you?" He immediately snorted in his heart. "What the F***CK? Looks like I didn't F***CK you enough. You actually dared to kick Chan out of Phoenix Sky Mountain. You little demoness, wait until I'm done with the matters of the Abyss College's exchange." Immediately, Luo Tian was a little angry in his heart. Chan immediately said, "Lady Heavenly Maiden is very good to me and didn't do anything to me. It's me who wants to leave Phoenix Sky Mountain." While she was speaking, Chan's gaze remained on Luo Tian's body, full of affection. One had to know that if she didn't leave Phoenix Sky Mountain, she wouldn't be able to follow Luo Tian. She wouldn't be able to hold hands with him, kiss him, and then these things couldn't happen. Huang Fuya giggled and said, "Looks like my beautiful girls' team will have 1 more member." Yi Yunmeng, who was wearing a black veil, couldn't help but laugh. Huang Fuju said, "Even with you, we still lack people." Luo Tian said, "Yaya and Yuming's cultivation is too low. I'm worried about them in this exchange. How about no?" Huang Fuya immediately stood up and said, "I want to participate. I must participate." Yi Yunmeng also said, "I also want to participate. I also want to do something for Cloud Mist College." Yes, our beautiful girls' team should do something for Cloud Mist College. We are not useless. During this period of time, my space-time bloodline has been mastered to the 5th level. I can now travel through space cracks like father. Huang Fuya said stubbornly, this time, no matter what, she wouldn't leave Luo Tian. Yi Yunmeng had the same thoughts as her. Looking at their expressions, Luo Tian knew that it was impossible for them not to participate. However, even with them, they were still lacking people. Could it be that they had to choose from the Paladin Regiment? No. Luo Tian immediately rejected this idea. The Paladin Regiment needed more time to develop. Letting Karen participate in the exchange was already his bottom line. If other Paladins were to participate, then the development of the Paladin Regiment would definitely slow down. Moreover, once they successfully took down this exchange, then Luo Tian would need this Paladin Regiment even more. So, the other Paladin Regiment couldn't have less people. If they didn't have enough people, how could they participate in the exchange? They would probably be laughed at by the Abyss College. If possible, Luo Tian wanted to participate alone, but this was probably impossible. Not to mention Huang Fuju. Even the Abyss College would not agree, as if they had been insulted. For a moment, the meeting hall fell silent. The current Cloud Mist College could no longer find a student who could participate. Even after piecing together everything, there were only 6 people. They were still short of 2 people. Where could they find these 2 people? Cough, 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 cough. There was a burst of coughing. Dean Tianlong walked into the meeting hall with his walking stick. His face was still pale and his body was extremely weak. He said, "Junior brother, have you forgotten that our Cloud Mist College still has students in another place?" Huh. Huang Fuju's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of a place, saying, "Secret Realm? How did I forget about this place? Ha ha ha. Now we don't have to worry about the lack of people." Huang Fuju immediately became excited and said to Luo Tian, "I forgot about the Cloud Mist Secret Realm. There are still more than 50 super talented warriors inside. As long as we can find 2 students, then we will have enough people." Secret Realm, the most mysterious place in Cloud Mist College. Hearing him say that, the shadows of 2 people suddenly flashed in Luo Tian's mind. "Lindong Tang-san! It's time for you to shock the world." The 3rd chapter was delivered. Old Cow went to cook. "Brothers, if you want to eat, come, ha ha ha. Old Cow will treat you. However, I'm eating grass, ha ha ha." Chapter 1408. Cloud Mist Secret Realm. Cloud Mist College was the most mysterious and one of the most mysterious secret realms in the Zhongzhou continent. Cloud Mist College relied on this secret realm to become the top college in the Zhongzhou continent from a small college. Even the Fair family attacked the Cloud Mist Academy because they wanted to obtain this secret territory. However, there were only 2 people in the entire Cloud Mist Academy who knew about the secret realm's entrance. They were the previous dean, Huang Fuju, and the current dean, Tianlong. Even the elders of the Elder Pavilion, who possessed supreme authority, did not know about it. Cloud Mist Mountain Peak. Huang Fuju stood at the edge of the cliff and glanced at the bottomless abyss. He smiled faintly and said, "Everyone knows that the Cloud Mist Academy has a secret realm that specializes in training super talented warriors. However, no one knows where it is. Even those geniuses who entered the secret realm to cultivate don't know, because it doesn't exist in this world. In other words, it doesn't exist in the primordial continent." Huang Fuju said calmly, "If he wasn't the dean, even if he had the space-time bloodline, it would be difficult for him to find the Cloud Mist Secret Realm." Luo Tian was slightly stunned. Another plane? Other than Luo Tian, there were other people present. There were also Lu Zhan, Qian Qian, Huang Fuya, and Yi Yunmeng. Huang Fuju didn't hide it anymore. There were still 5 days until the 15th of August. If they traveled at full speed, they could arrive in 2 days. This meant that they had more than 3 days. They had to make good use of these 3 days. Huang Fuju wanted Qian Qian, Huang Fuya, and Yi Yunmeng to cultivate in seclusion in the secret realm for 3 days. He believed that they would improve greatly in these 3 days, especially Huang Fuya and Yi Yunmeng. Huang Fuju smiled and said, "That's right. This was created by the first dean of Cloud Mist College. However, we don't know how it was created. Also, he disappeared not long after leaving the secret realm." "Father, hurry up. I don't want to listen to you talk about this. I have to go into seclusion in the secret realm. Hurry up." Huang Fuya urged impatiently. She and Yi Yunmeng had the lowest cultivation out of all the participants. If they did not seize the time to go into seclusion and improve, they would definitely drag everyone down. Ha ha ha! Huang Fuju smiled and did not stop there. He continued, "After the first headmaster disappeared, a strange thing happened in the secret realm. For some reason, experts from other planes suddenly appeared. It was rumored that they were all divine-level experts, and they fought fiercely in the Cloud Mist secret realm. The sky turned dark, and the great battle lasted for over 10 years. When some students entered again, they discovered that the secret realm had already regained its peace. More importantly, the aura in the secret realm had become even denser than it was over 10 years ago. Up until now, no one knows the reason for this change. Hearing Huang Fuju's words, Luo Tian's heart immediately tensed up. Divine Burial Tomb. The divine burial tomb that old ancestor Hua Shan mentioned must be in the secret realm. Moreover, he must have been to the divine burial tomb. Otherwise, he would not have said that he left something for me there. Luo Tian's heart tensed up. He had been searching for the divine burial tomb, but he could not find it. It turned out that it was in the cloud mist secret realm. No wonder. No wonder. If I did not have to enter the secret realm to search for Lin Dong and Tang San for this exchange, I don't know when I would have discovered the location of the divine burial tomb. Luo Tian muttered in his heart. He had already prepared all the items needed to open the divine burial tomb. He was only missing the location of the divine burial tomb. Huang Fuju looked at Luo Tian's shocked expression and could not help but ask, Luo Tian, what do you know? Luo Tian regained his composure. He shook his head and said, I don't know yet. I will only know when I enter. I believe that I should be able to help Cloud Mist College rise this time. Ha ha! Luo Tian also laughed excitedly. Immediately after, Huang Fuju's idea sank and shouted, Be careful, follow me closely later. Don't take a wrong step, or else you will be swallowed by the black hole. At that time, you will really turn into ashes. Finished. The power on Huang Fuju's body suddenly rushed towards the void above the cliff. His 5 fingers moved, and a seal appeared on his palm. He slammed his palm forward. Open for me! Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the void, space began to distort, and a bottomless tunnel appeared. Huang Fuju stepped into the entrance of the tunnel and said, Follow me closely one by one. One by one, they jumped up. Luo Tian was the last. After the 6 of them had passed for half an hour, a strong light shone. Huang Fuju laughed. We're here. Huff! Luo Tian took a deep breath and said in shock, What a dense essence! Even if his dantian was shattered, he could still clearly feel the essence energy flowing around his body, as if he could grab it with his hands. Qian Qian was also stunned. This secret realm is really too strange. I have never seen such a dense essence, energy, secret realm. No wonder the Central Continent has always been able to nurture peerless geniuses. Huang Fuju laughed bitterly and said, So what if you nurture a peerless genius? The crown prince also came from here. Haijia, the royal family, Misty City, how many king clans, those geniuses, those emperor realm rankers, all came from here. But what can they do? In front of benefits, even I will sell them out. His voice was filled with bitterness. He had nurtured countless experts, but Cloud Mist College was also destroyed by these experts. It was a little sad. Qian Qian said, It won't happen in the future. Huang Fuju laughed. I hope so. You guys can walk around. This secret realm is very big. I will wait here for you for 3 days. After 3 days, you must come back. At that time, we must rush to the Abyss College. Huang Fuju reminded. Then Huang Fuju said to Yunmeng, Yunmeng, the black dragon scorpion king poison in your body has been suppressed by me. Your cultivation will be completely restored in a short period of time. Your cultivation will not be affected, so don't worry. Yunmeng nodded and said, Thank you, Uncle Huang Fu. Huang Fuju laughed. You guys go, have a good look at the number 1 ancient secret realm. Then, he also sat cross-legged and absorbed the dense essence energy to cultivate. Luo Tian brought Lu Zhan and the others and said, Let's go. This secret realm was very big. It was not smaller than Misty City. There were small lakes, forests, and some mountains that towered into the clouds. Wow, this place is so special. Look at the books here. They seem to have become spirits. They are completely different from the trees outside. The scenery here is also good. Huang Fuya and Yi Yunmeng chatted as they walked. Suddenly, a warrior walked out, his eyes shining, revealing a lewd smile, and said, "Two little sisters, this is your first time entering the secret realm, right? Do you want me to bring you along?" Chapter 4 has been delivered. I can't let my parents work in the fields, so I can't turn into a cow. Anyway, I've always been a cow, so I don't have time to update in the afternoon. The busy time for farming had arrived, and the old cow had completely turned into a cow that plowed the fields. However, tonight there will be a 5th and 6th chapter. The old cow is working so hard. Brothers, can you vote for me? Chapter 1409. Little girl, I've been here for 10 years. I'm already at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. I can take you flying here. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Yuming's chest. He wanted to take off the black veil on her head immediately. However, he believed that there must be a peerless beauty under the veil. Huang Fu, you was very playful, she said with a smile. Wow, the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. What a powerful cultivation. I've never seen such a powerful cultivator. Can you really protect us? Hearing what she said, the middle-aged man was very excited. He released his cultivation of the 9th level of the Holy Spirit realm and said proudly, "It's easy to protect you. As long as you have the strength, you can do whatever you want in the secret territory. With my cultivation, who dares to touch you? Then he's looking for death." But the middle-aged man said with an evil smile, "Without my protection, you can't move an inch. I'll definitely protect you two little girls. But if you want me to protect you, you two have to," before he could finish. Lu Zhan was furious. Luo Tian stopped him, walked forward, and slapped that middle-aged man to the ground. Then he kicked him and said, "Keep your eyes open in the future. Don't court death for no reason." The middle-aged man didn't know how to react. Everything happened too fast. Was he dreaming? He was at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. How could he be slapped to the ground by an 8th level Holy Spirit realm cultivator? Impossible. Impossible. This must be an illusion. At this time, Huang Fuya was shocked. She said, "Is that all you've got? You said you'd protect us. How can you protect us? You're too weak." Suddenly, the middle-aged man stood up in anger. His eyes revealed an ominous glint as he roared, "You piece of trash! Do you know who I am? I'm from Haijia. How dare you sneak attack me, you despicable bastard? Let's see how I'll deal with you." Losing face in front of two beautiful girls made him very angry. He had been cultivating hard in the secret territory for 10 years. He hadn't seen a girl in 10 years. Seeing two beautiful girls at once, he couldn't help but be angry. He wanted to show off in front of Huang Fuya and subdue them with force. However, he didn't expect to kick an iron plate. However, he was not afraid at all, because this secret realm belonged to the Haijia. It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned Haijia. Once he mentioned Haijia, Luo Tian originally wanted to let him live. He sneered and said, "You're from Haijia?" The middle-aged man smiled proudly and said, "What? Are you scared? The current patriarch, Hai Tongtian, is my uncle. Offending me is equivalent to offending Haijia. You dog, kneel down and kowtow to me right now. Otherwise, I'll take your dog life." "Oh," Luo Tian said softly, and then said, "Then you're going to die." "What? What did you say?" The middle-aged man was shocked and didn't react for a moment. However, while he was still thinking about what Luo Tian had just said, Luo Tian moved his strength and punched him between his eyebrows. He said in a deep voice, "I said you're going to die? No, you're already dead." Boom! The middle-aged man was directly blasted away. Ah! A scream exploded in the sky above the secret realm. Then, a system prompt sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Of all people, it had to be Haijia. You're simply courting death. Luo Tian's voice was filled with anger. Others were fine, but no matter who the Haijia people were, he wouldn't let them go. He then shouted in a deep voice, "All the Haijia bastards, get out!" cut the grass, and dig up the roots. His voice spread in the secret realm. In less than 3 seconds. Who's courting death? I think you're tired of living, even provoking my Haijia. Even Huang Fuju doesn't dare to speak like this. Who's the one courting death? One figure after another landed. Each and every one of them was a super talented genius, overbearing and insufferably arrogant. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Luo Tian. At the same time, many other martial artists also rushed over. They also wanted to see what was going on, and who dared to oppose the Hai family. One must know that these disciples of the Hai family were extremely tyrannical. They occupied the position with the densest Yuan Qi in the secret territory. Moreover, they crushed the disciples of other families. If they were even slightly careless, they would beat them up. Among these super talented martial artists, Yi Zichen was one of them. Many of them saw Luo Tian and their eyes changed. Their eyes were filled with surprise. They were also filled with anticipation. These people were former disciples of the House of Bai. They were excited to see Luo Tian again, but they didn't show it because they didn't know what Luo Tian's plan was and what he was doing. But there was one thing: they were approaching the Haijia disciples. Many Haijia disciples stared at Luo Tian. One of the older men shouted coldly, "How strong am I? I'm just an 8th level Holy Spirit. How dare you go against my Haijia disciples?" Even Huang Fuju and Tianlong wouldn't dare to say such things to the Haijia. "Kid, today I'll let you know the power of Haijia." As soon as he finished speaking, the man took a step forward and moved his palms. A powerful force came crashing down on Luo Tian's chest like an avalanche. It was a powerful force. Lu Zhan moved forward slightly, but he was still blocked by Luo Tian. Luo Tian slightly raised his eyes and stood motionless in his original position. He waited for that Hai family disciple's palms to land in front of his chest. He raised his right hand, opened his 5 fingers, and slapped down with a loud bang. "Pa, so what if you're Haijia?" Boom! The man's face turned to his back and he fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. 1 Haijia disciple fell, and 3 Haijia disciples rushed forward. Pa! 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 Another 3 slaps fell, and the 3 of them fell to the ground, instantly killed. Luo Tian's gaze swept over them, and he said coldly, "Who else? Weren't you all arrogant just now? Who else?" The Haijia disciples were frightened. Their faces were ugly, and their eyes were burning with rage. However, they didn't dare to step forward. Luo Tian's strength was just too great. Even a Holy Spirit realm cultivator was instantly killed. They weren't even on the same level as him. No one dares to come. Since you don't dare to come. Luo Tian's eyes were fierce. He suddenly said, "Where are the disciples of the House of Bai? Kill them all." Boom! With a loud sound, the disciples of the House of Bai who were hiding in the dark were waiting for Luo Tian's order. Chapter 5. There are more chapters tonight. Old Bull was very tired, but he was still writing with all his might. Chapter 1410. Ah, ah, ah! Screams rang out continuously. The disciples of the Hai family hadn't reacted yet. All of their attention was focused on Luo Tian. They didn't notice that someone was approaching them. Even more so, they didn't think that someone would dare to make a move against the people of the Hai family in this mystic realm. The most bizarre thing was many of the Hai family's disciples also suddenly made their move and directly killed the Hai family's disciples beside them. In an instant, the change was so fast that no one could react. Lu Zhan was stunned. What's going on? Why did these people suddenly attack? Qian and Huangfu, you were also confused. Yunmeng was the only one who knew a little. She muttered, "Could it be the House of Bai from Soaring Cloud City? Didn't they say that the House of Bai was eradicated by the 4 major families of Soaring Cloud City? Also, the House of Bai can't have so many talented disciples cultivating in the Arcana realm. Did something happen? Yunmeng looked at Luo Tian's back. She realized that the man in front of her was becoming more and more mysterious. What had he experienced? She felt sorry for Luo Tian. Why? Why is it you? Who are you? I've taken care of you for so long and even treated you like a brother. Why did you stab me in the back? Is it because you're afraid of him? Do you know how powerful the Haijia is? You'll all die. You'll all die. A Haijia disciple said to the person who attacked him. The burly man, with a silly smile on his face, kicked him away. He shouted, "Why? Because he's my boss. He's the leader of the House of Bai. My boss arranged for me to join the Haijia. He wanted the Haijia to send us to the Cloud Mist College and enter the Arcana realm to cultivate with our superior talents. We'll be hiding around you like nails. Once we receive the order, we'll attack. Do you understand now?" The person who spoke was Bai Xiong. He threw off his fake hair, revealing his bald head. Then he walked to Luo Tian's side and said, "Boss." Bai Xiong walked out. The other house of Bai disciples walked out one by one. They all walked to Luo Tian's side and said, "Leader." Lin Dong deactivated his disguise and walked to Luo Tian's side excitedly. "Boss." The power that Luo Tian had just displayed had shocked every single one of them, especially Lin Dong. His own cultivation speed had already reached the Holy Spirit realm. But Luo Tian's cultivation had actually reached the 8th level of the Holy Spirit realm. He couldn't help but admire Luo Tian in his heart. He was secretly shocked as he said, "Boss really is the boss." The last one to walk out was Bai Lingling. She looked at Luo Tian affectionately and walked to his side. Her eyes were a little wet. She looked at Luo Tian and kept looking at him. In the end, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She threw herself into Luo Tian's arms and cried, "I thought you abandoned us. I thought I'd never see you again. I thought you didn't want me anymore." "Boo-hoo, boo-hoo!" she cried her heart out. Her crying was heart-wrenching. During the entrance exam and the Cloud Mist Academy's competition, Bai Lingling had watched Luo Tian from afar. When she saw him being bullied and suppressed in all sorts of ways, her heart ached, and she wanted nothing more than to rush up to him. She missed Luo Tian every day. Now that she saw him, that kind of longing suddenly burst out like a flood. Luo Tian patted her back gently and said gently, "Silly, how could I not want you? Don't cry. If you cry, your face will become a big dirty cat. So many people are watching." Bai Lingling sobbed and said, "I don't care. I haven't seen you for so long. I want to hug you more." Among the girls here, there were a few girls. Bai Lingling was the only one who had sex with Luo Tian. Moreover, it was under the imperial goddess technique. Therefore, she was more attached to Luo Tian than the other girls. She was also dead set on Luo Tian. Huang Fu, you secretly clicked her tongue. She glanced at Yunmeng and then at Chan. She said excitedly, "It seems that our beautiful girls' squad has a new member." Suddenly, Huang Fuya thought of a curious question and asked Yunmeng softly, "Sister Yunmeng, between you and her, who was earlier?" Yunmeng was speechless for a moment. She flicked Huang Fuya's forehead and said, "What are you thinking about? That little head of yours is always thinking about useless things. If you have the energy, you might as well cultivate more." As for who was earlier, Yunmeng felt a little sweet in her heart. She was earlier than Bai Lingling. However, after meeting Luo Tian, it was a little difficult to talk about what happened. After all, she was naked beside Luo Tian. Thinking of this, her cheeks couldn't help but blush. She was a little shy. Seeing Yunming's shy expression, Huang Fuya immediately smiled playfully and said, "Oh, I know he. Sister Yunming, it's that stinky hooligan you first met, right? I knew it." She was very proud. It was as if she had met Luo Tian first. Then, Huang Fuya whispered in Yunming's ear, "Then you'll be the big sister from now on. I heard that Stinky Hooligan has several women in the Tianshan continent. When the time comes, will you be the big sister or someone else? Wow. If that's the case, then my pretty girl squad will become more and more powerful. Hee hee. Suddenly, she thought of her own pretty girl squad. Yunmeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She really didn't know what Huang Fuya was thinking. Okay, don't cry. I won't let you leave me in the future. Luo Tian comforted her. Bai Lingling also stopped crying. She walked to Yunming's side and said politely, "Big sister." Huang Fuya was shocked and immediately laughed. I guessed right, hee hee. Then you're also my big sister. Join my pretty girl squad, okay? We'll fight against that stinky hooligan together. She are all my team members. As she said that, she pointed at Yunmeng and Qian. The two of them shook their heads and were speechless. Bai Lingling immediately became interested and said, I've been planning to do that for a long time. In less than half a minute, the few women were chatting away, completely ignoring the existence of Luo Tian and the others. Luo Tian walked forward and said in a deep voice, Haijia is a royal family, the #1 family in Misty Cloud City. They even have the son of the heavens, the crown prince. It can be said that they are an extremely powerful force. You guys killed Haijia disciples just now. Are you afraid? Bai Xiong took the lead and said, Of course I'm afraid. So what if they're powerful? As long as boss is here, I'm not afraid. The other house of Bai disciples also shouted, No, because their worship of Luo Tian was almost blind. More importantly, they could only stand here because of Luo Tian. If it were not for Luo Tian, they would not be standing in the #1 ancient arcane realm. Luo Tian smiled and said, It's good that you're not afraid. You don't have to be afraid because Haijia has already been F***ed. At this moment, the system suddenly flashed red. A strange notification sound rang. Ding! Have you found the location of the tomb of the buried god? Chapter 6 delivered. Collapsed, Old Ox was really collapsing. His arm was extremely sore. I need chrysanthemums. I need flowers to replenish my energy. Brothers, I found a chrysanthemum, 5 votes ahead. Can we kill him? 5 votes, come on. Chapter 14:11. The system flashed red. There must be a special discovery. The system notification sounded. Ding! The god burial tomb has been discovered. There's still 3 minutes before the opening of the god burial tomb. A notification sounded. Soon after, all the items that Luo Tian had collected to open the god burial tomb disappeared. Luo Tian thought to himself, it should have been triggered automatically. Old ancestor Hua Shan, what did you leave for me? I'm really looking forward to it. Ever since he entered the ancient continent, Luo Tian had been looking forward to it. After waiting for a few years, finally, the first veil was about to be unveiled. The first treasure was left in the Cloud Mist College's god burial tomb. The second treasure was in the Abyss Cave near the Abyss College. The third treasure was not in the central region, but in an even more secretive forbidden area. The god burial tomb was the first one. Moreover, the Patriarch of Mount Hua had even specially instructed him to open the god burying tomb first and obtain the first item he left behind before searching for the second item. What exactly was inside? Luo Tian was a little excited. Old ancestor, please don't be reluctant. You must leave behind some divine artifacts from the divine domain. Otherwise, how can I survive? Old ancestor Hua Shan was very strong. Luo Tian already knew about it when he was in the Xian Tian continent. It was actually in the ancient world. The strength of the old ancestor Hua Shan rose to another level in Luo Tian's heart. Moreover, he seemed to be the last expert from the ancient continent to ascend to the divine domain. This was enough to prove his strength. I wonder if the god burial tomb was entered after or before his ascension. If it was after his ascension, it would definitely be something good. If it was before his ascension, Luo Tian grinned and thought to himself, no matter what, I must go in and take a look. Immediately, Luo Tian did not immediately search for the entrance. Instead, he said, "The time outside has changed drastically. I need you now." "And you?" Tang San walked out of the forest from Luo Tian. It was obvious. Tang San's cultivation was also progressing rapidly. Moreover, the aura that Lin Dong and Tang San released was different from the rest. This could be due to their peerless talents. The difference in their level of comprehension meant that the strength they comprehended was also different. Tang San was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, "Boss, if you have something to say, just say it." Lin Dong took a serious look at Tang San and was immediately attracted by him. Luo Tian briefly introduced the two of them, and then said, "This time put aside your cultivation for a while. I want you to go to the Abyss College for a competition." The Cloud Mist College suffered a devastating blow from Haijia, and it's impossible to find any more genius martial artists. There are many in the secret realm, but I'm worried about them. You two are the only ones left. Lin Dong nodded his head and said, "During this period of time, I also want to go out and see the results of my training over the years." Tang San chimed in, "I was thinking the same thing. I've been cooped up in the secret realm every day without being able to fight. I'm going crazy." "Boss, you're going to set me free now." "Ha ha ha, okay. That's good. There's still 3 days left. In these 3 days, you two will make the final push." Luo Tian said, "Once the 3 days are up, immediately leave the secret realm. At that time, I'll bring you to the Abyss College to shock the world. The whole continent will be shocked by your appearance." Luo Tian was excited. Lin Dong and Tang San would definitely shock Tianyu, because one was the main character of martial yin-yang, and the other was the main character of the Dolua continent. If these two people didn't shock the world, then it would be strange. Lin Dong and Tang San didn't say anything else. They quickly disappeared and immediately meditated to feel the rich yuan qi of heaven and earth. Luo Tian also let the disciples of the house of Bai cultivate. After 3 days, everyone left. Huang Fuye, Yi Yunming, and Chan Chan were pulled by Lingling to a place with the richest yuan qi. The 4 of them quickly entered a state of cultivation, especially Yi Yunming. She couldn't wait to use every minute and second to cultivate. She needed to improve her cultivation. The dozens of people left in less than half a minute, leaving only Luo Tian and Lu Zhan. Luo Tian said apologetically, "Fatty, you swallowed the divinity." Without waiting for Luo Tian to finish, Lu Zhan laughed and said, "That was my choice and also my fate. It was also the best choice I made in my life." "Boss, do you think I can break through to the Emperor realm in this lifetime?" "It's impossible. My talent is limited. Even if I cultivate, I won't be able to break through. You gave me the chance to become a god realm master. I don't regret it. In fact, I'm excited. Now that I'm a god realm master, do I have to worry about not being able to find a girl?" "Ha ha ha," Lu Zhan laughed excitedly. From the moment he became a rank 1 god, he thought about his marriage. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Many beauties would automatically throw themselves at him. In the future, he, Fatty Lu, would definitely live a very good life. No matter what Fatty Lu thought, Luo Tian still felt guilty. When a warrior's cultivation stopped at a certain level, regardless of whether the realm was strong or weak, it was a form of cruelty to oneself. Huff! Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "If there's a chance, I'll help him change." Following that, Lu Zhan asked, "Boss, what are we doing now? Comprehending the origin qi of heaven and earth? In any case, I'm not interested." Luo Tian smiled mysteriously and said, "Do you think I'm here to play? I'll bring you to a good place." The location of the buried god tomb was not where Luo Tian was standing. According to the system notification, Luo Tian found it very quickly. It was a cold pond at the foot of a huge mountain. The cold pond emitted a red light, the same red light as the system. Luo Tian muttered, "This should be the entrance." Lu Zhan stood at the side, his ideas seeping in. The divine might moved, his body couldn't help but retreat a few steps and said, "Boss, there's something strange in the water. My divine might idea was actually pushed back by a powerful force." His face was filled with shock. One had to know that he was a divine level ranker. Luo Tian laughed excitedly and said, "Of course there's something strange. If there's nothing strange, why would I bring you here?" Following that, Luo Tian jumped down and said to Lu Zhan, "If I don't get up within half a minute, it means that it's safe below. You can just jump in." Walala! Luo Tian jumped into the pool, causing a splash, and then quickly fell down. At the bottom of the cold pond was a door carved with two ancient beasts. There were a few round pits on both sides of the door, but they had already been filled with things. These things were the items that Luo Tian had collected to open the buried god tomb. Luo Tian placed one hand on the beast door and shouted in his heart, "Open!" Walala! An ancient aura assaulted his face. The divine tomb had opened. The first chapter had been delivered. There would be a second chapter before 9. Aya, the old cow's chrysanthemum, was once again destroyed by this godlike man. Only 3 votes left. Brothers, destroy the potato's chrysanthemum. Charge forward. Chapter 1412. Half a minute later, Luo Tian didn't come out. Lu Zhan didn't think too much and immediately prepared to jump down. "But, Fatty, wait for me." A voice called out to him. Lu Zhan turned around and found that it was Huang Fuye, Qian Qian, Yi Yunmeng, and Bai Lingling, the 4 beautiful female warriors. Immediately, Fatty Lu's face revealed a bitter smile and said, "Big sister, what orders do you have?" Huang Fuye took the lead and asked, "Let me ask you, what are you doing sneaking around here?" "Where's my vice captain?" "Don't think that we won't find out just because you sneaked away. Let me tell you, I have my eyes on you. Speak. Hurry up and tell me, where did Luo Tian go? Could it be that there was someone here that he liked? This won't do. When the time comes, we won't be able to sleep on a single bed. How big of a bed do we have to build?" Huang Fuye's brain never knew what she was thinking, being said by her like this. Qian Qian and the others all blushed. Huang Fuye said with a look of disdain, "Look at all of your shy expressions. You can't wait to consummate with my vice captain, right? Can you have some self-respect?" "Oh, right. From the beginning, I felt that there was something strange about Luo Tian coming here. Does he need to come here himself to pick someone? He even called the fatty who swallowed divine deity in, so it must not be a good thing. Fatty Lu, are you going to tell me? If you don't, I'll make it so that you won't be able to find a girl for the rest of your life. Do you believe me?" Coercion and bribery. Lu Zhan's face was full of bitterness and said, I'll say it, okay? I'm really scared of you." With Huang Fuye, this mischievous girl, it was absolutely impossible for Lu Zhan to pick up a girl in front of them. Then, Lu Zhan pointed to the cold pond and said, "Boss is in the water. He just said that if he doesn't come out in half a minute, then did something happen?" Huang Fuye said in shock, and then slapped Lu Zhan on the back of his head. "I say, Fatty, what are you doing? Aren't you a divine level expert? How can you let something happen to Luo Tian? How can you protect him? You. For a moment, he was speechless. Yi Yunmeng grabbed Huang Fuye and said, "Let him finish." They also started to worry. Lu Zhan was very miserable. He wanted nothing more than to fight Tian Lingzi again, and not face Huang Fuye and the others. He rubbed the back of his head and hurriedly said, "Boss said that if he doesn't get up in half a minute, I have to go down as well." Huang Fuye slapped the back of Fatty Lu's head again and said, "Half a minute? How long has it been? Why aren't you going into the water? Do you want to kill my vice captain? Hurry up and get down." Lu Zhan was speechless. He was scared. He jumped directly into the pool, which could be considered a relief. When Huang Fuye saw Fatty jump in, she forgot to ask anything and started to circle around the pool anxiously. Bai Lingling giggled and said, "It seems that some people are more worried about that stinky bastard than we are. He's a hooligan. He even said that the big bed wasn't enough for him, or that he wanted to consummate his marriage." I think some people can't wait to do it with him. He's a hooligan. Hee hee. Chan Chan and Yunmeng also pursed their lips and laughed at the same time. Huang Fuya was stunned and quibbled. I, as a captain, of course. I'm worried about the vice captain's safety. I'm not worried about that stinky hooligan. Sister Yunmeng, what should we do now? Should we go down? The girl's expressions also became serious. Chan Chan's mind moved, and she dived into the cold pool. Then her body shook violently. She said, "There's something strange in this pool. It seems like there's a power barrier that's completely isolated from the arcane realm. Could there be an even more powerful arcane realm hidden in this arcane realm? A arcane realm within an arcane realm? How is this possible? Who can do that?" Arcane realms were independent, small planes. They could also be spatial cracks of the ancient continent. Such things would appear when a plane was born. It was like a flaw in the Creator's creation. However, if the arcane realm was really created by the first dean of Cloud Mist College, then it belonged to a plane. There couldn't be other planes in this plane. Otherwise, this arcane realm wouldn't be able to stand. Or perhaps the dean's cultivation was too powerful. Huangfu, you said anxiously, "Now's not the time to talk about arcane realm within arcane realm. Luo Tian is in danger down there. Who cares if it's an arcane realm within arcane realm? I don't care about that. I don't care." Huang Fuya frowned. "I'm going down first." Then she jumped into the cold pool. With a flip, she jumped into the water like an agile elf. Her slender legs swayed gently, and she quickly dived to the bottom. Seeing her jump in, Chan Chan also quickly jumped in. Like a white mermaid, she moved in the cold pool and disappeared in the water. Yunmeng and Bai Lingling jumped in as well. The four women were like four mermaids. In the water, their exquisite curves were curvaceous. "What did you say?" "They followed us." Luo Tian wrung his clothes dry. He looked at Lu Zhan in surprise and said, "Didn't they go to cultivate? Why did they follow us?" Lu Zhan scratched his head and said naively, "How would I know? Before I jumped in, they suddenly appeared. I guess they must have pretended to cultivate and have been secretly watching us. We were too careless. Women are too cunning." From the beginning, the four girls didn't cultivate. They had been paying attention to Luo Tian. That was why they followed him all the way. Lu Zhan glanced at the tombs all over the mountain. His face darkened and he said, "Boss, where are we? There are so many tombs. Why does it look a bit like a mass grave? Look, there are even bones outside." Luo Tian had noticed it long ago. He said softly, "This is the tomb of the god of sin." Lu Zhan was shocked. He took a closer look and said, "The tomb of the god of sin? Here? Oh my God, the ancient continent actually hid such a tomb of the god of sin. Oh my God, we're going to be rich this time. Ha ha ha, we are going to be rich." Luo Tian looked at Lu Zhan with disdain and said, "Is that all you have? How is that a fortune?" "That's a super fortune." Luo Tian also became excited. The tomb of the god of sin. Once it appeared in any novel, there would be all kinds of spirit treasures, divine bodies, and countless heavenly techniques. Was this called a fortune? This was called a windfall, ha ha ha, at this moment. The energy barrier faintly moved, and four figures rushed in. Lu Zhan immediately hid, as if he was afraid of being beaten. The second chapter has been delivered. Brothers, only 3 votes left. Old Cow begs for fire support. Chapter 1413. The other 3 girls were also shocked. Huang Fuya was about to cry. She didn't dare to look at the others anymore. She squatted down and started drawing circles on the ground. She muttered, "You bastard. Huang Fuya won't let you go." The 4 girls laughed. Huang Fuya was too funny. Luo Tian suppressed the evil fire in his crotch. The blood rushed to his head, but it didn't flow down. He said, "Why did you all come down? It's dangerous here. You should get out." Bai Lingling said, "Don't even think about getting rid of me. I'll follow you wherever you go. I don't want to leave you again. Luo Tian was speechless. Chan Chan said seriously, "Where is this? It seems different from the arcane realm outside. Could there be another plane hidden in this arcane realm? There are tombs everywhere. What is this place? Also, the aura here is giving me a sense of danger." Since they were all here, Luo Tian didn't hide it anymore. He said, "This is the tomb of the gods. It should be another plane hidden in the cloud mist arcane realm. I don't know how it was formed. Maybe it really has something to do with the war that was started here. Okay, you know where this is. Go back. I'll leave after I find what I want." Luo Tian didn't want them to take risks with him. Women were meant to be loved. "I don't want to leave," Huang Fuya said stubbornly. "Who knows what you're looking for?" Yi Yunmeng looked behind her and put her hand on the rippling teleportation formation. She said, "It seems like we can't get out. This door can only go in, not out." Luo Tian frowned and immediately went to check. As expected, he couldn't push it open. He couldn't get out. The power was completely different from when he came in. "Hee hee," Huang Fuya laughed and said, "Now you can't drive us away." Luo Tian shook his head helplessly and said, "Dry your clothes first. The water in the cold pond is bone-chilling and is not good for the body." This was not difficult for the four of them. Activating his elemental energy, he quickly dried his wet clothes. 10 minutes later, Luo Tian walked at the front and said, "Don't touch the things inside. Don't panic if you encounter danger." Was there any danger in the tomb of the god of sin? Luo Tian didn't know. However, these four women were very important to him. He couldn't let his guard down. Before Luo Tian could finish, Huang Fuya asked mischievously, "Vice Captain, who do you think has the biggest breasts among the three?" PFFF. Luo Tian almost threw up what he had eaten in the morning. The expressions of the three women also changed slightly. Luo Tian glanced at Huang Fuya and said, "No matter how big the three of them are, they are not as impressive as you, who doesn't wear underwear." The third chapter has been delivered. Once again, Potato's anus exploded, the bloody kind. Brothers, mighty and domineering. Old cow loves you for 10,000 years. Chapter 1414. Immediately, Huang Fuya's face changed. However, the other four people laughed. Luo Tian led the four beauties, chatting and laughing along the way, almost forgetting where they were. After walking for about half an hour, Luo Tian felt that something was missing. Finally, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Damn, where did Fatty go?" It had been almost an hour. It was impossible for Fatty to not appear for such a long time. Even if something happened, he was still a rank 1 god. It was impossible for him to not make a sound, right? Yeah, where did my little brother go? Huang Fuya was also shocked. She looked around and muttered, "Why are there more and more tombs? It's eerie and scary." They were very happy along the way and did not pay attention to where they were. Now that they noticed, they could already feel a chill. Luo Tian's idea moved and directly spread it out to a radius of tens of kilometers. Walala, walala. Before Luo Tian could retract his idea, he found that his idea had been devoured by some powerful aura. Luo Tian immediately said, "Don't use your idea to search. There's something strange." His mind tensed up, and he immediately became careful. Chan Chan also frowned and said, "My idea was also devoured. I never knew that something could devour ideas, and it seems to be very greedy." Huang Fuya's body could not help but tremble and said, "Sister Chan Chan, could it be a ghost?" Yunmeng glared at her and said, "Don't scare yourself. There are no ghosts in this world." Woo woo, a gust of cold wind blew. Who said there are no ghosts in this world? The voice was very low, hoarse, and carried a thick chill, causing everyone's heart to suddenly tighten. And this voice came from the surrounding tombs. Huang Fuya immediately burrowed into Yi Yunming's arms, trembling, and said, "There really are ghosts." Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. He glanced at Chan Chan. Qian Qian nodded and shielded Yi Yunmeng and Huang Fuya behind her. At the same time, she signaled to Bai Lingling to be careful. Shortly after, Luo Tian moved and locked onto the grave where the voice came from. Then he punched down. No, no, no. Boss, it's me. It's me, Fatty Lu. Without waiting for Luo Tian's fist to land, Fatty Lu's chubby body crawled out of the grave. His face was covered in mud, but all kinds of spiritual treasures and divine weapons were hanging on his body. He had a mischievous smile on his face as he laughed in his heart. Now you're scared, silly, ha ha ha. Luo Tian was stunned. What are you doing? Why did he crawl into the grave? Huang Fuya rushed up and put her hands on her hips. She said angrily, You damn fatty, how dare you scare me? Watch how I deal with you. Fatty Lu's expression immediately turned bitter. It was also at this time. Qian Qian's gaze suddenly tightened. Don't move. At this moment, Luo Tian had already disappeared, and the black dragon divine sword slashed down. It slashed down towards Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan was stunned and did not move. Boom! Sparks flew in all directions. Lu Zhan did not feel any pain, but a skeleton appeared behind him. The bones were about to open up, showing a devouring look, wanting to take away Fatty Lu's body. Lu Zhan turned his head slightly and was shocked. That was close. Huang Fuya was also scared back in an instant. What a strong defense. Luo Tian muttered, Fatty, hurry up and get out of the way. Do you want to be possessed? The skeleton only took half a step back after receiving the attack, not to mention breaking the bones in its shoulder. There wasn't even the slightest crack. It was obvious that this skeleton's defensive power wasn't any weaker than a fifth-order Emperor Realm cultivator. How could a mere skeleton be so powerful? Luo Tian's heart sank. Fatty Lu turned around and put down all the spirit treasures and divine weapons hanging on his body. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward, saying in a deep voice, Your grandma's leg. I didn't do anything to you, because you were a skeleton. You actually climbed out of the grave after taking some of your things. I think you're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Fatty Lu directly released the power of God and punched the skeleton's head off. He stepped on the skull and spat out a mouthful of phlegm, saying, Grandpa Fatty dug your grave because I think highly of you. Don't be so shameless. Defeated in 2 moves. Even God's power was not so strong, right? Or the skeleton fell to the ground and did not move. Luo Tian immediately asked, What did you do to him? How can a skeleton be like a living thing? And if you want to possess someone, you must have self-awareness. Otherwise, it is impossible to possess someone. Fatty Lu scratched his head and said, I walked all the way and didn't see a single thing. There was no spirit treasure or divine weapon at all. This is a tomb of the gods. Then I thought of digging up these people's graves. You don't say. I don't know if I don't dig, but when I do, wow, the graves are full of all kinds of spirit treasures. The corpses are rotten, but there are no divine weapons. Look at these, they are all good things. Fatty Lu picked up the divine weapons on the ground with an extremely excited expression. Luo Tian picked up one casually. Item: Serious boxing, glove grade, divine level description. Possesses the power of Sirius. His heart trembled. It's really a divine weapon. Then the thing I'm looking for is also in these graves? Patriarch Huashan, can you make it simpler? There are so many graves here. Which one do you want me to dig up? It turned into a reverse. Moreover, digging graves wasn't professional at all. Huang Fuya and Yi Yunmeng also walked up, although they were still a little afraid of dead people's things. These were all divine weapons. Looking at the treasures one by one, their hearts couldn't help but ripple. It really is a divine weapon. Ha ha ha, we're rich this time. Huang Fuya held a string of relatively clean beads and said excitedly, Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and dig up the graves. Once we dig up all these graves, we will become the richest people in the ancient continent. If anyone dares to make me unhappy, I will smash them to death with the divine weapon. If it was really as Fatty Lou said, then the divine weapons here would probably have to be transported by train. It could really smash someone to death. However, Luo Tian kept having a feeling that something was wrong. The skeleton and these divine weapons just now made him feel unreal, as if he was in a dream. It was like a nightmare in the Tianqian continent that made people fall into a beautiful dream. Could it be the same here? Suddenly, Tianqian frowned and pointed at the skeleton that Fatty Lou had just stepped on, saying, "It's alive again!" Huh. The fatty turned around and wanted to rush up again, saying, "I don't believe that I can't kill it." It was also at this moment. All the graves in the surrounding mountains and plains began to shake. The 4th chapter has been delivered. The afternoon update has begun. Brothers, those who have monthly votes, please vote. Those who have recommendations, please vote. Those who have money, please tip me. Chapter 1415. Incredible. There were at least tens of thousands of graves all over the mountains and plains trembling. A thick aura seemed to want to break out of his body. The soil on the tombstones trembled and rolled down. Then the tombstones cracked and eerie white bones stretched out from the tombstones like claws. One skeleton was fine, but if there were tens of thousands of them, Fatty Lou's scalp went numb. Huang Fu, you trembled in fear. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. In a moment, skeletons jumped out from the soil one by one. They shook their necks and their joints made explosive sounds. Then they all walked towards Luo Tian and the others like robots. What's going on? Isn't it just digging up some of your things? Is there a need to be like this? Fatty Lou said unhappily. Looking at the divine artifact that he couldn't bear to part with, he said fiercely, "At most, I won't take it anymore." As he said that, he threw it into the grave. But these skeletons didn't buy it at all. Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. He looked around, trying to find a more advantageous terrain, but there was no terrain in this area that could block the monsters. Then he said, "Qian, protect them." "Fatty, follow me. No matter what, let's give it a try first." Moreover, he was sure that the skeleton whose head had been stepped on by the fatty was not dead. Now he had to kill at least one of them to see what was going on. Fatty Lou immediately perked up. "Understood." Luo Tian moved. His footsteps were like flying, and in the blink of an eye he landed in front of the skeleton at the front. God! Explosion! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The power in his body surged out. "Azure Dragon, come out!" Roar! An azure dragon rushed out from the top of Luo Tian's head and roared in the empty sky. The powerful dragon roar emitted a powerful deterrent force, and then directly wrapped around Luo Tian's left arm. The black dragon, divine, sword moved. Azure Dragon slash. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The azure dragon, wrapped around his arm, directly rushed into the black dragon divine sword. The black dragon divine sword also released an ear-piercing sword chi and slashed down. Crack! It struck the skull of the skeleton. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Shortly after, the black dragon divine sword slashed down from head to thigh, directly splitting a skeleton into two. If he was a human, he would be dead by now. But Luo Tian did not hear the system notification. In other words, this skeleton was still alive. F***CK. He's still not dead, even after being beaten to such a state. What exactly is considered dead? Luo Tian glanced at the skeleton on the ground, which was moving crazily and reassembling. There must be a weakness. There must be a weakness. It's impossible that it can't be killed. Let's try again. He activated his power. Another sword slashed down. The skeleton, which had been split into two, immediately shattered into countless bones. The bones flew everywhere, but there was still no notification. The bones that had been sent flying began to gather together in a frenzy. F***CK. Luo Tian cursed and raised his eyebrows. Try using the divine flame. Grade 3 divine fire. Open. With a move of his palm, a flame shot out and directly exploded on the body of a skeleton. The flames surged and enveloped the entire skeleton. Luo Tian was overjoyed and thought, "This is the characteristic of being instantly killed by the divine flame." As long as one was hit by the divine flame, if it caused an instant kill, this was the characteristic. Their entire body was on fire, and in a few seconds, their body would crack and then burn to ashes. Luo Tian thought. The skeleton was the same, but the system still did not sound out, and the skeleton still did not die. It was alive and kicking, and it was even more ferocious. F***CK. Luo Tian was speechless. The divine flame has lost its effect. What's going on? The divine flame ignored all defenses, and as long as it triggered the instant kill chance, it would definitely die. However, this skeleton completely ignored the divine flame, as if it was 100% immune. It was too hard to understand, and even Fatty Lu at the side was stunned. "Boss, what's going on? Where exactly did these skeletons come from? They can't be killed at all." Lu Zhan fought as he retreated, and more skeletons surrounded him. Compared to Luo Tian, there were more skeletons around him, as if some skeletons were specifically targeting him. Qian had been paying attention to these skeletons. They kept rushing forward, but their speed was not fast. At the same time, they had a special characteristic, which was that they did not attack Luo Tian and Lu Zhan. However, when they were about to get close to Luo Tian, the skeletons on their bodies began to slowly open their mouths like a huge mouth. It was obvious that they only wanted to devour Luo Tian's body. If that was the case, Qian seemed to have thought of something. Then, she reminded loudly, "Luo Tian, try and see if the sky-flipping seal is useful. Lu Zhan, don't use your divine power anymore. Keep your distance and don't attack." Luo Tian immediately thought that the sky-flipping seal was an existence that could crush all evil creatures. So it would definitely not be difficult to deal with this skeleton. With the palm of his right hand, he directly took out the sky-flipping seal, and with a thought, the evil suppressing power of the sky-flipping seal was released. Prepare to die. However, it was completely useless. The powerful evil suppressing power did not cause any damage to the skeletons and was directly ignored. What the F***CK? Just how abnormal is it? Luo Tian really couldn't understand. He felt that every skeleton here was much more powerful than you, Tian Lingzi. Magic damage, 100% immunity, 100% immunity to physical damage. How is he going to play? An invincible existence. He was really going to be played to death. Luo Tian tried a few more times with the sky-flipping seal, but it was completely useless. However, Lu Zhan listened to Qian's words and did it to lessen the burden. The skeletons chasing after him were reduced by nearly half, but this half rushed towards Qian and the other two girls. Luo Tian's heart tightened. "Fatty!" Lu Zhan also noticed the danger of the four girls, so he did not care about Qian's instructions and immediately released his divine power. Qian frowned. The white sword in her hand stretched out, and the power exploded. At the same time, her body also released a trace of the power of samsara, which was also the power that he inherited from the phoenix true immortal in the samsara cage. A sword attacked. A white light flashed. It directly pierced through the skull. Walala, walala, walala. The skeleton fell apart and did not reassemble. It was completely dead. Sure enough, Qian was overjoyed and immediately said, "Luo Tian, there is a small ball of gas hidden in their heads. This gas is controlling them. As long as we kill this gas, we will be able to kill them. However, you guys have to be careful. These gases might be the power of the divine power. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Those brothers who still have tickets, Please support me. Chapter 1416. Indeed, if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to notice the finger-sized gas hidden in the skull. Qian liked to pay attention to details. Luo Tian had failed to kill the skeletons several times, so she vaguely guessed that this mass of gas was not simple. You have to be careful. Don't let them get close to you. The gas on their bodies should be the power of God. Understood. Fatty Lu took the lead and didn't retreat. He stared at a skeleton excitedly and grinned. Now that you're arrogant for me, let's see how you can continue being arrogant. One step at a time. His body directly circled behind the skeleton. His two hands directly grabbed the skeleton's neck and pulled hard. Ka-cha! The skull was broken off. The remaining half of the skeleton was constantly trembling, as if it was constantly being reassembled. At this moment, Fatty Lu stretched out his finger and directly inserted it into the skeleton's eye socket. Two fingers directly clamped the tiny gas and pulled come out. Chila! Just like tearing off a transparent tape, the gas that was stuck to the top of the skeleton's head was pulled out, and the whole skeleton suddenly fell to the ground, completely dead. Ha, it's dead. It's so hard to chase after me. Fatty, Lu said proudly. At the same time, he said to Luo Tian, Boss, what's the use of this gas? At this moment, Luo Tian also grabbed a skeleton. He turned around and said to Fatty, Give it to Qian. Chila. He also pulled out the gas from the skull and thought to himself, If I don't observe carefully, I won't be able to see it clearly. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Tomb God Skeleton for obtaining 10 million experience and 10 million essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Spirit Body of God. Do you wish to fuse it? After the two system notifications, Luo Tian didn't even have time to see what the Spirit of God was before the system flashed a red light and sent out a warning. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for initiating the quest to kill the Tomb God Skeleton. Mission: Clear out the skeletons in the Tomb of the Gods within an hour. Mission reward: Receive information about the item left behind by the Patriarch of Mount Hua. Quest penalty: Receive 10 times the experience penalty. Mission grade S. F*CK. I triggered an S-rank quest, and there's no reward. What the hell? Luo Tian frowned. He then glanced at the quest penalty and said, 10 times the EXP penalty? Does that mean I'll have to pay 10 times the amount of experience I get from this quest? One is worth 10 million EXP, and there are at least 1,000 of them here. If I don't complete it, then Damn it, won't I return to level 0? I strangled the plug. Luo Tian was going crazy. Originally, he thought that he came to the Tomb of the Gods to take the things left behind by the Patriarch of Mount Hua. He did not expect it to be so dangerous. Now, there was an S-rank quest with a penalty, and he had to complete it. Otherwise, the system would automatically fail after an hour. Although there was no EXP penalty, he would never be able to find the things left behind by the Patriarch of Mount Hua. What kind of treasure did he leave behind? Luo Tian really wanted to know. Moreover, the moment he came out, it was an S-rank quest. The things left behind were definitely not simple. At this moment, Qian suddenly exclaimed, Luo Tian, this mass of gas is very powerful. It can quickly increase one's cultivation. If we have a large amount of this gas, our cultivation speed can increase by more than 10 times. It's much faster than the secret realm outside. This discovery made Luo Tian even more unable to escape. Yun Meng needed to break through. So did Huang Fuya. The two of them had to break through quickly. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer at the Abyss Academy's exchange. Moreover, Luo Tian also needed to break through. He also needed to break through to the Emperor Realm. Huang Fuju had once said that the Abyss Academy was very powerful. There were many hidden monstrous geniuses, even abnormal geniuses, like the Crown Prince. This time, the Abyss Academy would not hide anything. They would definitely take out all their trump cards. The 8 of them must be strong enough to win this exchange. All right. What a scam. Luo Tian's eyebrows shook and he immediately shouted, Fatty, Qian Qian, Ling Ling, the 3 of you enter the battle. Yun Meng, Yaya, the 2 of you don't have to do anything. I will let Ling Ling continuously transfer spirit bodies to you. You are responsible for cultivating in peace. Don't worry about anything else. Kill. Same old rules. Boom. Luo Tian rushed forward. Now that he knew the weaknesses of these skeletons, it was much easier to deal with them. Qian Qian, Lu Zhan, and Ling Ling also followed. Boom. 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 One skeleton after another fell. The speed was very fast. When Luo Tian and the others used their full strength, the skeletons became even crazier. They constantly rushed towards them. This was also good. Luo Tian did not have to look for them one by one. Ling Ling continuously transferred spirit bodies to Yun Meng and Bai Ling Ling. The 6 of them had a clear division of labor and tacit cooperation. Time passed very quickly, and their killing speed was also very fast. According to this speed, it was not impossible to finish within an hour, as long as there were no other unforeseen events. Moreover, with 10 million experience points per skeleton, Luo Tian's experience also soared. Half an hour passed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Holy Level 9. 5 billion experience points were obtained in an instant. It was shockingly fast. However, after leveling up, Luo Tian glanced at his experience bar and immediately cursed. Mother of asterisk cur, I actually need 50 billion experience points to become an emperor. System, is your entire family dead or something? How am I supposed to get 50 billion experience points? Even if I kill all the monsters in the ancient continent, I won't get that much experience points. Luo Tian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The system was too deceitful. He was currently in the Holy Level 9. Monsters of the 7th level probably did not give more than 100 experience points. Their levels were too high, and low-level monsters did not give him any experience points. Just as Luo Tian said, even if he killed all the monsters in the ancient continent, he would not be able to get 50 billion experience points. Luo Tian complained a bit, then immediately went back to the battle. Complaining was complaining, but he still had to face reality. First, he had to complete this mission. Then he would greet the 81 generations of the system's ancestors. 55 minutes passed. The skeletons basically had nothing left. However, Luo Tian suddenly had a feeling of unease. These skeletons did not know how to attack, so they were easy to deal with, but rumble! Rumble! The earth shook, and a huge tomb in the distance suddenly split open. A bloody skeletal hand reached out, then broke out of the ground and fell heavily. The boss had appeared. There were only 5 minutes left. The first chapter has been delivered. The old cow that rises first will eat the grass. Brothers, feed it some grass. Chapter 1417. The boss has appeared. Luo Tian reminded, be careful, this blood skeleton is definitely not simple. Then, he looked at the time set by the system again. There were only 5 minutes left before the hour was up. If they couldn't kill the Skeleton King in these 5 minutes, the quest would be considered a failure. Calculating the 10 times experience penalty, they would be reduced to level 0. Luo Tian's mind tensed up as he maintained a high level of vigilance. Boom! Rumble! After the blood skeleton king landed on the ground. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble. Its entire body was dripping with blood, and it looked extremely terrifying. Its mouth opened and closed, as if it was speaking, but not a single sound came out. Without a tongue, without flesh, how could he speak? It was even more terrifying. Fatty Lu activated his divine power, and his body landed heavily on the blood skeleton king in an arc. With a heavy sound, he said, pretending to be mysterious, "See how I'll deal with you." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His body was like a nuclear bomb. The power of the divine might was released to its peak. The moment it landed, the blood skeleton king raised its head slightly as if it was angry. With a sweep of its right hand, it let out a whining sound. Bam! The blood-colored arm shot out a powerful force. Whoosh! Fatty Lou was instantly sent flying 1,000 meters away, and directly fell into a grave pit. He ate a mouthful of mud, and with a heavy slap of his right hand, he flew out again. "I don't believe that this evil. If I can kill them, I can't kill you?" In the blink of an eye, he flew up again. "Qian-Qian." Luo Tian reminded Qian-Qian, "Pay attention to your observation." Following that, azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, bloodline open. Luo Tian bellowed, holding the black dragon divine sword in one hand. His footsteps were like a ghost, flashing with every step. The black dragon divine sword touched the ground, ignoring the flames. The moment it landed beside the blood skeleton king, it suddenly jumped up. Divine beast entanglement. Release. The 4 mythological beasts wrapped around Luo Tian moved and quickly bound the bloody skeleton king. Luo Tian stabbed out with his sword and directly locked onto the dark red mass of qi in the skeleton king's head. As long as this mass of qi was shattered, he would definitely be able to kill the skeleton king. However, without waiting for the black dragon divine sword to stab, the scarlet skeleton king actually revealed a disdainful smile, as if it was mocking Luo Tian. The moment the black dragon divine sword fell, it released a powerful force that directly restrained the black dragon divine sword. It was as if the black dragon divine sword was being choked, unable to move an inch. Luo Tian's heart sank. He couldn't pull it out even if he wanted to, nor could he stab it in. Crack! 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 The jet-black black dragon sword suddenly emitted a cracking sound. Cracks began to appear, like a layer of ice cracking. The power of the black dragon divine sword began to be crazily devoured. After being devoured, the sword rapidly withered like a flower, broke apart, and shattered into powder. In less than 3 seconds, the divine artifact black dragon divine sword turned into a pile of rust. Fortunately, Luo Tian made a prompt decision and let go. Otherwise, even his body would have been devoured. What a powerful force! Luo Tian was shocked as he became slightly anxious. There are less than 3 minutes left. Now that I can't even break through the Skeleton King's defense, how am I supposed to fight? There must be another way, there must be. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have issued such a task. Lu Zhan shouted, "Grandson, this daddy is coming." No one knew when. In his hand, there was a war hammer with various patterns engraved on it. "Eat this daddy's hammer." Boom! The hammer smashed down and directly hit the Scarlet Skeleton King's head. Under the war hammer, a shocking lightning bolt struck down, penetrating the defensive shield released by the Scarlet Skeleton King and directly hitting its body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The power burst out, causing the earth to tremble and the space to shake. Luo Tian looked through the system and saw a bright red number floating above the Scarlet Skeleton King's head. 3098999, 3 million damage! So strong! It was also at this time that a long blood groove appeared above the Scarlet Skeleton King's head. 300 million HP. Luo Tian suddenly had the urge to die. In less than 3 minutes, 300 million HP? This was the rhythm of wanting to kill someone. Moreover, Fatty Lou's warhammer smashed down and was repelled by the divine shield released by the Scarlet Skeleton King. The warhammer was directly swallowed by the Scarlet Skeleton King. However, the warhammer didn't turn into a pile of rust like the black dragon divine sword. Instead, it was eaten into its stomach. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. Fatty, are you okay? Boss, I'm fine. But wait, something's wrong with him. As soon as his voice fell, Fatty, Lu crawled out of a grave again. His hair was messy, and he looked miserable. However, his eyes were filled with a violent aura, and he held a weapon similar to the sea god's trident in his hand. Grandson, your grandfather is here again. Once again he charged forward furiously and stabbed at the Scarlet Skeleton King. Crack! The sea god's trident was blocked. However, another wave of water energy burst forth from the tip of the trident, and the power of the water surged like an ocean as it crushed the Skeleton King. Scarlet damage numbers continuously floated above the Skeleton King's head. Seeing this, all heaven's eyes narrowed. He looked at Chan-Chan, and Chan-Chan also looked at him at the same time. Almost at the same time, the two of them asked, Fatty, where did you get the weapon? At this moment, the power of the Scarlet Skeleton King once again sent Fatty Lu flying, and he fell into the grave pit. Fatty Lu climbed up from the grave, and two small daggers appeared in his hands. He grinned and looked at them, then threw them away. This kind of woman's weapon is not suitable for me. Then he jumped into another grave, took out a sky-soaring cannon, and laughed out loud excitedly, saying, This weapon is very suitable for me. At the same time, he looked at Luo Tian and said in bewilderment, Boss, there are weapons in every grave. They're all holy artifacts. Wow, these holy artifacts are all so awesome. They're filled with power. This is too great. Ha ha ha. While they were talking, Fatty Lu arrogantly rushed forward like an idiot. Grandson, watch me blast you to death with one shot. Just as Fatty Lu was crazily bombarding the Scarlet Skeleton King, Luo Tian jumped into a grave. It was just as the fatty had said. There were all kinds of holy artifacts inside, especially weapons. Every single one of them was a holy artifact, a true holy artifact. It contained this super strong power. Could this be the key to the quest? Luo Tian's heart trembled as he flew directly towards the tomb of the Skeleton King. Luo Tian didn't look at the rest of the items in the tomb. Instead, he was attracted by a gigantic saber in the middle of the tomb. Dragon Salyer. The second chapter was delivered. The old cow's chrysanthemum was in danger. I beg you, brothers, to protect the chrysanthemum. Chapter 1418. There were holy artifacts in every tomb. What about the biggest tomb? Surprise! A big surprise. Luo Tian stared at the giant blade in front of him that was constantly emitting divine power. The blade's appearance was very similar to the Earth Dragon treasured blade. There was a giant golden dragon circling around the blade's hilt. It was much more domineering than the previous draw blade, the #1 tyrant blade in the world. Gudon! Luo Tian swallowed his saliva, walked forward excitedly and clenched his right hand. All of a sudden, Luo Tian seemed to have entered a battlefield. Constant fighting, fresh blood, corpses, screams, and shouts rushed at his mind. There were no powerful cultivation techniques here, only all kinds of melee and cold weapons. It was like a huge battlefield. Luo Tian was deeply shocked, his mind tensed up, and his right hand loosened. The scene brought him back to reality. Gudon! What a shocking battlefield. Luo Tian still had lingering fear in his heart. That scene had shaken him to the core. Then he grabbed the saber again. This time he protected his mind and tried his best not to be distracted. He didn't want the saber to bring people in. However, it was completely useless. The scene that appeared this time was different from the battlefield just now. Many dragon-slaying warriors were fighting with an evil dragon, and one of the warriors was holding this dragon-slaying saber in his hand. The moment the tribe was destroyed by the evil dragon, he fell from the sky and cut the evil dragon in half with a single slash. Hiss! Luo Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt as if he was the evil dragon that was being killed. Damn, what's going on? This blade is too strange. Two different scenes. Is this a description of its past? Luo Tian looked at the time set by the system, and his heart sank. There's only a minute left. If I don't kill the blood skeleton king outside, the mission will fail. Then he will really be beaten back to his original state, back to level 1. At that time, not to mention the crown prince, any low-level warrior can easily kill me. No, Luo Tian frowned. He immediately released his azure dragon bloodline and grabbed it with both hands. Ah! He roared towards the sky. Rise! Kacha! A bolt of lightning flashed down and landed directly on the giant blade. Then, the surrounding tombs all shook violently. Even the weapon in Lu Zhan's hand was trembling violently, as if it was afraid, but also as if it was cheering. These divine artifacts seemed to be affected by some kind of power. Luo Tian's hair bun was disheveled, and his long hair directly stood erect in the air, wantonly swaying. His robe made explosive sounds, and a powerful force erupted from the bottom of the huge blade, like a crazy, monstrous wave. Luo Tian's body was trembling. Luo Tian gripped the hilt of his saber with both hands. The azure dragon and white tiger coiled around his arms. He gritted his teeth and roared again. Rise! Rumble! 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 It moved. The saber moved. The 2-meter-long and half-a-meter-wide saber moved, bringing with it a dense, baleful aura. The moment the saber came out of the ground, all the tombs trembled even more violently. The blood skeleton king also began to tremble. He turned his head to look in the direction of his own tomb. He saw Luo Tian pulled out the dragon salyer with great difficulty and supported it on the ground. He was unable to raise it, but this was already terrifying enough. Luo Tian was like a madman who had gone berserk. His face was as ferocious as an evil spirit. Boss! Luo Tian! Everyone's hearts tightened. Seeing Luo Tian's appearance, they were all afraid. Even when facing Tianlingzi, he had never been like this. That blade! That blade! It's the Skeleton King's divine weapon. It seems to be very powerful. It's absorbing the essence from Luo Tian's body. If this continues, Luo Tian will definitely be sucked dry by it. Qian frowned and said anxiously, Fatty Lu could no longer care so much, and directly rushed towards Luo Tian. If you want to suck, then suck mine. Indeed, it was just as Qian had said. The dragon salyer was crazily absorbing the essence from Luo Tian's body. It was as if it had been hungry for hundreds of thousands of years, crazily absorbing and swallowing. When Luo Tian entered the divine tomb, the idea that he released was also absorbed by this blade. Ah, Luo Tian roared crazily, his arms trembling, and the essence in the essence slot was also dropping crazily. Seeing the fatty rushing over, he immediately shouted, Don't come over, I can hold on. You stop the blood skeleton king first. Luo Tian's consciousness was very clear. At the same time, the dragon salyer was crazily absorbing his essence. He also wanted to see how much the dragon salyer could absorb. A little more. The moment Luo Tian obtained the dragon salyer released a somewhat familiar aura. If he guessed correctly, this familiar aura should have been left behind by the patriarch of Hua Mountain. If that was the case, then this blade was the treasure that the patriarch of Hua Mountain had left for him. If that was really the case, then he had to tame it. Otherwise, how could he use it to kill enemies in the future? If he couldn't even tame his own weapon, how could he survive? Absorb, absorb, absorb as much as you want. I want to see how much essence you can absorb. Luo Tian roared, his essence crazily dropping, as if it was sucking his body. It was numb, as if there were ants biting his entire body. Hiss, 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 hiss. Crazily sucking. The essence slot was dropping crazily. Luo Tian was not worried about the problem of his essence being sucked dry. He was only worried about one thing, the mission time. There were only 30 seconds left until the completion of the mission. If the dragon salyer had not finished absorbing the essence within these 30 seconds, and if the blood skeleton king did not die, the system would determine that the mission had failed. If that was the case, then everything would have been for naught. You better hurry up. Is that all you're capable of? The patriarch of Hua Mountain left you this trash for me. Can you be any more useless? Luo Tian mocked in disdain. You're already absorbing so slowly. Can you hurry up for me? The dragon Salyer also seemed to have been mocked and became even crazier. The essence disappeared by the ton. 10 million points, 20 million points, 50 million points, 80 million points. Finally, after the 100 million points of essence were absorbed by the dragon Salyer, it finally burped. Luo Tian grinned sinisterly and said, "Are you full? If you're full, then kill it for me." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian took a step forward. His arms bulged, his muscles expanded, and the pure power of the 8th level body was released. He suddenly raised the dragon Salyer above his head and looked at the system's remaining 3 seconds. Luo Tian flew into the air, just like the dragon-slaying warrior in the picture, cutting through the heavens and earth. The slash came down, explode. Violent winds and torrential rain, lightning and thunder. A fellow Taoist is undergoing tribulation. There is no way to continue writing tonight. A special thank you. Thank you, and the reader brother who read rich? Me. Today, you tipped 2,000 renminbi, and in the past 2 days, you alone have cast more than 1,000 monthly votes. The old cow is truly grateful. I don't know if you can see these words, but if you can, add the old cow's book group, and the old cow will thank you in person. Chapter 1419. A slash that could move heaven and earth. 100 million points of essence energy exploded out. A thin black crack appeared in space. The thin crack slashed down along the top of the Blood Skeleton King's head. Boom! The Blood Skeleton King was split into 2, and the dark red gas under its head also shattered. Walala! Walala! The bones of the Skeleton King were falling apart one by one. His empty eye sockets stared at Luo Tian. There was disbelief and confusion in his eyes. However, at the moment of his death, there was calmness. Wang Ding. The system sounded out. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Skeleton King, for obtaining 1 billion experience, 1 billion essence energy points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 2nd stage God's spirit body. Do you wish to fuse it? 2nd stage God. No wonder it's so much stronger than the other skeletons. Luo Tian immediately opened the system, looked at the time set by the system, and faintly said in his heart, "It should be in time, right? System sister, give me some face. This is the last straw." The system struggled for a few seconds, as if it was conflicted about whether to let Luo Tian pass or not. Indeed, the time set by the system was gone the moment Luo Tian killed the Blood Skeleton King. If the mission was judged to have failed, Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened, and his heart was hanging in midair. The system was not anything else. Once it judged to have failed, then there would be no turning back, and he would die. Speaking of the system, Luo Tian's heart was filled with resentment, but at this juncture, he did not dare to complain. Buddha, please bless me. F*CK. You haven't blessed me for a long time. This time, you must bless me to pass. If I don't want to become level 0, then it will be too difficult to level up again. Luo Tian secretly prayed in his heart. If he leveled up again, he would really kneel down. Ding! The system's voice rang out, causing Luo Tian's heart to stop beating. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the mission. Phew! Hearing these words, Luo Tian's whole body relaxed. Cold sweat broke out on his back as if he had just experienced death. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and muttered, "Even if I didn't die because of you, I would have been scared to death by you." The system notification continued. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining God Beheading Blade. Buzz. The moment the system notification rang out, the huge blade in Luo Tian's hand suddenly recognized him as its master. A powerful force suddenly sucked out a drop of essence blood from Luo Tian's hand and merged it with the god-beheading blade. Hey, hey, hey! I haven't said that I want you yet. What's the situation? The weapon would automatically recognize its master? Furthermore, it had sucked out his blood essence? Luo Tian wanted to break free, but he found that the God Slayer seemed to be stuck to his palm. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. A few seconds later, the system sounded out. Ding! God-beheading blade has successfully recognized its master. F***CK. You're depriving me of my freedom. I'm going to sue you. Ugh. All right, I can't sue you, but don't let me find a chance, you bastard. Luo Tian cursed angrily, and then secretly said in his heart, This decision is something that the Hua Shan ancestor left for me. He wasn't 100% sure now. He opened the system to check his attributes. Item: God-beheading blade, stage 0, grade, celestial, tier 0, intermediate, description, 2nd grade divine level weapon, possesses the power of god-slaying. Every time it is used, it will absorb vitality or divine power. 100 million points of vitality can upgrade God-beheading to the 1st stage. 500 million points of vitality can upgrade to the 2nd stage. 1 billion points of vitality can upgrade to the 3rd stage, and 1 billion points of vitality can activate the power of God-slaying. Description: The God-beheading blade has yet to take shape. It is currently only in its embryonic form. It can be refined and upgraded. If the refinement and upgrade fails, the God-beheading blade will be destroyed. If the refinement and upgrade succeeds, the God-beheading blade will increase its level, and according to the ore's attributes, it will increase a certain amount of mutated attributes. Looking at these notifications, Luo Tian's heart tightened once more. 100 million yuan chi points can only increase by 1 rank. Just now, he killed the Blood Skeleton King with just 1 rank of power. I have to say, this power is terrifying to an unheard of level. Although the Bloody Skeleton King's cultivation wasn't at the 2nd stage of the divine level, and it hadn't even reached the 1st stage of the divine level, its defense was invincible, and yet it was destroyed by the God-beheading blade. Luo Tian glanced at his vitality bar. All his vitality added up to a little over 200 million. If he wanted to upgrade it to the 2nd stage, he would need 500 million points of vitality. Even a peak Emperor Realm expert wouldn't have 500 million points of vitality. Aside from absorbing vitality, there was another way. That was to refine and upgrade it. This could increase the God-beheading blade's level, but if the refinement failed, the weapon would be gone. Luo Tian frowned. He looked up at the empty sky and muttered, Old ancestor, oh old ancestor, you've really done one thing after another. The first thing is a weapon, and the second thing you've left for me is the Shadow Oregon. I really have to hand it to you. If you want to give it to me, just give it to me. What's the point of doing so many tricks? Luo Tian complained. First, it was the Central State Continent's God Burial Tomb, then the Abyss Academy's Abyss Cave. These two didn't seem connected, but he had already arranged everything. If he wanted to increase the God-beheading blade's power, he could only go to the Abyss Cave, and this Abyss Cave was basically the Shadow Ore. But the Hua Mountain Old Ancestor didn't say that the Abyss Cave could only be entered on the 15th of August. Too evil. It seems like I have no choice but to go this time. Luo Tian bitterly smiled. He glanced at God-beheading. It was greedily absorbing Luo Tian's vitality. Before it could absorb much, Luo Tian kicked it away and cursed. You bastard, without my permission, if you dare to absorb my vitality, I'll kill you. There wasn't much vitality to begin with. If it absorbed another 100 million, Luo Tian wanted to cry. His cultivation method consumed too much vitality. 100 million vitality wasn't enough for a long battle. God-beheading was like a child that had done something wrong. After being kicked away, it flew back to Luo Tian's side in fear. It was like it was being punished. It stood there quietly, not daring to move. Luo Tian said, "If you follow me, you have to listen to my orders. If you dare to jump around in front of me, you'll suffer." God Beheading immediately nodded as if it understood. Fatty Lu and the rest ran over. Looking at the domineering God Beheading, their eyes were blurred. Wow, this blade is too domineering. However, Deity Slayer ignored him completely. Chan Chan said faintly, "This blade has its own consciousness, and this consciousness seems to be very strong. It should be from a certain expert in the divine realm. The first chapter has been sent. There's no need to cook today, no need to harvest rice. Old Cow will try his best to update a few more chapters. Brothers, if you have votes, please help Old Cow. I was defeated by Potato again." Defeated, 16 votes. Chapter 1420. Chan Chan's words caused Luo Tian to be stunned. One of the experts in the divine domain must be the patriarch of Huashan. There's no doubt about that. Was the will in the God Slayer implanted by the patriarch when he was in the ancient continent or after he entered the divine domain? According to Huangfu Ju, the War of the Gods happened not long after the Cloud Mist secret territory was created. At that time, the patriarch of Huashan didn't exist in the profound sky continent. He couldn't have appeared in the War of the Gods. Could it be that the patriarch of Huashan came here after he became a god? Luo Tian analyzed in his heart. These things didn't have much to do with him, but he still wanted to know how the patriarch of Huashan entered the tomb of the gods. Did he break through and ascend to the divine domain the second time he entered the tomb of the gods? He must have come back to search for something. What was this thing? Luo Tian wanted to know. A little more. The strongest skeleton in the tomb of the gods was only a second-stage god. In a war of the gods, first stage and second stage gods could only be cannon fodder. Where was the corpse of the superior god? Where was the corpse of the deity king? Where was the corpse of the master god? If it was a large-scale war of the gods, these experts would definitely appear. There could only be one reason for starting this war: to steal treasures. Even the deity king wanted to get his hands on a divine item. Phew! Luo Tian took a deep breath and looked at the empty sky. He thought to himself, "Patriarch of Huashan, what did you get from here? The God Slayer is definitely not the best item here. You knew from the start that I would come here. You knew from the start that I would be able to kill all the skeletons. You also knew that I would be able to find the God Slayer. Who exactly are you? Wasn't all of this too accurate? Could it be you're in cahoots with the Master of Fate?" He couldn't help but be suspicious. In the profound sky continent, Luo Tian was almost killed by the Master of Fate. If it hadn't been for the fact that Chuan's sincerity had moved the chief sovereign of luck, he really would have been crushed to pieces by that old hag, the chief sovereign of fate. What was the relationship between the patriarch of Huashan and the Master of Fate? Why was he able to predict every step that Luo Tian would take? Luo Tian was very careful in dealing with anything that had to do with the ruler of fate. After all, the ruler of fate was his most powerful enemy. The Haijia Crown Prince couldn't even compare to her. From the moment Luo Tian had been crushed, Luo Tian had wanted to make the ruler of Fate Sing conquer under his crotch one day. "I don't care what your relationship is. Everything will be clear once I ascend to the God realm. Old Master, you better not have any connections with that old B***TSH. Otherwise, I won't spare your life just because you're the old master of the Huashan immortal sect." Luo Tian said in his heart. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth shook violently. The tombs collapsed one after another. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He immediately said, "Everyone leave quickly. This place is going to collapse. This plane is going to be destroyed." Fatty Lu's expression darkened. F***CK my divine weapons. Those are all super divine weapons. No, I have to go back and take some. Before he could rush to the tombs, Luo Tian grabbed him and shouted, "Do you want to die?" The plane is collapsing. Even Super God Realm experts can't withstand the spatial pressure. Qian asked anxiously, "Where's the exit?" "We can't get out from the exit we came from." Luo Tian said, "We couldn't get out in the beginning, but we can definitely get out now. Let's go there quickly." Half a minute later, one by one, they emerged from the deep pool. The four girls were drenched once again. However, only Luo Tian saw that Lu Zhan had already run far away. He hid in a corner and cried. Thinking about those magical things, he wanted to chop off his own hands. He had wasted such a good opportunity. He was still jumping around blindly. Any random item he picked up would be incomparably awesome. This way, the girls would have a good impression of him. Too sad. Fatty Lu's tears flowed down. This time, Huangfu had learned her lesson. She had been hiding behind Yi Yunmeng. She quickly dried her clothes before walking out. She smiled mischievously and said, "You didn't see it this time, did you?" "Humph. I didn't see it this time. But I saw everything I wanted to see, and the scene has been deeply imprinted in my mind. I can't get rid of it anymore," Luo Tian said with a smirk. Huangfu Ye's face instantly turned red. She stomped her feet angrily and said, You, stinky pervert." Luo Tian laughed and said, "It's good enough that I don't act like a pervert. If it weren't for—" He didn't finish his sentence. If it weren't for the fact that there wasn't much time left, Luo Tian would have really done them on the spot. Then, Luo Tian took out the divine spiritual qi that had burst out from the tomb of the god of sin and said, "Hurry up and cultivate. There isn't much time left. This exchange meeting is the only chance for Cloud Mist College. If we lose, Cloud Mist College will really be removed from the central continent." Indeed, now Cloud Mist College existed in name only. This exchange meeting with the Abyss College was the only chance for them to turn things around. It was a matter of great importance. Luo Tian didn't dare to neglect it. Even Huangfu Ju was seizing every minute and second to cultivate. He also wanted to make a breakthrough in the last 3 days. Millions of kilometers away, Abyss mountain range, shocking sky peak. A man in a brown robe looked to the east with a faint smile on his face. This kind of smile couldn't be concealed. "How are you going to fight with me this time?" "Huangfu Ju, Sky Dragon." There was another person behind him. It was a young man about 20 years old. There was a touch of youthful arrogance on his face. He said, "I'm afraid that Cloud Mist College will automatically give up this exchange meeting. Can they still send people? Those who came to participate in the exchange meeting are probably from Haijia, right? That Luo Tian, I want to laugh when I think of him. What divine grade talent. What first in the ancient times. He bragged so much, but he couldn't even take one move from the Crown Prince. I should have known him in the Panga Mountain Range." The Crown Prince took all the limelight. The young man sneered with disdain. I knew that Luo Tian was a joke. Divine grade talent? Bullsh *T. The man in the brown robe said slightly, "You and the Crown Prince. Don't worry. The Crown Prince is indeed powerful, but I'm not to be trifled with. The Crown Prince has his heavenly energy, and I have my own unique strength. Even if I fight with the Crown Prince, I dare not say that I can defeat him, but I definitely won't be defeated by him. I won't be defeated in one move, like Luo Tian, that trash." The young man said coldly. In his eyes, among the younger generation of martial artists in the ancient continent, only the Crown Prince could fight with him. As for the others, in his eyes they were all trash. The young man looked into the distance and sneered. "Come on, Cloud Mist College. As long as you dare to come, don't even think about going back. Ha ha ha. The second chapter has been delivered. Requesting firepower support." Chapter 1421. 3 days later, Cloud Mist College held a simple departure ceremony. The list of participants. The captain was Luo Tian, the vice captain was Qian, and the other 6 were Yi Yunmeng, Huangfu Ye, Lu Zhan, Lindong, Tang San, and Karen. The leader was Huang Fuju. Dean Tianlong was still recovering, and after being devoured by the dragon trapping chain, his cultivation was not as good as before. It would take a long time for him to recover to his peak. Other than them, there were other people in the dark. Demigod Shao by Peak Emperor Blood Demon King. 10 members of the Paladin Legion by Lingling, by Xiong, and several disciples of the House of Bai. Currently, they were the most elite students in Cloud Mist Academy. These secret personnel had already set off yesterday. They would arrive earlier than the official participants of All Heaven Academy. Moreover, they would scout out everything about the mystic realm. As for the participants of the Abyss Academy, they didn't know anything about All Heaven Academy. Moreover, it was better to find out the situation first. Other than that, Luo Tian also gave Xiao by a secret mission. That was to find out the location of the Abyss Cave Abode. Luo Tian believed that the Abyss Cave Abode was where the shadow, or was. Huang Fuju's voice was filled with indignation as he said heavily, Cloud Mist College is in a battle of life and death. This battle will determine the college's fate. If we win, we will prosper. If we lose, we will perish. We must bring out the unyielding spirit of Cloud Mist College and let those dead juniors and seniors take a good look so that they can rest in peace. We must win this battle. Luo Tian raised his arm and shouted, We must win! We must win! We must win! And they had to win. Not only the Middle State continent, but the other 4 continents were also eyeing Cloud Mist College. Once Cloud Mist College was established, it would be devoured immediately. Abyss College would not miss this opportunity. The balance of power in the Middle State continent was broken. This was a great opportunity for the other continents. Huang Fuju looked at them and felt uncertain. Luo Tian was very strong, but this exchange wasn't about just one person being strong. If everyone else was defeated, then Cloud Mist Academy would still be defeated. This was a team battle. God bless us. Huang Fuju looked at the sky and prayed in his heart. Then he said, Let's go. On the road, Huang Fuju gave a brief introduction of the exchange. The exchange meeting is held once a year. Nominally, it is an exchange meeting between the freshmen of Abyss College and Cloud Mist College. But in fact, it is not the only meeting. Sex and Devil Sex will send out young and outstanding genius warriors. This is an opportunity to become famous and also an opportunity to expand one's influence. This year is different. The evil demons are wreaking havoc in the world. The entire ancient continent is resisting the invasion of the evil demons. Our Central Province continent is located at the center of the ancient continent. This place will definitely be an important location for the evil demons to occupy. With the Central Province continent as the center, the evil demons will spread to the other 4 continents. Therefore, not only will the various powerful forces of the Central Province continent participate in this exchange, the other 4 continents will also send their disciples to participate. Rather than calling it an exchange between the 2 great academies of the Central Province continent, it would be better to call it an exchange between the ancient continents. Fatty Lu was secretly shocked. He could not help but say, The experts of the other 4 continents will also participate? Damn, a hodgepodge? Huang Fuju said, Icefield Snow Country, Buddha Sect, Eurasia Church, and the 4 Divine Beast Clan will all participate. This is also because of the demonic world. Therefore, this exchange is very special. If our Cloud Mist College wants to get first place, I'm afraid Abyss College alone was hard enough to deal with. With the experts of the other 4 continents, it would be even harder. Not only that, although it was a new student exchange, as long as the disciples had not appeared in the exchange before, they could participate. The Central Continent would still participate, so they would definitely be new faces. But what about the other 4 continents? Would they abide by the rules of the competition? One had to know. Amongst the forces of the 5 continents, the Central Continent was the weakest. They didn't have any right to speak at all. They would definitely not give up easily on the right to exterminate the demonic world. They would even send out some extremely abnormal and monstrous martial artists. There would even be old monsters like the old ancestor who had cultivated for 10,000 years to participate. This made it even more difficult. Suddenly, Huang Fuju said to Qian, "Right, the referee this time is the Holy Maiden of the Phoenix Mountain." Huh. Luo Tian and Qian were stunned at the same time. The two of them looked at each other again. The two of them had completely different expressions of shock. Qian muttered, "Why would the Holy Maiden participate in this kind of exchange?" Luo Tian secretly became evil and thought to himself, "Holy Maiden asterisk asterisk asterisk, do you miss me? When the time comes, prepare to receive the baptism of my big stick, ha ha ha." It had to be said, Luo Tian missed the Heavenly Maiden a little. There was no need to say anything about this mature woman. On the bed, that kind of undisguised evil charm, flirtatious charm, and that kind of 100% compatibility had reached a level that no one could compare to. Because she was mature, she was able to let go, unlike other women who all had a sense of restraint and couldn't let go. The Heavenly Maiden was completely different. Huang Fuju laughed. Logically speaking, the people of the Phoenix, Sacred Mountain, would definitely not participate in this kind of exchange. But for some reason, the Heavenly Maiden took the initiative to participate this time. When this news spread out, it caused a huge commotion in the continent, and everyone was guessing why. In my opinion, it must be because the demon army this time is too powerful, and that Devil Empress who has yet to appear must be very powerful. Otherwise, why would it alarm the Heavenly Maiden? This was what most people thought. Huang Fuju also thought so. If he didn't think so, could there be another reason? It didn't make sense at all. Qian nodded his head and said, "I think it's also because of this. The ancient king used a supreme sacred art to revive the demons. We have seen these demons before, the 8 kings and 9 generals. Each of them is extremely powerful, and each of them has cultivated a sacred art, and this is without the command of the Devil Empress. Once the Devil Empress appears, it will be another bloody storm. Lord Heavenly Maiden will not sit idly by." Luo Tian didn't think so. He was even 100% sure that the Heavenly Maiden was here for him. She definitely missed him. Luo Tian laughed, but didn't say anything, and thought to himself, "Little Demoness, just wash up and wait for me. This time, I will let you have a taste of my power. No, this time I will have to level up 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 levels before I can let you go. Haha, I'm already a little thirsty." 2 days of travel. The group of 9 finally arrived at the Abyss mountain range. The foot of the mountain that led to the Abyss Academy was packed with people. A good show was about to begin. The 3rd chapter had been delivered, and the 4th chapter had been delivered at around 12 o'clock. Brother Rich? Me. If you can see it, then join the Undefeated Management Group. Group number 258281517. If these numbers are blocked, then come to the Genesis Chinese Network or QQ Reading, search for this book, and subscribe to the 132. The Old Cow wants to thank you for your support. Sincerely thank you. Chapter 1422. So many people. Huangfu, you looked at the plaza at the foot of the mountain, which was filled with people. These people's cultivation is not weak. Most of them are Holy Spirit realm experts, and there are many whose cultivation I can't even detect. Look, it's Buddhist disciples. Wow, they're all so handsome and cool. Icefield Snow Country. They're wearing cotton-padded jackets on such a hot day. Aren't they afraid of the heat? Why don't I see the warriors of the 4 Divine Beast clan? Are they not here yet? Is that guy with the cross from the Holy See? Huang Fuya chattered like a little sparrow. There were warriors from all the continents here, and it could be seen from their attire. Huang Fuju said, "Luo Tian, look after them. Don't let them run around. I'll go register first, and then go up the mountain." He muttered, "Aren't there too many people this time? Looks like there's no chance for us to get first place this time. I just hope we don't lose too badly. It'll be good if we can get into the top 5. That way, Cloud Mist College can still be preserved, and Abyss College won't dare to have any ideas about Cloud Mist College. Huang Fuju was getting more and more uncertain. The warriors from the other 4 continents were too strong. Luo Tian and the others were very unfamiliar with them, and they didn't have much contact with them. Their techniques and cultivation methods were all different, so they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Huang Fuya said to her father, "Father, go quickly! You better behave and don't cause trouble. Luo Tian, look after them." Huang Fuju said and rushed to the registration area. As soon as he left, Huang Fuya pulled Yi Yunmeng, Qian Qian, and Kelly into the crowd and said excitedly, "So many fun things, ha ha ha! Look, there are shops here, and they're selling things that we've never seen before. And pills. What are these liquids?" Where there were people, there would naturally be a market. Naturally, no one would let go of a market. However, these shops did not belong to the Abyss College. They belonged to some business families. These families were supported by powerful forces. Otherwise, they would not appear here. "Boss, should we follow them?" Lu Zhan asked. Luo Tian shook his head and said, "They can stroll by themselves. We'll look by ourselves. In any case, it's not like we'll get lost in such a small place." Subsequently, Luo Tian said to Lin Dong and Tang Sen, "You guys can look around for yourselves. If there's anything suitable, just buy it. Don't worry about not having enough money." As he spoke, he patted the spatial ring on his finger and said, "This brother is very rich." Cultivation coins were not useful here. These experts also had no interest in cultivation coins. This was a transaction. The items being traded were all kinds of high-grade elixirs or various numinous treasures and Dharma artifacts. Come, come, come. Don't miss this chance. The Buddhist sacred artifact, Sarira, is here. 1 pill can give you 10 years of cultivation. 10 pills, and you can break through your cultivation. A man wearing a Buddhist kasaya started hawking. Luo Tian went forward to take a look. The idea moved slightly. How was this a Sarira? It was completely a stone with traces of origin chi. Not only that, this place was basically filled with street stalls. There was nothing good here. After walking around, he didn't buy anything. Lin Dong and Tang Sen shook their heads. Some things were not bad, but they did not like them. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. It's starting. Lingtian Merchant Alliance's auction has begun. Lingtian Merchant Alliance is the #1 merchant alliance in the ancient continent. I heard that they can even get divine artifacts from other realms. Quickly go and get a seat. This auction is specially prepared for this exchange. A good divine armament can raise one's cultivation. For this ranking war, there will definitely be a lot of people who want a good divine armament. This Lingtian Merchant Alliance really knows how to find the time. The crowd began to discuss. Luo Tian said, "It's still early. Let's go and take a look." Since it was an auction, there should be some good items. Lin Dong and Tang San didn't even have a good item. As their boss, he really felt sorry for them. Not long later, a smiling old man walked out from a simple stage. The old man pressed down with both hands. His aura was very strong. The surrounding instantly quietened down. The old man was startled. He slowly said, "This is the first time Lingyun Merchant Alliance is holding an auction in the central region. If there are any Eurasian martial artists here, they will know that our auction is based on items. In other words, we will not take any cultivation coins as the auction price. We only want items of equal value. There will only be 1 bid during the auction. Everyone, please be careful. We will give an estimated price for each item." In short, it was just 1 sentence. They would only take divine artifacts of equal value. They would not take things like cultivation coins. Hurry up and start. Hurry up. We can't wait any longer. Stop nagging. Hurry up and start. The audience had already begun to clamor. Luo Tian also said, "What an awesome merchant alliance. They actually don't take anything in the form of currency. They only take items to exchange for items. How will they make money like this? Qian slowly said, Lingyun Merchant Alliance has a powerful force behind them. They will collect all the beneficial spirit treasures and process them a second time before selling them. This way, the profit will be different. Moreover, Lingyun Merchant Alliance has the strongest blacksmiths and alchemists in the ancient continent. These spirit treasures can be quickly refined in their hands. Luo Tian was slightly surprised. When he heard the strongest alchemists, he immediately thought of the antidote for the soul poison. I wonder if there is an antidote for the soul poison here. A few minutes later, the old man clapped his hands and said, The first item is the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd. What? Suddenly, Luo Tian was stunned. He stared at the stage. He saw an ancient spear appear on the stage. Except for Luo Tian, Lin Dong's eyes were immediately attracted to it. Gulp! He swallowed his saliva heavily. His gaze remained motionless as he muttered to himself, Good gun, good gun! What was a good spear? That was basically Lin Dong's weapon. Otherwise, Luo Tian would not be stunned. He was very familiar with Lin Dong in martial Yinyang. The ancient heavenly Qilin halberd was his first high-grade spirit treasure. This weapon also had the 4 moves of the heavenly dragon spear technique. The old man on the stage slowly explained, This weapon was obtained from the outer realm. The ancient halberd has a set of techniques called the heavenly dragon spear technique. As expected, it was exactly the same as the one in martial Yinyang. Luo Tian said excitedly, I must get this item. The old man stopped smiling and said, The auction begins. The bidding starts now. Remember, there is only one chance to bid. Everyone must be careful. The auction begins. The 4th chapter has been delivered. The weather is getting better. The rice will be harvested in the afternoon. The rest of the chapters will be delivered at night. Also, brothers, join the Invincible group. Don't join the management group. Invincible group number. Invincible Army 528-5308. Chapter 1423. Let the auction begin. The old man's voice fell. The audience was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. This was completely different from the previous auctions. In the past, the bidding was crazy, but there was not a single sound here. It was not that they did not like the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd, but they were all secretly thinking about what they should take out to bid against it. This was a smokeless battle. Lin Dong looked at Luo Tian and clenched his fists. His eyes were indifferent as he wanted to pretend that he did not care. But the more he acted like this, the more intense the desire in his eyes was. Lin Dong even smiled and said, Boss, I was just saying. This ancient heavenly Qilin halberd is not bad, but it is not suitable for me. Pretend not to care? Luo Tian smiled and said, Don't worry, I will definitely get you this ancient halberd. You don't even have a decent weapon. This is my fault as your boss. Just wait, I will definitely bid for this ancient halberd. Bid for it? Bid for it with what? Luo Tian did not have many things on him right now. Last time in Boundless City, he had basically emptied his interspatial ring. Right now, there were very few things that he could use. Of course, even if he could not bid for it, he would think of a way to explode it. This was his backup plan. Half a minute later, the crowd began to discuss. This ancient heavenly Qilin halberd is a high-grade spirit treasure, and it was even obtained from the outer realm. The most special thing is that the weapon actually has a set of heavenly dragon spear technique. This thing is comparable to a half-god artifact. Lingtian Merchant Alliance is really amazing. Their first item is a half-god artifact. This is a rare good spear. I am the 3rd prince of the Icefield Snow Country. I hope everyone will give me some face. Even if you don't give me face, you poor people can't compete with me. This spear is mine. A middle-aged man said arrogantly with disdain. He immediately took out an ice crystal ring from his bosom. When the ring was taken out, the surrounding temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. One look and one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. This was a spirit treasure unique to the Icefield Snow Country. This is my Icefield Snow Country's spirit treasure, Frostring, a half-god artifact. Who dares to compete with me? Who can compete with me? If anyone dares to compete with me, then they are not giving me face. That means they are not giving face to the Icefield Snow Country. When that time comes, the middle-aged man laughed sinisterly as he raised the ring above his head. Icefield Snow Country, the northernmost continent, had the fewest people, but, however, his strength was comparable to that of the Eurasian continent. The middle-aged man was undoubtedly a member of the royal family. Offending him was equivalent to offending the royal family of the Icefield Snow Country. Offending the Icefield Snow Country on the eve of the exchange was an extremely unwise choice. The surrounding people immediately fell silent. Many people who wanted to take out their spirit treasures retracted their hands. The middle-aged man smiled proudly. He faced the old man on the arena and said, "Old man, hurry up and announce it. Your ancient heavenly Chelan halberd is a demigod artifact, and my frostring is also a demigod artifact. We won't lose out. Hurry up and announce it. No one will compete with me." The old man smiled and said, "Third prince, it's not good for you to do this." The third crown prince immediately shouted, "What's wrong with that? Why don't you let them compete with me? I didn't forbid them from bidding. If they don't bid, what can I do? Don't you think so? Ha ha ha." Privately, Lindong also anxiously said, "Boss, I think we should forget about it. It's the same even if I don't have a weapon." He didn't want to offend a powerful force like the Icefield Snow Country before the exchange even began. He didn't want to cause trouble for Luo Tian because of him. Luo Tian smiled and didn't say anything. The third prince clamored again. "Old man, hurry up and announce it. What are you waiting for?" The old man narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "There are still 10 seconds to bid. There's still a chance to bid." It wasn't that everyone didn't want to bid, but that they didn't dare. Offending the Icefield Snow Country for a demigod-level ancient halberd was simply unwise. Ha ha. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. This ancient, heavenly Chelan halberd is mine. Aha. The third prince excitedly ran up and handed the ring to the old man. He picked up the ancient, heavenly Chelan halberd and wanted to run. However, the moment he picked up the ancient halberd, the members of the public immediately stopped him. The third prince immediately became angry and shouted in a deep voice, "Old man, what are you trying to do? Don't tell me you want to take back the ancient halberd? I don't think you have the ability to do so." He also knew the auction rules of the Lingtian Merchant Union. Once an item was auctioned, it absolutely could not be taken back. The old man smiled and said, "The third prince is right. I indeed don't have the authority to change the rules. But please look carefully. There's someone below the stage who has bid. He's also holding a demigod weapon. And it's a sword." Suddenly, the third prince immediately became angry. His eyes widened as he angrily looked over. "Who ate the bear's heart and leopard's guts to snatch something from me? Do you not want to live anymore? F***CK. How do you know that I don't want to live anymore?" Luo Tian slowly walked out from the crowd and walked to the stage. He sneered and said, "You're still the third prince of the Icefield Snow Country. For a demigod weapon, you're trying to scare others. Are you afraid of competing with others? What a coincidence! Brother, I naturally like to compete with others." Walking to the stage, Luo Tian handed the heavenly sword to the old man and politely said, "Divine weapon, heavenly sword, please take a look." The old man took the heavenly sword and looked at it. He nodded and smiled. "It's indeed a good divine weapon. I announce, the first item, the ancient heavenly Chelan halberd, is this boss." As he spoke, the old man raised Luo Tian's hand and said to the staff, "Hand the ancient heavenly Chelan halberd to him." The third prince was instantly enraged. He angrily glared and shouted, "Old man, how is my frost ring inferior to that brat's broken sword?" The old man coldly smiled and said, "Your frost ring's value is higher than his sword. But I don't like you. I don't have the authority to change the rules. But I do have the authority to decide who wins. Third Prince, please return to where you came from. Don't affect the auction. Even your ice-field snow country cannot afford to offend the Lingtian Merchant Union." The old man's tone was domineering. As he spoke, a powerful aura was released from his body. The third prince's face turned pale, and he was unable to say a word. Luo Tian took the ancient, heavenly Qilin halberd and slightly sensed it. The halberd flowed with an extremely powerful force, and it also had a set of spear techniques. Looking at Lin Dong, who was in the crowd, Luo Tian laughed. At the same time, the old man retracted his aura. The third prince stood behind Luo Tian. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He coldly shouted, "Son of a bitch, you dare to compete with me? I'll kill you." The 5th chapter has been delivered. Thank you to All Kinds of Pain Control for your 10,000 book coins. Thank you to Take You to Fly for your support. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Tonight there will be another chapter. Chapter 1424. To be able to sneak attack once. There would definitely not be a second time. Luo Tian's aura was constantly being sensed, and the airflow fluctuated abnormally. Sneak attack. Luo Tian's body slightly tilted. The third prince's spear swept past his cheek, and the chill was oppressive. If he did not dodge, even if he did not die, he would be crippled. The third prince was stunned. He actually dodged it at such a short distance, and his reaction was actually so fast. He was only at the 9th level of the Holy Spirit. Because he missed, the third crown prince's body slightly lost its balance, and the force of inertia propelled him forward. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian suddenly reached out, grabbed the third crown prince's belt, and pulled him back. Half of the third prince's body had already fallen off the auction stage. If he fell down, it would be fine as he could stand firm. However, when Luo Tian suddenly grabbed his belt, it was a bit awkward. He shouted in a deep voice, "You dog, let go of me!" Naturally, I will let go. However, Luo Tian moved the energy in his hand and released the 9 Suns' divine art. A scorching aura directly burned his belt to ashes, and then his robe fell down, revealing his asterisk. The small penis in front of him was also. It was surprisingly small. He did not know if it was because the ice-field snow country had been covered in ice for a long time, or if it was because of some other reason. But the third prince's penis was so small that it made people laugh. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Below the stage, whether it was a man or a woman, they could not help but laugh. That was also called a penis? It was simply a grain of rice. The third prince flew into a rage out of humiliation. He firmly grabbed onto the ground, as if his feet were nailed to the ground. His eyes burned with anger as he angrily roared, "Brat, I will kill you!" Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian kicked his butt, and the azure dragon blood suddenly moved. A dragon's roar came from the 9th heaven, and the third prince, who was like a dog eating shit, was directly crushed to the ground, unable to get up. His entire body was smooth and snow-white like a big fat pig. Dragon's roar. The Azure Dragon clan of the 4 divine beasts. He is actually a warrior of the Azure Dragon clan. The dragon's roar could be heard clearly. Their minds were shaken and trembled. The way they looked at Luo Tian had also changed. Of the 5 continents, the 4 divine beasts continent was the most powerful. The 4 divine beasts continent was led by the Azure Dragon clan. If it was a warrior of the Azure Dragon clan, then the third prince of the Ice Plains Snow Country wouldn't have any chance to resist. Even if he was killed, the Ice Plains Snow Country wouldn't dare fart. On the auction stage, the old man's expression was slightly startled. A trace of light flashed through his eyes. The way he looked at Luo Tian was different from the others, because he had been to the four divine beasts continent. After witnessing the dragon roar released by the warriors of Cyan Dragon Clan, those warriors of Cyan Dragon Clan were not worth mentioning compared to the dragon roar just now. This dragon roar couldn't be released by common Cyan Dragon warriors. Given his age, he should be an elder of Cyan Dragon Clan. Suddenly, the old man's heart trembled. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Luo Tian's back. In his heart, he said, could it be that he is the divine level talent, the one with the bloodline of the four divine beasts, Luo Tian? This was only a guess. The old man didn't dare to be certain. And then he whispered a few words to a nearby worker, and then hurriedly went backstage. The third prince crawled up from the mud. He no longer had the arrogance from before, but his eyes were still filled with a cold, killing intent. Staring at Luo Tian, he said viciously, "I won't let you off." And then she picked up the clothes on the ground and ran away in a hurry. He was worried that Luo Tian would attack again. Ha ha ha! No matter how powerful the Ice Plains Snow Country is, they can't be a match for the four divine beasts clan. You won't let him off? I think it'll be him who won't let you off at tomorrow's exchange. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Seeing the third prince flee in such a sorry state, the audience began to laugh loudly. Luo Tian walked down, the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd in hand. Wherever he passed, the crowd automatically parted, and everyone had a look of dread on their faces. Luo Tian said to himself, "The four divine beasts clan truly is powerful. Just a dragon's roar was enough to make these people so respectful. In the world of warriors, the strong are revered. That's true. If the four divine beasts clan wasn't powerful, then the third prince definitely wouldn't have let me off so easily." Walking to Lindong's side, he handed the halberd to him. Laughing, he said, "Consider this a gift from me to you for your closed-door training. Your training hasn't disappointed me." As Lindong held the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd, he was so moved that he couldn't speak. His eyes were moist as he said heavily, "Thank you." "But, boss, your sword is gone. In the future, you—" Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian laughed. "Don't worry. I have a new weapon." Compared to a sword, he preferred a saber. A saber was the overlord of weapons. Using a saber was more satisfying and domineering. The heavenly sword was indeed a rare godly weapon, and it was even a system reward. But he didn't regret it. For his brother, especially Lindong, he was willing to give it up. The main character of Martial Inyang was his own little brother. How cool was that? A mere heavenly sword was nothing to him. Furthermore, Godslayer was much stronger than the heavenly sword. With it, Luo Tian didn't care about any other weapon. Tang San looked at the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd in Lindong's hands and revealed a look of envy. Luo Tian said, "Don't worry. When there's a weapon you can use, I'll definitely get it for you. Even if I have to steal it, I'll steal it for you." Ha ha ha! The ancient era's strongest exchange. A high-grade weapon could change the outcome. Lindong needed a weapon. Tang San was the same. Only Luo Tian looked at the stage and muttered, "I wonder if a godly weapon from the Dolua continent will appear? If it does, then it'll be awesome." The old man on the auction stage disappeared for a full 10 minutes before returning. The old man bowed slightly and smiled apologetically, sorry for the long wait. "Next up, we'll auction the second item." Same. Our Lingtian Business Alliance spent a huge sum of money to obtain this item from the outer realm. We have yet to appraise the grade of this item. However, our Lingtian Business Alliance's chief appraiser, Gulongxiang, has appraised it, and the answer he gave is that it is definitely not an ordinary item. As the old man spoke, he gestured for the staff to place the weapon on the stage. Then he walked up to the stage and lifted the red cloth. "It's this war hammer." This war hammer is called the Clear Sky Hammer. Luo Tian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Oh my God, what's going on?" Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer actually appeared in the Dolua continent. Tang San's expression immediately changed. "Buy it, I must buy it. Chapter 6 delivered. Thank you to bring you out to act tough. Bring you flying for all the 88 rewards. Old Bull thanks you. Also, every reader in the Infallible group is cute. Old Bull loves you all. But if you can support me by subscribing to the official website, Old Bull will love you all even more. Official website QQ reading, Genesis Chinese Network, Qijian Chinese Network. By subscribing to the official website, you can get monthly votes. At that time, you can vote for Old Bull. Chapter 1425. It was not an ordinary weapon. It was the embodiment of tyrannical power. Luo Tian knew more than the old man. Because, when he was reading the novel Doluo Continent, Luo Tian had noticed the small black hammer, Clear Sky Hammer. It did not appear for a long time, but it appeared in one of the chapters. The valiant power it displayed shocked him and made him excited when he read the novel. Therefore, Luo Tian was very familiar with the Clear Sky Hammer. Of course, he was not the author and had never entered the world of Doluo Continent, but he was sure that this small black hammer definitely belonged to Tang San. It looked unremarkable, but it actually contained unimaginable power. You really want it right. Don't worry, it's yours. Luo Tian laughed. No matter the price, since it was Tang San's item, he had to get it. Otherwise, he would feel sorry for himself. Tang San nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you, boss." It's my duty to take care of my little brother. To Luo Tian, boss was just a form of respect. However, when Tang San and Lin Dong called him boss, they felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in their hearts. Because what kind of awesome existences were they? The super main characters in the novel, the future super overlords, were now calling him boss. It felt really good. Luo Tian's dream from his previous life. It was to bring a group of awesome main characters in the novel to kill everyone in the other world. Whispers sounded out from the crowd. They were all cautious about this small black hammer. If not for the fact that it was impossible for Lingtian Business Alliance to produce trash, they would have taken a stand. Because that small black hammer was really too ordinary. It was lying there quietly like a vari-colored stone. Furthermore, its appearance was not domineering and did not have any special power. Compared to the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd, this item was looked down upon. You have the nerve to sell this broken hammer? Is Lingtian Business Alliance in such dire straits? Randomly finding a broken hammer and saying that it is something from the other world. Who are you trying to fool? Lingtian Business Alliance shouldn't do this, right? This is destroying their reputation. F***CK, are you deaf? He himself said that he hasn't appraised it yet. In other words, he isn't responsible for whether this broken hammer is divine or trash. I think it's basically trash. Indeed, his appearance isn't domineering, and he doesn't release any aura of power. I really don't believe that he's a divine grade. Forget it. Let's move on to the next one. Many people in the crowd began to clamor. They weren't interested in the hammer and wanted to quickly move on to the next item. The old man smiled but did not say anything. No matter what, he always had a professional smile on his face. Those people below the stage said that the Clear Sky Hammer was worthless, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. In order to get this hammer, the Lingtian Business Alliance paid a huge price, but he didn't expect it to be so disliked. Phew, the old man exhaled softly, then stepped forward and said, "Last 10 seconds." 10, 9, the old man began to count down. There were only a few people bidding, but the items they brought out were all low-level spirit treasures. When the old ancestor saw this, he thought to himself, "It looks like this Clear Sky Hammer is going to suffer a huge loss." The last second fell. The old man was startled. He discovered that a black armor had suddenly appeared and was shining with a strange light. The fiery golden eyes that he had trained all these years told him that this armor was definitely not an ordinary item. He then looked at the person holding up the armor. The old man's heart tensed up, and then he smiled and said, "Yes, it was that boss just now. Congratulations!" Black dragon armor, the item that dropped from the ancient king's body. The moment it was taken out, it faintly carried a trace of demonic aura. The surrounding martial warriors were all secretly shocked, if not for the fact that Luo Tian had released a dragon's roar and was fearful of him. They would have definitely made their move at this time. Evil aura! This armor. Does the four divine beasts race still have dealings with the evil demons? Whispers sounded out from the crowd. Luo Tian walked up to the auction stage, handed the armor over to the old man, and said, "Black dragon armor, divine rank." Huh. Below the stage, on the stage, there was an uproar. No one was discussing about the demonic aura on the armor anymore. Instead, they were mocking Luo Tian. Is he a pig? He actually used a divine rank to exchange for a broken hammer. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I thought the warriors of the Azure Dragon clan were awesome, but it turns out that they are brainless too. Brat, you've suffered a huge loss. Facing the mocking laughter below the stage, Luo Tian turned a deaf ear to it. On the other hand, Tang San's face was a little ugly. Seeing Luo Tian being mocked, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, feeling very unhappy in his heart. At the same time, he was secretly moved. For his sake, he actually took out his personal armor and auctioned it off. He shouted in his heart, "Boss!" On the auction stage, the old man was shocked. The clear sky hammer was indeed not bad, but compared to this black dragon armor, it was far inferior. There was no doubt that the black dragon armor was a divine rank. The old man was extremely clear about the person who used it. It was something from the ancient king. That was to say, the man in front of him was Luo Tian. This point could be confirmed. The old man smiled and said, "Brother, are you really going to use it to bid? This is a rare piece of armor." Luo Tian smiled calmly and said, "The clear sky hammer is worth this price, so I'll use it." Of course, if there were other things, Luo Tian would use other items to bid. But he was so poor right now. Could it be that he took out the God Slayer? Take out the heaven flipping seal? That was even more impossible. His heart ached. If he had known earlier, he would have left a few more things on him. For his brother, Luo Tian was going all out. The old man said, "All right, men, hand the clear sky hammer to him." Luo Tian handed over the black dragon armor, took the clear sky hammer, and directly sent it in front of Tang San. He smiled and said, "It's yours now. I believe that you will definitely be able to shock the people who mocked me today. You will let them know what is called tyrannical strength." Luo Tian was not worried. He was not worried at all, because the clear sky hammer in Tang San's hands would definitely explode with an extremely strong power. Tang San clenched his fist tightly and felt the power within the clear sky hammer. With an excited expression, he said to Luo Tian heavily, "Thank you, boss. I won't let you down." Disappointed? That was definitely not the case. Luo Tian did not doubt this at all. Following that, Luo Tian was just about to walk down the stage. A woman dressed as a servant walked up from behind the stage. The woman bowed slightly and said respectfully to Luo Tian, "Young master, our young miss invites you. The first chapter has been delivered. Thank you for your rewards, brothers. A new day has begun. Brothers, where are your tickets?" Chapter 14:26. Luo Tian was shocked. 2 items, and he got an invitation from a beauty? Luo Tian pondered for half a second and said, "I'll talk to my friend." He walked to Lu Zhan and said, "I'll go take a look. If you have anything, find me behind the stage." Lu Zhan laughed excitedly. Just a girl is so beautiful. Then her young lady will be heaven-defying. Luo Tian rolled his eyes at him. Fatty Lu laughed. "Don't worry, I won't tell the sisters-in-law." Luo Tian was speechless. He just wanted to meet the higher-ups of the Lingyun Business Alliance and find out where the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd and Haotian thunder came from. Could it be that this world was connected to the planes of other novels? It was impossible, but who knew? After all, Luo Tian had transmigrated, and Lindong and Tang San were by his side. The maid led the way, and Luo Tian followed behind. They walked a long way from the back of the auction stage until they stopped in a small bamboo forest and said, "Young master, the young lady is in the pavilion in the forest." As he spoke, he stopped walking. Luo Tian nodded and said, "Thank you, but why is your young lady looking for me?" The maid said, "I'm not sure. When you go, the young lady will naturally tell you." Since he couldn't get anything out of her, Luo Tian didn't ask any more and walked into the bamboo forest. After walking for a few minutes, he saw a pavilion made of bamboo. It was strange. Outside the bamboo forest, he could still hear the noise in the square, but after entering the bamboo forest, there was no sound at all. It was as if these bamboos had a soundproof effect. In the pavilion sat a woman in her late 20s. The woman was holding a guzheng. Her voice was mellow and pleasant, making people's restless hearts calm down. This song had the effect of calming the heart. It was just that this song had started playing before Luo Tian entered the forest. Before he entered, he couldn't hear anything. It was very strange. Luo Tian did not come forward to disturb her. He just stood outside the pavilion and looked at her quietly. She wore a light blue long dress, and 2 strands of long hair fell in front of her chest. Her face was fair and flawless, and a kind of tranquil beauty was vividly displayed. 5 minutes later, the song ended. Luo Tian's eyes also opened slightly, but there was a ripple in his heart. In the beginning, there was a wave of calmness, but later on, there was a sudden surge of great waves. Within these waves, there was a boundless killing intent. Luo Tian could hear the wails of all living things. The earth was weeping, and the sky was dyed red. This scene was just like the blood sacrifice world of the blood-sucking wild blade. It penetrated one's heart. Luo Tian's mind trembled faintly, and cold sweat oozed out of his back. The moment the song ended, his heart relaxed, as if he had just experienced a war between 10,000 races. The girl raised her eyes slightly and saw Luo Tian standing outside the pavilion. The corners of her mouth rose slightly as she smiled faintly. "You're here." It was like an old friend who had known each other for a long time. On the contrary, Luo Tian seemed a little unfamiliar and said, "Do you know me?" The girl stood up and shook her head. She did not answer, but asked, "Did the song I played just now sound good?" If it was purely about the song and the girl's ability to play, she was definitely better than the master, so Luo Tian also directly replied, "Good, very good. This is the first time I've heard such a good song." The girl chuckled and said, "You really know how to talk." Luo Tian said, "I'm just telling the truth. I still don't know why you're looking for me." The girl still had a smile on her face. She walked out of the pavilion and said indifferently, "I just want to see you." Huh. Luo Tian was stunned again and said, "Under normal circumstances, I won't forget a beautiful woman once I see her. I'm sure we haven't seen each other before, so we don't know each other, but it seems like you know me." The girl walked to Luo Tian's side. Luo Tian was nearly 8 meters tall, but Luo Tian was actually not much taller than the girl. It could be seen that she was really tall. She walked to Luo Tian's side and said, "Is it important to know or not to know?" "It's not important." Luo Tian laughed. "However, now we know each other." The girl said, "We don't know each other yet, but we will in the future. We will meet again." Finished. She walked out of the bamboo forest. Luo Tian was puzzled. Was it really just because she wanted to meet him? Was it that simple? Moreover, she had seen him, but he still had many questions that he did not understand. Luo Tian could not help but chase after him and said, "I want to know where Lingtian Merchant Alliance found the clear sky hammer and the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd." The girl replied, "I'm not too sure about this. The introduction said that they came from the outer realm, so they must be from the outer realm. They don't belong to the ancient continent." Was this considered an answer? Luo Tian asked again, "I heard that Lingtian Merchant Alliance has the best blacksmith and the strongest alchemist. I want to know if they are here today." The girl replied, "No, but If you are willing to follow me, I will bring you to see them. I'm just afraid that you won't dare, right? There was a hint of provocation in his voice. Of course, Luo Tian would not follow her just because she was a beautiful girl. At least now was not the time, and said, "Can you give me an address? When the exchange is over, I will look for you, Mississippi." The girl smiled mischievously again and said, "You don't have to look for me, I will look for you." That's right. You want to find the antidote to the soul poison concocted by the high-level alchemist, right? The girl suddenly stopped and said. Luo Tian frowned, and suddenly felt that the girl was not simple, since she knew there was nothing to hide, and said, "That's right. Does Miss know the antidote to the soul poison?" The girl said, "I know." Luo Tian was shocked again and said, "Can you tell me?" The girl said, "Sure." Luo Tian asked, "What's the condition?" The girl said, "If you take first place in the exchange and become the commander of the Demon Slayer, I want you to bring me along. With this condition, I will tell you the antidote formula for the soul poison, and I can even get the Lingtian Merchant Alliance to prepare the ingredients for you." Could her words be trusted? I don't know. However, as long as there were clues to the antidote formula for the soul poison, Luo Tian would not let it go. Without thinking, he immediately said, "All right, I promise you." No matter what, even if there was a trace of hope, he would not let it go, because he wanted to wake Shui up every day, thinking about it every day. The girl smiled and walked out of the bamboo forest. Luo Tian also followed her out. However, the moment he walked out of the bamboo forest, his body suddenly became heavy, as if gravity had suddenly increased, as if he was not in this world at all. When he turned around to look, his eyes immediately turned sinister. Behind him was not a bamboo forest, but a cliff. He was standing at the edge of the cliff. Holy sh*T. He actually created a space out of thin air. Who exactly is she? Luo Tian's heart suddenly had an ominous premonition. Is it the Devil Queen? Thank you to bring you to act cool and fly for your support. Thank you to the brothers for your rewards. Chapter 14:27. The bamboo forest was gone. The young girl was gone. Even the servant girl had disappeared with her. Luo Tian stood alone at the edge of the cliff. He was a little dumbfounded. How many mysterious experts are there in this world? Something that happened right under my nose disappeared in the blink of an eye. Isn't this 2F* King powerful? Luo Tian felt that the bamboo forest was real. In other words, the space was released by the young girl. Luo Tian was actually able to walk in. Even Huang Fu Ju couldn't do this kind of spatial plane technique. Other than that, Luo Tian was also puzzled by the young girl's words, and the music she played made Luo Tian feel a strong killing intent. He naturally thought of the ancient king and also the Devil Queen who hadn't been born yet. Had the Devil Queen not been born yet? Or had she already appeared and was just hiding her identity? Luo Tian's brain was about to explode from all these thoughts. Tomorrow is the exchange. If the Infernal Queen were to appear, the exchange would be quite interesting. Luo Tian smiled. The ancient king died in his hands. The Devil Queen wouldn't let him off easily. Sigh, Luo Tian sighed and walked toward the auction square. On the other side of the square, the former Golden Paladin Order has now become the student representative of Cloud Mist College. I really didn't expect you to betray the Black Moon Order, the Vatican, and the Eurasian continent. A man in a purple robe shouted coldly. Kai Lin was dragged around by Huang Fuye and the others. When the people of the Eurasian Vatican saw Kai Lin, they immediately surrounded her. Karen's expression was cold. Her eyes didn't show any regret for her decision. However, she didn't say a word and let the man in the purple robe criticize her. Humph, the Paladin of the Vatican is actually a traitor. You've really made the Vatican proud. The Lord won't forgive you. Just wait for your punishment. The surrounding followers of the Holy See began to criticize him. Kai Lin didn't say anything, but Huang Fuye couldn't take it anymore. She glared and stood in front of Kai Lin. She put her hands on her waist and said to the man in purple robes, "Whatever she does has nothing to do with you. She is no longer a member of your sect. If you dare to criticize Sister Kai Lin again, I won't let you go." Humph. Chan also stepped forward and said, "You know very well what the Black Moon Order leader has done. You also know very well what orders the church has given Karen. She has already done enough for the church. Now she is one of us. If you continue to bully her, oh my." The purple-robed man snorted coldly and said, "Where did you come from? Kelly, I didn't expect you to hang out with the trash from Cloud Mist College after not seeing you for a while. You're really an embarrassment to the Holy See." Huang Fuya frowned and shouted, "What did you say? If you dare to say another word, I won't be polite to you." A look of disdain appeared on the purple-robed man's face. "A little girl like you dares to be rude to me? You want to hear it again, don't you? Then I'll say it again. Kelly, you're really capable. I haven't seen you for a while, and you're actually hanging out with the trash from Cloud Mist College. You're really an embarrassment to the Holy See. How is it? Did you hear it clearly? Do you want me to say it again?" Ha ha ha! The surrounding believers also laughed loudly. For a moment, many people surrounded them. Why did Cloud Mist College send these trash to participate in the competition? For women? What's the use? I'm afraid it's not even enough to give the Eurasian continent a scratch. Look at their fresh faces. If we can get them all on the bed, ha ha, that would be great. A wave of mocking laughter sounded from the crowd. At this moment, Huang Fuya was even more furious. With a move of her right hand, a drop of essence blood floated out and exploded. Her figure blurred and suddenly disappeared. It completely disappeared. Even her aura was gone. Huh. The purple-robed man was slightly shocked. He frowned and then sneered disdainfully. "I didn't expect it to be the space-time bloodline. However, with your bloodline control ability, do you think you can hurt me? Even if Huang Fuju comes, I can make him kneel down and call me father." As soon as he finished speaking, in the blink of an eye, the purple-robed man suddenly opened his right hand. A stream of faith power pierced through and reached into the spatial crack. He clenched his 5 fingers. "Get out here." He pulled his right arm and threw it into the sky. Boom! Kacha, kacha, kacha! Space suddenly split open. A sound was forcefully pulled out by the purple-robed man and thrown out. They were on completely different levels in terms of cultivation realm. It was a complete suppression. "Ah!" Huang Fuya screamed and lost her balance in midair. The purple-clothed man raised his eyes slightly, then took a step forward and flew into the air with a whoosh. He raised his hand and slapped down. "A little girl like you dares to be arrogant in front of me? You're courting death." All of a sudden, Chan moved. A white shadow floated. After pulling Huang Fuya back, the white sword moved. The sword Qi was like an ancient white elephant directly blocking it. Boom! Boom! There was a rumble in the sky. Chan took the opportunity to send Huang Fuya back to the ground. A white shadow flashed, and she also landed on the ground. However, her face changed slightly and turned pale. She couldn't stand steadily and took a few steps back. The blood under her chest was boiling. Chan suppressed it and thought to herself, what a strong power! If this power hit Huang Fuya, the consequences would be unimaginable. The purple-robed man was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that someone would be able to resist his power. He landed and stared at Chan. He sneered. "I didn't expect that there would be someone in Cloud Mist College who can resist my power. However, I used less than 30% of my power just now. Take another move from me." Boom! The purple-robed man suddenly exploded. The aura on his body changed too quickly. At this moment, Yunmeng also stood up. Chan also stood up, but they were still a little slower than Kylie. Kylie directly went up. Her body sank. She didn't dodge or dodge and directly rushed up. Slap! A slap landed on Kylie's face. Bang! Kylie's body hit the ground and bounced up. Her face was red and swollen, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. As if she didn't feel the pain, Kylie said coldly, Leader Sauron, I have already repaid your kindness to me. From now on, if you touch my friends again, I won't be polite. You won't be polite again? Okay. Then I'll show you what it means to be polite. Sauron's eyebrows shook and he shouted, Knights charge! There was an update today. It would be delivered before 11 o'clock.